welcome, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Of Iran Revolution Live with your amazing host, the wonderful Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful host, Guldi Kamari.
Thank you so much, Armin. Oh my gosh, I just realized the lights behind me aren't even turned on there. So today's been a bit of a busy day. I'll turn on the lights behind me in a moment. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that little prank that we did. And then you know what, guys? I was so proud of you in the chat because everyone was playing along and everyone was like doing the emoji salute as well.
Honestly, it was fitting. I don't know how, like, that was pretty fitting salute. I don't know if it was.
No, it was. So yeah. it was like a fun little thing. So because we were watching the video last night. How was the?
You're really good. You're a comedy genius, Goldie. Let me just tell you that.
I was trying so hard not to laugh though. Like it was so hard. I had to turn off my camera eventually because I was laughing too hard. So, how was your Persian chat today?
Oh, it was pretty good. A lot of people were trying to tell me about ridiculous things that happened and I was like, guys, I'm supposed no, don't tell me. I'm gonna watch.
Well, they can tell you. It's just I didn't want to I'm sure you have some stuff you want to share as well that you haven't seen. But
yeah, I saw one crazy. I heard. Okay, so I actually saw three. I saw the split.
The split.
Yeah, so I saw that. I saw them stealing our chant, Javid Shah. Right? Oh, did you see that?
I don't know if I've seen that one.
Oh my God. Can we start with that?
Yeah. Okay, you pull it up. Let me fix the lights behind me.
Okay. Oh, actually, I have it up already. Look at me being prepared.
I know. I'm not prepared, so it's all good. So, guys, for those of you, so just to give some context. So, for those of you who don't know, today is like the Islamic regime's anniversary, right? So, think of it like Allahu Akbar, Jihad, 4th of July. Okay, so it's like the Muslim Nazis version of 4th of July. That's today. And it has, guys, I'm telling you, it has been a circus, okay? Like, if these people weren't so evil, it would be hilarious.
We have so much material apparently today. I don't know where even to start. So for people who don't, like, some people might be new here. So guys, this is the anniversary of the Islamic Revolution of 1979 and their victory over Pahlavi. So, and the Islamic Republic is celebrating that. And it's an SHIT show. It was so, it has, the anti-Islamic Republic people have gathered so much material from this. And I don't know I don't even know where to start. I think, anyways, it has been so funny. If it wasn't it's tragic and funny at the same time, but we have no, yeah. So
also that weird British Pakistani girl is there too. Did you know that?
What? No. Do you have that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to I don't want to share the video and give her views, but that weird Pakistani British jihadi terrorist woman, she's there in Tehran as well because the regime, they can't get any Iranians to support them, right? So they have to bring in their Pakistani concubines to go. So there's that. There's the did you see the statue burning?
Ball, right?
Yeah. Allah is ball. That's so messed up to me.
That comes from, so there's a history with that. That comes from Raifipur. You remember the guy that I told you, the Kung Fu Panda guy?
Oh, really?
So he started that. He thinks the Jews secretly pray to Baal. So the reason why Jews are evil is because they didn't listen to Moses and they didn't actually worship God, right? Allah. And they're Moses was trying to convince the Jews to worship God, But ever since, this is what the Zionist movement is. They have secretly been worshiping Baal, and pretending to actually be worshiping God. And this is why they're so evil. So that's why they were burning the statue of Baal in the. Oh, this is the best one. Yeah, you should.
So I don't know if this one is from today, but guys, this video is going to give you a bit of a preview of the kind of like insanity that we're about to show you today. Okay, so these
Right.
are like some people who've gathered. And let me just play the video. Let me just play the video for you guys.
Oh my God, this is the best. America. Oh my God, I didn't know America starts with Hegel. Did you? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I had to add the English translation, right? So that's why, guys, that's why you see I added the photos there for you guys, so you guys can follow along. Because otherwise, most people are like, wait, what? What's so funny? So, like, it's almost like he's saying Khamenei, and then he says Khomeini, and then he's like Khamrika.
Khamrika. Magma Khamrika.
Guys, the kh doesn't mean anything. So the kh is the beginning sound for the supreme dictators, right? So the first one was Khomeini, right? And then the next one is Khamenei. You guys pronounce it like Khamenei, I guess, right? So this guy who's like with the Islamic regime, he makes the mistake, right? He's supposed to chant like death to America, but instead he starts saying death to Kham, and then he catches himself. He's like, and then he says Khom, right? He says Khome because he's like, oh wait, do I say Khom? Oh wait, no, I can't say Khamenei. And then he's like Khome, and then he says Khamrika to like pretend as if like that's what he meant to say all this time
to begin with.
So watch it again. Yeah, go ahead.
But let me actually. So some people are so confused, guys. The reason why this is happening is that Iranians have been chanting "death to Khamenei" so much that this pro-regime person has heard it so much that when he's supposed to come out and say "death to America," it's just so common to say "death to Khamenei" in Iran that he was saying "death to America." So that. But this is a test. This proves how common in Iran is it in Iran to say death to Khamenei, that when you say death to, what you think of now is Khamenei and not America. That's why he was making the mistake, because how common it is for people to say death to Khamenei now in Iran. Okay, now people get it. America, death to America. I was meaning to say from the beginning.
Khamrika. Oh my God.
Khamrika.
So
I love how he tries to pretend that America always has had khe at the beginning. Like we always called it Khamrika, didn't we? Like it's not America, it's Khamrika. Of course, it has always been Khamrika. Okay. Khamrika. Okay. Oh
he's like
God.
Khome, Khamrika. Okay, guys, one more time, last time, please. This is just so good.
Okay, Goli, like this. Somebody, I would have said Off with his head.
No, we don't know if he's alive, guys. We don't know if he's alive. You know what? You got to take the laughs when you can. You got to take the laughs when you can. So, and guys, this isn't the only instance of this happening. This happened with other people as well. I have the videos.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, think about how common it must be in Iran for people to hear death to Khamenei that he even makes that mistake, right? Yeah.
All right, let's go to the video.
Right.
Okay, let's go to your video.
All right, Gold. You know, I just have I just have this one for now because I'm waiting, like I'm gonna watch you share the videos because I'm gonna react to them with you. But this one, I'm glad that I have one that you haven't seen because I want to see your reaction to this. Watch this. What the? Javed Shah Karbala. Hi, Patipto. So let me explain it to people before before Patipto gets in on this as well. So, guys, Javed Shah means long live the king, and now so many Iranians are saying Javed Shah that the pro-regime people in their celebrations, they're trying to, how yesterday Goldie was showing you, we were showing you how they're trying to steal the lion and sun flag from us, the lion and sun symbol. Now they're trying to steal Javed Shah from us. They're saying Javed Shah Karbala, which means long live the king of Karbala. So basically meaning Imam Hussein, the third Imam of Shias. They're saying he's the king of Karbala. So by saying long live the king of Karbala means like long live Imam Hussein, the third Imam of Shia Muslims. Unbelievable.
That's so good. Pudurut Patipto, how are you?
Hi, Patipto.
Oh, you're muted.
You're muted, Patipto.
Durud. I want to say hello and very warm welcome to my fellow compatriots in the comments, and I really appreciate their love.
Oh, thank you, Patipto. You know what? I'm so glad you're here because we're just about to go through some of the videos from today's, anniversary of the Islamic regime. We call it the terrorist Jihadi 4th of July. And we'd love your input as well.
Wait, that's new. I didn't hear that before. When did he come? Okay, I love that.
I was explaining that when you weren't around. So yesterday, people are like, "Wait, what's Yusuf Bahman?" And I was like, "Think of like 4th of July, but for terrorists. That's what it is." So it's like the Jihadi.
Goldie, if I ever need to name things that the Islamic Republic does, I'm gonna message you and ask you to name them for me.
Yeah, so there you go. This one is Jihadi 4th of July. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, let me just show this one again to Patipto really quickly. And then Patipto, I'd love your thoughts on this.
ببین اینی که من دیدم، این اتفاق چند جای دیگه هم افتاد، توی مسجد هم افتاده بود، چند تا ویدیو دیگه هم اومده بیرون. بعد احساس میکنم این فقط لغزش فرویدی حساب میشه دیگه. تمام آدم ها الان تو پس ذهنشون، حتی خود نظامی ها هم دلشون میخواد خامنه‌ای بره.
Patipto is saying this has happened multiple places, and he thinks this is a Freudian slip because even the pro-regime people want the regime to go now.
So true. It did happen in a mosque. I want to see if I can find the mosque.
Oh, really? Oh my god.
Yeah, it was. Wait, was it this one? Oh, I need to find the mosque one. Oh man, maybe someone from your team can find it. Patipto, اگه اونو داری که تو مسجده, if you could send that to me, that would be amazing. But oh wait, no, it's this one. I found it. Never mind. So this is, guys, this is the mosque one. So you think like, you think the okay, let me just play this.
What? One more time. Khamrika, oh my god.
No. He says Khame because he wants to say like Khamenei. So
Yep,
he says Khame, and then he just stops. So
all right.
I don't think he says Khamrika. Because
I heard Khamrika. Did I mishear?
Okay.
Okay, this is even more strange because he said it like how does he get it? He said death to America a couple of times, and then in the middle of it, then all of a sudden he says death to and then he stops. Like you got a couple right, so how could you get it wrong after that? Okay.
So the context here. So this is the mosque. This is a mosque. This is last night. So in like their terrorist jihadi mosque, right? They start chanting death to America. So he's like Magbat America, death to America. And then here instead of saying death to America, he says death to Khamenei, but then he cuts himself. He cuts himself off, right? Like halfway through. So he's like Magbat Khamenei, and then he just like stops, which like Armin said is very weird because if you're already in the middle of like a death to America chant, why would that Freudian slip come out, right? Like, why would you just randomly say Khamenei? Listen. Oh my gosh. So there's that one. And then there was another one on live TV. Oh, there was two. Well, one was a kid, so it didn't count as much. But let me get to this one first. This one here. Okay? Wait, the volume is kind of low. Let me just boost the volume here. Okay.
مردم معراج آتگاگن وقتی حضور ما راهپیمای 22 بهمن با حضور پرشور همه مردم آحاد مردم کارمندان آحاد مردم تفادی مردم دور آتگاگ که نشان بده الله اکبر مرگ بر خامنه‌ای و مرگ بر
Then they cut off the sound again.
Oh my god, I didn't know this happens this much. What the hell?
So guys, this guy's like a producer. He's like a producer for this show or whatever. And then he says Allahu Akbar. And then see you guys, your Persian's very good now. So this is like a live stream. So he says Allahu Akbar. And then instead of saying Magbat America, he says Magbat Khamenei. And then they cut off the sound. So that's like another like
که نشان بده الله اکبر مرگ بر خامنه‌ای و مرگ بر
He say Allahu Akbar, death to Khamenei and death to America. on state TV of the Islamic Republic, death to Khamenei and death to America.
Yes. Oh gosh. Guys, this is 100% real. That's why it's going viral. Yeah. This is real. This is not a drill. This is real. Yeah. One more time. So good.
شما چارورکان و انشالله که همیشه هست و سلامت بدن چون گینده مردم معراج آتگاگن وقتی حضور ما راهپیمای 22 بهمن با حضور پرشور همه مردم آحاد مردم کارمندان آحاد مردم تفادی مردم دور آتگاگ که نشان بده الله اکبر مرگ بر خامنه‌ای و مرگ بر
This guy doesn't even pause midway. Like he says the whole thing. Like he's not like deaf to America. He's like deaf to Khamenei and deaf to America. He just says the full thing.
I don't know. Maybe I think he was trying to pretend like it didn't happen. And
like,
then,
hey, like let's just ignore that.
yeah, and then like as soon as it happens, like his friends are like just frozen, like totally expressionless. Right?
Like we're like you're gonna get us killed, man.
So there's that, and then there's this one here. This one's still kind of like, it's kind of funny, but it's like the girl, right? So and then just look at her like her dad, right? So just listen to what she says, and then I want you to translate, Armin. No, guys, no, this isn't MEK. These aren't MEK. These are all regime people, but these are Freudian slips, right? So like Armin was explaining, because these people have been hearing like Iranians chant death to Khamenei so much. Now for them, death to Khamenei is like more like normal than it is like to say death to America.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right, this one now. Let me lower the volume now. Okay.
من امروز همراه خانواده‌ام اومدم تا با مشت محکممون بخوابیم زیر ضد انقلابی‌ها. ما اینجا اومدیم برای ایرانمون.
Did you catch that?
No, wait. I thought the baby girl was going to say something. What did I?
ضد انقلابی‌ها. She's like میخوام مشت بزنم به ضد انقلابی‌ها.
Oh no, but okay, but I don't know if this is a Freudian slip, because in the Islamic Republic considers itself to be revolutionary. So Potipto, correct me if I'm wrong, because according to the Islamic Republic, they are the revolutionaries, right? And we are anti-revolutionary. So I don't know if this is a
سوتیش اینه که میگه بخوابیم زیر ضد انقلابی‌ها در واقع.
Okay, the mistake here is sleeping under them rather than, so that he's making a different mistake. So play it again. Because let me explain the Durka of the Islamic Republic here. So the Islamic Republic doesn't think that the Islamic Revolution is over. Like the 1979 Islamic Revolution is not over. It continues to today until they capture the entire world and make the whole world Islamic. So they consider us to be anti-revolutionary because we're anti the Islamic Republic revolution. That's why. So let me see what Sutish kojaast, Suti واقعیش kojaast. Let's play it again.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
تا با مشت محکممون بخوابیم زیر ضد انقلابی‌ها. ما اینجا اومدیم برای ایرانمون.
Oh, okay. So, and I didn't catch that. Potipto is explaining it. Apparently, the part that she's making a mistake is saying that Potipto is like, we're going to be sleeping under the enemies. Like, we're going to go sleep right on, like, they're going to be sleeping on top of us. Oh, so we with our family are going to, so instead of saying that we're going to punch them right under their eyes, she's saying with our punch we're going to go sleep with our families, we're going to go sleep under them with them on top of us. So that's the mistake that she's making. That's the Suti. Does that make sense, Goldie? That's hard to explain a little bit.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. Right.
Can you explain what's going on in this picture, Armin?
Oh, let me actually make it bigger. Okay, so what is happening here? Well, I'm missing it.
یه پورتال از خرم‌آباد به قزوین باز شده.
Look.
Why are you gay?
زنده قزوین.
Oh my god, I missed that. Okay, I would not have catched that. Okay, got that. Okay. Wow, guys. So at the top right, it says live from the city of Khorramabad. And then on the top left, the same woman, it says live from the city of Qazvin. So apparently they have managed to go through a portal or something. This is basically bending. The Islamic Republic has managed to figure out how to bend the time and space to have this lady present at two cities at the same time live Interesting. So, guys, the reason why this is happening apparently is because they're trying to show all the cities, presence in all cities. So they're using the same footage multiple times for different cities, but they didn't. Okay.
شما درک نمی‌کنین تکنولوژی فیزیک کوانتوم جمهوری اسلامی اینقدر پیشرفته هست که بتونن فضا زمانو این خودش ثابت میکنه اینو ما اشتباه فهمیدیم.
Yeah, so Patito is saying like you guys are misunderstanding this. This is just basically the Islamic Republic's so advanced in quantum physics that they have no problem bending time and space. So this is what's happening.
It's Muslim science. It's Muslim science.
Yes. Islamic science proven.
Oh, you know what, Armin? This is what the Islamic scholars do. Remember, we were talking about the Islamic scholars?
Yes, yeah.
Oh my gosh, there you go. So there's this, and guys, this is very common. Okay, this is very, very common. The regime does this all the time, which is why we literally never trust any footage coming from the Islamic regime because it's all fake. Fake AI generated, whatever the case might be. And we are going to go through a bunch of those as well. But guys, so this was broadcast live on their, you know, like the Islamic regime's like Durka Jihadi version of like CNN. By the way, this is the same channel that plays Tucker Carlson interviews, right? For propaganda. So keep that in mind. This is the same channel that plays the Tucker Carlson interviews. So there's this one. And then there's another one. This is also another example of the Islamic scholars' science. We'll get to the twerking video. Oh, look at this one. So apparently in today's live coverage of the Jihadi 4th of July, it included footage of Amir Ali Hajizadeh. So apparently Amir Ali Hajizadeh also made an appearance.
Oh my God. Okay. What? They're releasing this as now?
Yes.
Guys, apparently Islamic science is more advanced, not in the area just of quantum physics, but also biology, because they just made a dead man alive again. They brought him back from the dead. Hajizadeh is supposed to be dead. How is he there? What the hell?
So, and that was the account. Terror alarm. So Iranian state media's coverage of today's. So guys, Bisodoh Bahman, right? That's basically the day of the month, which we call Jihadi 4th of July. It included, so apparently the footage included Amir Ali Hajizadeh, which was, he was killed in Israeli strikes during the 12-day war. So
how did they not notice that they're showing a dead man in the protests? Is this Oh my God. Oh my God.
And then of course
it's an Islamic miracle.
Yeah, it's an Islamic miracle.
Oh, this one. I've seen this one. Okay, this is confusing to me. This is really confusing.
Okay.
Oh my God.
This is Petito's favorite one. Guys, this is Jihadi politics.
Why does he shake his butt other than doing the split? Like, is this like a Nicki Minaj concert? Or like, what is the point of humping the ground after he does the split?
No, guys, but okay, this is the best part.
این داره ثابت میکنه که انعطاف IRGC خیلی بالاست برای هر پلنی توی جنگ آینده آمادن، حتی اگه قرار باشه جنگ تورک باشه.
Yeah, so Potito is saying they're showing that they're very flexible with their bodies and they're ready for any war with America, even if it's going to be a twerking competition. They're even ready for that. By the way, Americans in the chat, how afraid are you? Like, be honest with me. Like, tell me if this terrifies you. Look at the abilities of the IRGC. Unbelievable.
I also want to say, while this is happening, people like the jihadis are chanting making a deal with shaitan is like an insult to the Quran or something like that. So basically, this like it's like a weird Muslim thing. I don't know what they're doing, but it's like the guy is like twerking while the people are chanting, and I'll play the video. But like the people are chanting, negotiating with the devil is against the Quran. So here you go. This is Jihadi 4th of July. Welcome.
نمی کنیم اعتماد به آمریکای شیاد به آمریکای شیاد شیطان خیانت است به قرآن سازشگری با شیطان سازشگری با شیطان خیانت است به قرآن سازشگری با شیطان ملت ما
Why does he
پیرو
hump? Why does he hump the ground? Like I really want to understand that part. Somebody explain that to me. That's so weird. Like to me, it seems like he always wanted to do this in front of a crowd, and he just found this excuse. And why do they think? Why is this a constant thing that the IRGC officers do? Like, why the splits? Like, do they think that this is really impressive? Like, do they think that this is like it has a deterrence capability? What is it with the splits?
آرمین شما الان با این سنت میتونی این کارو بکنی؟ این آقا با 50 سال سن داره انجام میده. بالاخره یه امکانات حساب میشه.
Okay, but how is it going to stop the Americans from? So Petito is saying, Armin, can you do this? Like, stop attacking this man. With your age, can you do this? Look at this man is doing that with this age, so you should be impressed. I mean, if they could do this with their splits, then I would be impressed. If they could close the Hormuz, if they managed to close the Hormuz Straits with their splits, but then I would be impressed. But until then, I don't know.
Guys, one more time. Like, I wish we were making this up. Right? Like,
نمی کنیم اعتماد به آمریکای شیاد
what is that?
به آمریکای شیاد شیطان خیانت است به قرآن سازشگری با شیطان سازشگری با شیطان خیانت است به قرآن سازشگری با شیطان ملت ما
I feel like
By the way, Goldie, what they're saying on the speaker also confirms again that the hardliners are on this, have the same goals as us, the ones who are anti-Islamic Republic. Okay, because what he's saying in the microphone is that negotiation or appeasement with the United States is the betrayal of the Quran. So you know how we don't want like we want to the war to happen, like the negotiations to fail. These people want the same thing. They're so confident that they're going to win a war against the United States that they're also anti-negotiation. And they're saying negotiating with the United States is a betrayal to the Quran. So we're on the same page.
I want to play it one more time, but I want to fix the music.
Oh yeah, let's do
that. کامنت اسمشو گذاشته بود دورکا دنس. خیلی بهش میگم.
Dorka dance.
Yes. This is the Durka dance. Yeah. Potito's impressed by whoever in the comments said this is the Durka dance.
Love it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. And someone said Jihad Kwando. That's a good one. Okay, someone's asking about updated poster. Okay, I'll make a note. I'll see if I can get an update. Guys, so there's no poster there's no event happening in Milan. I mentioned this last night. So apparently everyone in Milan is going to Munich. So there's no event in Milan. There's nothing happening there. Everyone's going to Munich. Okay. All right, so Potipto sent a couple. We'll go through those. One of them we played last night, but it's really funny. And people might not have seen that one, so I think we should definitely play it again. It's the old woman, Armin. The one where she yells Allahu Akbar and then she slips.
Yeah.
میدونیم اصلا هدف من و شیر کردن چیه؟ اینی که ببین ما چجوری چقدر قواعد بازی رو عوض کردیم که طرف با توپ و تفنگ و فلان و اینجور چیزا یه نفر باید قایم شه پشت دیوار شعار حکومتی بده. ما اینجا سرمون رو بالا بگیریم بگیم جاوید شد.
That's a good point. Like, guys, Potipto is pointing at, like, look at how much we changed the situation, that if a woman wants to say Allahu Akbar to defend the Islamic Republic, they actually have to hide. Like, this is the atmosphere. Iran has changed so anti-Islamic Republic that if a woman, this woman knows how much Iranians are against her position, that she's hiding while recording herself saying Allahu Akbar. The fall of Islam, exactly.
Like she's chanting it from behind a wall.
بعد طرف اومده یه کار بکنه 2 تا فیل شد، نه شعارشو درست فرستاد، تازه تو خیال خودش هم که قایم شده بود یه نفر داشت از بالا سرش ازش فیلم میگیره. خیلی که تو یه کار 2 بار فیل بشی.
Potipto saying that like what's really funny is that this was like a double fail, because not only did she fail in like giving her slogan properly because she was like, you know, terrified, but she also failed in the fact that like she thought she was hiding but someone was filming her, so it's like a double fail. So she couldn't do the chant, and then she also couldn't even hide herself properly. Oh my gosh. Insane.
I wonder once the Islamic Republic falls, I wonder, like, I think people are not going to dare say Allahu Akbar. I wonder if mosques would even dare play the azan after the Islamic Republic falls.
Man. Okay, I haven't seen this one, so let's see this. And then Armin, you'll have to translate.
Okay.
بچه اینجا که میبینید میدون امام ساریه، خب پخشش هم زده زنده، ببینید اینجا زده زنده. ما الان توی میدون امامیم، بذارید میدون امام.
Oh no!
اینم نمیدن جالبه نه؟
Oh no!
اینجا چند نفرن؟ اینجا کلن انقدر همون جایی که تصویر شده ببینید. بچه اینجا که میبینید میدون
Wow,
This is
guys,
so
exposed.
good.
Exposed.
All right. Armin, the link is in the private chat. It's the second one that Potipto said. If you want to pull it up so you can like go through it yourself and translate.
Oh,
that is so good.
Good find, Potipto.
Oh, Potipto, this is so good.
Okay, so all right, let me remove this one. Okay, so guys, he's saying, look, watch this.
بچه اینجایی که میبینید میدون امام ساریه، خب
So he's naming the square and he's saying, like, look, this is on TV. This is the square that they're showing live on
پخشش
TV.
هم زده زنده.
So you can see it says live. It says live. So it's saying that this is. So guys, if you look at his TV, you can see that they're showing the Islamic Republic State TV is showing a big crowd in this square, and it's saying that this is live.
ببینید اینجا زده زنده. ما الان توی میدون امام.
Zende means live. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, let's go. We are in that square right now. So the reason why he's bringing his hand in front of the camera is because he doesn't want anything in his house to be shown to identify who he is and where he lives.
So he says, I'm going to go show you Meidun Imam.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, let me show you the square, the same square right now.
اینم میدون امامه کلن
Like, look at the crowd size there. Like, this is the Imam Square.
اینقدر
Look.
جالبه نه
Like, isn't it interesting?
اینجا چند نفرن اینجا کلن اینقدر
Look on my TV. They were so crowded, but here I'm showing you that there's only this many here.
همون جایی که تصویر شده ببینید
Like this is the exact same location that they're showing live on TV. That they're saying. Oh my god! So guys, it must be from the previous years or something, right?
Or
think
like
that's
AI
right.
generated or something. Can you go back to the footage they were showing?
Yeah, I think they. Yeah.
We'll go back even more. Like the day, like the weather even looks different. Like it looks brighter and sunnier out. So weird. Oh my gosh, that is so good. But guys, like this is what we tell you. This is why you can never trust Islamic regime state TV. You can never trust anything they say. All the footage is doctored, it's fake. Oh, good for this guy. Good for this guy for showing that.
Yeah. It's actually risky to show that because they could find, like, based on the angle, they could actually find his house. So that was brave of him to show that. But Goldie, I just made this image with AI. I think this is what they're planning to do eventually when they take over the US. They will. This is their ultimate dream, to put the flag of the Islamic Republic on the White House and the splits. This is like the sign of the victory. Islamic Republic has taken over the world, and they do the split.
Oh, this is terrible.
I just made this right now with AI.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Jeez.
Oh my god. Okay.
So funny. So funny. Okay, that was good. Okay, I'm posting that. I'm posting that right now. With the view. With the view.
Let's make that into a thing. Signature move by the Islamic Republic doing the splits.
Oh my gosh.
I already showed this one.
Okay.
Oh, Patipto, that last link that you played, Goldie showed that one when they say Magbar, Khamenei. Oh, Uzkhahishe. Oh, he's apologizing for his mistake?
Oh, let's watch it.
Oh, okay, so Patipto just sent this. So apparently, guys, you saw this person making a mistake, saying Def to Khamenei on state TV. So apparently, now there's a video of him apologizing for this mistake.
کارمندان آحاد مردم تفادی مردم دور آتکن یکی نشان بده الله اکبر مرگ بر خامنه‌ای و مرگ بر
Okay, so this is his mistake. This part we already said. He's like deaf to Allah Akbar, deaf to Khamenei, deaf to America.
بنده متاسفانه
Okay, so now this is his apology. Oh, poor guy. Like, don't kill me, please.
بنده متاسفانه یک سبقت رسانی و صوتی از بنده در اومد که این مخابره شد و دستاویزی برای ضد انقلابی‌ها شد.
And like, I made a mistake on TV, and this became something for the enemies, for our enemies to use. Basically, our enemies meant we
basically something for me and Armin and everyone, and Patipto and everyone else to laugh at, right? So we're all laughing at him right now.
He said, unfortunately, I created something for the enemies, for our enemies to use.
ضد انقلابی‌ها شد. ضد انقلابی‌هایی که در
So see, Goldie, they're calling us ضد انقلابی,
Okay.
like ضد انقلابی, against their revolution.
22 بهمن هر
We
Okay,
are
we call
against
them-
their coup d'etat.
Yes, exactly. We call them انقلابی. They're انقلابی. Yeah.
سال بهانه‌ای درست می‌کنند میگن شما ساندیس خورید شما از تصاویر هوش مصنوعی و امثال هم استفاده
So you're saying that our enemies, they say that we eat Sundays, like we get paid to be here. They tell us that we're using AI. They know, guys. They watch the show. He's saying that we people like Goldie, they say that we use AI. So he probably went, hey, hi. He's probably a viewer.
می‌کنید تصاویر آرشیوی اما
an archive video. So he says that everything we have been telling you, he's saying it. He says that that our enemies say that we get paid to be in these protests, that we use AI videos, and that we use old archive videos for our protests. However, however, I must tell you that you guys are against our revolution. At least I apologize. So he's saying that if I made a mistake, at least I apologize. Goldie, what's your excuse? When you say death to Khamenei, you don't even apologize. At least he apologizes. That's his defense.
When I say death to Khamenei, I'm like, yeah, let's go. Guys, some people in the chat were saying, like, where's he from? He doesn't look Iranian. So he's from the, I would say he's from the southeastern part of the country, like close to Sistan, Baluchistan. Guys, we Iranians, we come in all different shapes, colors, and sizes. So he's 100% Iranian. He's just from the southeastern part of the country. When you go to different parts of the country, people are lighter or darker depending on where they are. So, that's where he's from.
So, Goldie, we have to explain. So he didn't say I get paid. I just translated. He says we are sundis-drinkers. So should we explain what sundis means so that people know that? Okay, let me actually quickly show you guys. So we call these people who show up at these protests sundis-drinkers, meaning the drinkers of sundis. And this is sundis, these fruit juices, right? And the reason why we call them sundis-drinker is because they're famous because the Islamic Republic hands these out in protest for free for people to drink, and a lot of people show up just so that they could get these to drink them. So they're called, like, when we call regime people who are just there for their own self-interest, Iranians call them sundis-drinkers because the regime uses this as a way to create crowds. So that's what he was referring to. Yeah.
Sundis-drinkers.
Oh, there we go.
Let me write that there so people can see it.
اول ویدیو که با اعتماد به نفس میگه از من سرقت رسانه‌ای کردین. نمیدونم منظورش چیه، چه سرقت رسانه‌ای ازش کردین. بعدش هم که میگه تصاویر آرشیوی که ما ویدیو قبلیمون ثابت کرد که تصاویرشون آرشیویه. در آخر هم گفت میگین هوش مصنوعی. من یه لینک دیگه هم فرستادم که ثابت میکنه این ویدیوهاشون با هوش مصنوعی هم هست. یعنی قشنگ ما برای اینکه بخوایم دنبال اثبات بگردیم باید ببینیم اینا میگن ما چه کاری نمی‌کنیم. دقیقاً دارن همون کارو میکنن.
Someone's asking if Iranian Baluchis support the regime. No, of course not. The vast majority of Iranian Baluch support the Shah of Iran. Guys, we're all united. You can't look at like one person who's with the regime and just assume that everyone's like that, because there are people all across the country who are with the regime, but that doesn't mean the vast majority of us are. So we don't differentiate or distinguish. Right.
Yeah. Even I got videos from inside Baluchistan from Iranians sending me videos in Telegram from Iran saying I'm from Baluchistan and Javid Shah.
Yeah.
And not only that, I have videos from people in Baluchistan saying that they would give their lives for Pahlavi. That's how much they support Prince Reza Pahlavi.
And then after this, Armin, I know we have more footage, but we have a new post from President Trump. And then and then King Reza Pahlavi as well. So
I'll do this quickly then.
Really no, take your time. I'm just saying after this we'll go to that.
Okay. So Patipto sent this to me saying, so this guy is saying a clip published by Fars News Agency from Elam, which was made with artificial intelligence. One person is present very logically both in first, second, and in the 18th second. So let's actually watch the video. Let me actually unmute the screen so you could hear it. Oh my God, this guy is so obviously AI. Look, you see this guy keeps repeating. Look at this guy. Like, all right, so let's look at look at this guy is in this frame, and then Here is he again in this frame. So guys, it's basically the same people are being repeated. It's obviously AI. That's what the guy is saying. Interesting. So it's been proven to be AI.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the guy was the guy who just showed like, oh, they say we use AI. Yes, you do use AI. They say we use archive videos, like old videos. We showed you the guy from his window. Yes, you do use older videos or AI videos. And we also know that you oh, one more thing regarding whether or not you're sundis-drinkers, we actually have evidence for that as well, because we have footage, as we predicted yesterday, that they're going to be handing out free stuff just so that they could get the crowd out. So here's the evidence for that. So there's lines in the middle of protest. There's lines for rice and oil, free oil and free rice. So if you show up to the protest, that's what you get. So that's why we call them sundis-drinkers. So guys, sundis-drinkers, even though it refers to that drink, but it's a general term for all the people who show up to get something out of being there. It's not just the sundis drink. It could be like oil. It could be rice. It could be sandwiches. It could be anything. Yeah. So there we go. Let's go to you, Goldie.
Okay, so this is the most recent post from President Trump on Truth Social. So he says, I have just finished meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and various of his representatives. It was a very good meeting. The tremendous relationship between our two countries continues. There was nothing definitive reached other than I insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see whether or not a deal can be consummated. That's a weird word to use, consummated, but anyways. If it can, I let the Prime Minister know that will be a preference. If it cannot, we will just have to see what the outcome will be. Last time, Iran decided that they were better off not making a deal, and they were hit with midnight hammer. That did not work well for them. Hopefully, this time they will be more reasonable and responsible. Additionally, we discussed the tremendous progress being made in Gaza and the region in general. There is truly peace in the Middle East. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Guys, you have to keep in mind when President Trump is talking about a deal, okay, he doesn't mean a deal that's going to keep the regime in power. He means a deal that's basically the terms of surrender.
Exactly.
Right? So what President Trump is saying is like, I'm still hoping we can make a deal, right? And that deal is basically the Islamic regime surrendering, because remember, there's four core terms, right, that the regime will never agree to. One of them is they have to give up not just the nuclear, but their ballistic missiles, right? So the regime's never going to agree to that. The other deal is that they have, like, the other thing is they have to recognize like the right for like the state of Israel to exist. The regime's not going to do that. And then the other one, of course, is that the regime must free like political prisoners, and they have to give Iranians the right to protest and demonstrate, right? They're not going to agree to that either. So, and guys, remember the last time President Trump said that he's hopeful that negotiations can continue, within 24 hours, they struck Fordo. So
He's okay. He's saying we're going to consummate with IRGC, meaning that we will F them up.
That's what I get. That's why that word struck out to me. Like, that's a very, right? That's a very strange word to use. I've never heard of the term whether or not a deal can be consummated. No, but guys, consummate doesn't mean marriage. Consummate means when you make the marriage official. The first time you basically do the deed.
Intercourse.
Yeah, intercourse basically. But I mean, let me just check something. Like, how common is that phrase?
در مورد خامنه‌ای طبیعیه دیگه، میخواد وسوسه‌ش کنه.
Patipto is saying he's just because Khamenei, his sexual orientation. Maybe Trump is just trying to tease Khamenei to tempt him. That's what Patipto is saying.
Yeah, I mean, so I just checked like ChatGPT and AI. It's not very common. It's moderately common. So it's a moderately common formal and technical expression, but I don't know. It just seems weird that he would use, because he could just say like a deal could be agreed upon, but he's saying consummated, which kind of stood out. I don't know, but so this is very interesting. It seems like they're kind of going back to the good cop, bad cop narrative, where Israel's the bad cop, America's the good cop, but then in the middle of the night, the United States struck. Patipto, what are your thoughts on this?
ببین حقیقتا من فکر میکنم هر چیزی یه روندی داره. همونجوری که مثلا توی جنگ 12 روزه همه اینجوری بودن که تو رو خدا تمومشون بکنین و اینجور حرفا، اگر همون موقع جنگ تموم میشد 1001 آلترناتیو بود که بخواد بیاد جلوی مردم واسه و مردم رو گول بزنه و اون زمان لازم شد تا مردم به بلوغ برسن و پشت شاهزاده واسن. همین الان هم بالاخره لازمه که یه سری پیش نیازا به وجود بیاد که شاهزاده هم بهش بارها اشاره کرده. وقتی وکیوم قدرت توی این منطقه بعد از حمله به وجود بیاد، از خود حمله بسیار خطرناکتره. چه گارانتی هست که آمریکا به ایران حمله بکنه و بعدش وقتی ایران دست خالی مونده، اصلا بر فرض اینکه خامنه‌ای هم مرده و IRGC هم از بین رفته، چه گارانتی هست که مثلا چین حمله نکنه شرق ایران رو بخواد بگیره، یا یا روسیه نخواد حمله بکنه شمال ایران رو بخواد بگیره؟ اینا مسئله‌ای که تو پشت پرده مشخص میشه و دلیل اصلی مذاکرات هم همین است.
And then after this, we're going to go to King Reza Pahlavi, because he has 2 video messages, one from last night, but also Armin, he also has another one from today.
Oh.
And then he was also on Glenn Beck.
Yep. Yep. Okay. These are more important. Let me know if at some point you want me to talk about what I think Trump might be doing as well.
Oh, yes. Okay, so let me play what Patipto said, and then definitely let's get your thoughts on that before we go to King Reza Pahlavi.
English translation: clear, structured, and neutral. Open quote. Everything follows a process. Just like during the 12-day war, when everyone was saying, please, just finish it. If the war had ended at that exact moment, there would have been countless alternative scenarios that could have been used to mislead people and redirect the outcome. Time was needed for people to fully understand the situation and for the prince's position to become clearer. The same applies now. Certain prerequisites have to be in place, something the prince has mentioned repeatedly. When a power vacuum emerges in a region after a military strike, that vacuum can be even more dangerous than the strike itself. What guarantee is there that if the United States were to attack Iran, and even if Khamenei were gone, that other powers would not attempt to intervene? What guarantees are there that China wouldn't try to expand influence in one part of the country, or that Russia wouldn't attempt to assert control in the north? These are the kinds of issues that are addressed behind closed doors. And this is precisely why negotiations matter. They are meant to prevent chaos and power vacuums that could destabilize the region further. Close quote.
So that's what Patipto thinks. By the way, Patipto, we taught everyone a new word yesterday in the chat. So tazi. So now some people are saying magbad tazian.
Great.
There you go.
So great.
Okay. Armin, did you want to add your thoughts as well?
Do you want to do that now or after?
Well, if it relates to the conversation about President Trump, then yeah,
Okay.
Absolutely.
So let me just, I'll try to do it quickly because I want to because Prince Reza Pahlavi's messages.
Take your time. Take your time. It's okay. You don't have to go. You don't have to be
okay.
quick.
Okay. All right. So, one thing I want to communicate to people is that, guys, not every deal is a bad deal. A lot of people are like, no deal, no deal, no deal, right? If you manage to get, I mean, this is a big if because I can't even imagine Khamenei agreeing to this. But let's just, for hypothetically, assume that Khamenei agrees to reducing the range of their ballistic missiles to 300 kilometers. That is the same as toppling the Islamic Republic. If that happens, United States doesn't even need to fire one missile to topple the Islamic Republic, because Israel will be able to do everything after that, because the Islamic Republic will, at that point, will have zero deterrence capabilities. It will basically be like, taking candy from a baby. So, and it would be completely naked for Israel to just walk in and basically do whatever. And then after that, the Iranian people to do whatever, right? So the Islamic Republic has three deterrence capabilities: their missiles, their proxy groups, which is now being beheaded, and their enrichment of uranium. The most important one is that not all of their missiles, their ballistic missiles, not all of their ballistic missiles, the ones that have higher speed and the ones that have higher range. And that's what Israel is focusing on. And that's what Trump has confirmed is a necessary part of the negotiations for them to accept anything from the Islamic Republic side. And that's why Netanyahu was in Washington, D.C. to basically mention that this is like a red line for Israel. And also Trump came out and said that they're not going to agree to any they're not going to have any agreement that will not satisfy Netanyahu. Trump has already confirmed that. So that means that the ballistic missiles are on the table, and the most ideal situation for the United States, which doesn't seem likely, is that if they could completely defang the Islamic Republic through negotiations, and then through that negotiation, the United States promises not to attack the Islamic Republic, but they make no promises regarding Israel. They just defang the Islamic Republic through negotiations, and then Israel will come in and say, that's not my agreement, that's the United States agreement, and now you have no missiles. Now you have no missiles for you to attack Israel, and I will be able to come and do whatever I want, and you have zero deterrence capabilities. The only deterrence capabilities remaining would be the Islamic Republic being able to bomb UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, and then the United States will come in and say, then, well, if you attack these, then I will get in and participate in this war. So either just war with Israel without any of your missiles and see how you would do, or get me involved in this war as well if you want to attack UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan, or Saudi Arabia. So in that situation, the Islamic Republic would lose its only remaining deterrence capability, because it can't reach Israel anymore. But its last remaining deterrence capability would be the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf. But then that wouldn't work anymore, because America is sitting back with all of its military assets in the region, looking at the Islamic Republic, saying, I dare you attack these. Just fight with Israel only, or F Iran and find out if you want to attack one of my allies in the region. That would be the most ideal outcome. I'm not saying this is the outcome, but it's an outcome that United States should be aiming for. And if you get anything in between, it will make the war a lot easier, because you should be trying to defang the Islamic Republic through negotiations as much as you can before the war. And you should also try to bankrupt them as much as you can by not letting them sell their oil and gas before the war, to make the war less costly for America, and preferably zero cost, because you completely defang them to the point where Israel is the only thing that you need.
I agree. That was a great analysis. I agree with every word. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
No, that was great. Okay. So we played this last night, but that wasn't during Iran Revolution Live. So we're going to play the King's message again. And then we'll go to his new message, because this was last night and then he had one from today. So actually, you know what, Armin, let me just put the link in the chat so that you can play it and then translate it after as well. There you go. I'll be right back. I'm just going to get some coffee.
ایرانیان عزیز خارج از کشور،
راهپیمایی‌های بزرگ و پرشکوه شما در 4 گوشه جهان به هم
میوت هستی آرمین فکر کنم.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have been translating to myself. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So let's do this. I've been talking to Goldie as well, but okay, let's do this again.
ایرانیان عزیز خارج از کشور.
So, dear Iranians outside of Iran,
راهپیمایی‌های بزرگ و پرشکوه شما در 4
your great and numerous protests all around the world in all 4 corners of the world
گوشه جهان به هم‌میهنان شجاعمان در میهن اشغال شده نیرو و امید داده است.
has given power and hope to our fellow Iranians inside occupied Iran.
صدای شما صدای ملت ایران است.
Your voice, Iranians outside of Iran, your voice is the voice of the nation of Iran.
امروز مسئولیت شما در جلب پشتیبانی بین‌المللی برای هم‌میهنانمان سنگین‌تر است.
So today, your responsibility for gaining the support, international support for our fellow compatriots is heavier than ever. Meaning that it's our responsibility, the Iranians outside of Iran, to try to get maximum support, international support for Iranians inside of Iran. This is our responsibility now.
اهمیت نقش شما از هر زمانی بیشتر است.
The importance of your role is more important than ever before.
تداوم فعالیت‌های شما لازم و ضروری است.
The continuation of your efforts is necessary, important as is needed, and it's necessary.
گسترده‌تر،
Wider,
هماهنگ‌تر،
more organized,
منسجم‌تر،
with more solidarity. More solid
و هدفمندتر.
and goal-oriented and more goal-oriented. Patipto always tells us that we have to be goal-oriented, and more goal-oriented.
من از همه شما می‌خواهم زیر
I want all of you
پرچم شیر و خورشید ایران متحد بمانید.
to remain united under the lion and sun flag of Iran.
پرچمی که ده‌ها هزار ایرانی شجاع جان خود را برای برافراشتن دوباره‌اش فدا کردند.
The flag that tens of thousands of Iranians have given their lives so that they could raise it. The flag that tens of thousands of Iranians have given their lives so they could raise it.
نگاه هم‌میهنان شریفمان در ایران که در بند رژیم اشغالگر جمهوری اسلامی هستند به ماست.
The eyes of our fellow compatriots, of our honorable fellow compatriots inside Iran who are under the chains of the Islamic Republic is upon us.
دست در دست هم بدهیم تا رنجشان زودتر پایان یابد.
Let's hold each other hands, meaning that let's stay united so that their misery ends earlier.
تا به آزادی و رفاهی که شایسته آن هستند برسند.
So that they could reach the freedom and the well-being that they deserve. And this is the ad for all Iranians to show up in the cities Munich, Toronto. So we say Munich, Toronto, and LA, and other cities around the world on February 14th, Saturday, February 14th. So guys, everyone, Iranian, non-Iranian, please search where the protests are and make sure you participate.
آن روز از همیشه نزدیکتر است.
That day is sooner than ever before. It's coming to us sooner than ever before. It's nearer to us than ever before.
پاینده ایران.
Long live Iran. That was cool. That was amazing. By the way, Goldie, did you see? Let me say, bring this one. Did you see this inside Iran?
That's what I was telling you about, the Paki terrorist.
Yeah. So without hijab,
Yep.
reporting from the Islamic Republic inside, like it says, oh my God, she even changed the name. So she's reporting from inside Iran without a hijab, completely without a hijab, and in support of the Islamic Republic. And the Islamic Republic is just letting her do this. Guys, you used to get arrested for this. You used to get flogged for this.
Still do. I actually have like footage from other like Iranian women, because I don't want to promote her ugly like Pakistani face, like she's a terrorist. But guys, like the Islamic regime, they can't get like Iranians outside of Iran to go there and promote their jihadi propaganda, so they're relying on their Pakistani whores to go to occupied Iran.
They're trying to pretend that, look at us, we're good, we're reform, hijab is free, like hijab is not mandatory in Iran, like look at us Western people, we are civilized now, we allow women to show their hair. That's what the point of this is, so that you back off, so you don't think like they're durka. This is an attempt to make it seem like they're not durka. That's why they allow non-hijabi women to come into this is the 20. This, by the way, look at the crowd behind her. It's not that many people. That's why she's blocking them.
It's very small. And so that's why she's pretending. Like it's zoomed in, right? It's like zoomed in, very narrow frame. Because she's lying. She knows the crowd is small. But again,
that's why she's blocking it.
Jihadi terrorist, right? So look, get her off the live feed, please. I can't stand to see her ugly face. Look.
Okay.
Nasty, evil, vile person. So there you go. Let's go to the king's second message. So he actually did put out another message today. I haven't I've shared it, but it would be on his account.
Oh, me? Okay, let me do that.
Well, you're already there. So if you go like to
okay. Got it. Oh, why did I even close it? Sorry about that. I'll do it.
Oh, that's okay. I can bring it up too.
Okay. Got it.
All right.
So, do you have the Glenn Boy?
Not that. No, not that. He has an actual video message. Yeah, that one.
This one. Yeah, okay. Ooh, nice. Yeah, subtitles too.
همیهنان عزیزم در سرتاسر جهان، میدانم که همگی شما خودتان رو دارین آماده میکنین برای برگزاری مراسم با شکوهی در روز 14 فوریه که در پیش داریم، در همبستگی با انقلاب شیر و خورشید مردم ایران. در این هفته‌های گذشته کاملا نشان دادید که نمایندگان شایسته این ملت هستید در سرتاسر جهان، در تظاهراتی که درش شرکت کرده بودید. این بار نیز از شما میخواهم که با همون رفتار شایسته و با دیسیپلین کامل این حرکت رو انجام بدهید. حواستون به حاشیه سازان باشد. یک صدای خودتون رو و انضباط خودتون رو به کار بگیرید و بدانید که این پیام شما به هممیهنانمون در داخل و به سرتاسر جهان بار دیگر انعکاس داده خواهد شد. خسته نباشید و امید پیروزی ملت ایران.
That was really good. That was really, he's getting a lot more specific regarding how to behave and what to do with regards to his guidance. It seems like we're getting closer and closer. He's giving, like, he used to give more broader advice, but now he's becoming more specific regarding how we're supposed to behave and what we're supposed to do and what the right conduct is. That's really good.
Did you want to just read the captions as well for those people who are driving and can't necessarily see the screen?
Okay, yes. Yep. My dear compatriots across the world. I know that all of you are preparing
همگی
yourselves
شما خودتان رو دارین آماده میکنین برای برگزاری
to hold a magnificent demonstration on February 14th
مراسم با شکوهی در روز 14 فوریه که در پیش داریم در همبستگی
in solidarity with the lion and sun revolution of the people of Iran.
با انقلاب شیر و خورشید مردم ایران. در این هفته‌های
In the past weeks,
گذشته کاملا نشان
you have clearly shown that you are worthy representatives
دادید که نمایندگان شایسته این ملت
of this nation across the world.
هستید در سرتاسر جهان در تظاهراتی که
through the demonstrations you have taken part in.
در شرکت کرده بودید. این بار نیز
This time as well, I ask you to carry out this movement
از شما میخواهم که با همون رفتار شایسته و با دیسیپلین
with the same dignified conduct
کامل این حرکت را
and with full discipline.
انجام بدهید. حواستون
Be mindful of those who try to create distractions and side issues.
به حاشیه سازان باشد. یک صدای خودتون
Use your unified voice and your discipline
رو و انضباط خودتون رو به کار بگیرید و بدانید که
and know that your message will once again be
این
echoed
پیام شما به هم‌میهنانمون در داخل و به سرتاسر
to our compatriots inside the country
جهان بار دیگر
and across the world.
داده خواهد شد. خسته نباشید.
Thank you for your efforts
و امید پیروزی
and hope for the victory of the Iranian nation.
ملت ایران.
Amazing. And guys, by the way, at the end of one of these messages, there's a Persian message that every time you see this at the end, it says Iran ro pas migirim. Maybe Goldie, you want to also add that to the things that people should learn in Persian? If you
Iran ro pas migirim, yeah, sure, that's a good one.
Yeah. So Iran ro pas migirim means we will take back Iran. So you could learn that as well. Iran ro pas migirim. And that's, by the way, guys, that's also the name of the website of Prince Reza Pahlavi. Iran ro pas migirim.
Okay, let me put it in the chat. So I wrote it phonetically for you guys. So it's Irano pas migirim. So it means we will reclaim Iran. Pas means like pas migirim was will reclaim. So Irano pas migirim. There you go. That's how it's pronounced there. Irano pas migirim. We will reclaim Iran. Armin, there's one more thing that I wanted you to speak about before you go to your discussion group. And then while you're in the discussion group, I'm going to probably play King Reza Pahlavi's interview with Glenn Beck. So.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I would love for you to be here with us, but
no, that's okay. No, that's
I have to fill the time somehow.
Yeah, I know. I'm kidding.
I mean, you know what? You could cancel your
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm doing the thing. You know how you do the cry face, like when you're joking. Yeah, like what do you do? I can't do that. I'm gonna copy. Okay.
Yeah,
so what Petito, is it that
Petito wanted us to talk about this, and I think you might have a bit more. Like you'll be able to give a bit more context. So I put the link in the private chat there. So if you could just bring that up. It's about the Ikbatan kids.
Oh, okay.
So there's an important update.
Oh, thank you. Yes, okay. So let me just read your caption first. Let's zoom in so people could read it. So Goldie saying urgent, Saturday, February 14th, 2025. The 25, so that's the date in Gregorian. The Revolutionary Court for Ekbatan kids will be held under the presidency of Judge Abul Qasim Salam. Oh my God, guys, this judge, I just stopped myself from swearing because Goldie was, but this guy this is one of the most evil judges in Iran.
میگم رفیق منه با هم خاطره زیاد داریم.
Oh wow.
پرونده منم دست.
Oh wow. Guys, Potipto says that this guy is my friend because he has a lot of history with him. He's joking, by the way. Apparently, this has been Potipto's this judge has been Potipto's interrogator. By the way, guys, that's actually the proper term for judges. So-called judges in Iran, they're not judges; they're interrogators. And
And aren't they all mullahs too? Like they're all like Islamic mullahs or something? Like همشون imamat, aren't they?
یکی در میون یا دوتا در میون، بیشتر دادستانا مولا. ولی الان که داری میگی خود قاضی صلواتی یکی از معدود قاضیاییه که اصلا شما وکیل نمیتونی بهش معرفی بکنی. یعنی توی دادگاه کار میکنه، زیر قواعد دادگاه کار میکنه، ولی تو دفترش قوانین و قانون اساسی خودش رو داره. شما وکیل نمیتونی ببری.
It's crazy.
Oh, so Potipto is saying Salavati is one of the judges where he doesn't allow you to have a lawyer, even though under the stupid law of the Islamic Republic they pretend that you're supposed to have a lawyer, but he's one of those judges that he doesn't allow you to come with a lawyer. What the hell?
Ew, he even looks evil. Look at this, Armin. Wait, let me just show you guys a picture of him. Like this is what he looks like. He looks like an evil like demon man. Like what is this?
Yeah.
What an evil person. So you know how you can like sometimes just like see like the evilness coming from like someone's face? There you go. This guy's literally like a walking, evil person.
Eyes never lie.
Yeah. Eyes never lie. Oh, I think you brought up a photo as well. Oh, there you go. Evil person.
Yeah, this is one of the most evil people within the regime. One of the worst ones. And he really likes to execute people. Really loves to execute people. And yeah, behind him it says the judiciary branch, and it says Dadgah Enqilab Islamiyya Ustan Tehran. So it's saying the province of Tehran Islamic Revolution Court. So that's what he is. So going back to this one, apparently on Saturday, February 14th, the Ekbatan kids are going to be let's actually read the rest. So the charges against the kids in the Revolutionary Court: enmity against God, muharebe. Guys, by the way, this charge is based on a Quranic verse, basically waging war on Allah; propaganda against the regime; assembly and collusion against collusion against national security. Also, according to the statement of the criminal court judge, the sentence for the premeditated murder charge will be issued simultaneously with the Revolutionary Court's verdict. So look at these. These are the people who were trying to save.
بیشتر از 1000 روزه که در بندن.
So guys, they have been arrested for more than 1,000 days now. So this is from the previous wave of the revolution against
from like 3 years
Republic.
ago.
From 3 years ago. So they're now getting really close now because of the Lion and Sun Revolution. They want to make examples of people. So they might execute these people any day now, any moment now, actually, just to scare people. So Milad Armoun, Mehdi Hosseini, Mehdi Imani, Navid Najjaran, Hossein Ne'mati, Amir Muhammad Khosheqbal, Ali Reza Barmarz Purnak, Barmarz Purnak, Ali Reza Kefai. So these are the people we're trying to save. So this is the hashtag, by the way, if you guys want to support them. Hashtag Ekpatan_kids. I will retweet this, repost this. If
and
you
then
want
there's
to
also
find
like
it.
the original message as well, because I retweeted the original message.
Yes. So yeah, محاربه به ریاست همچنین طبق گفته‌های کیفری حکم احتمال اتهام قتل عمد رو. By the way, guys, these charges this is basically the same message that you said, محاربه. Do you want me to bring the Quranic verse that this is based on? Well, so this is based on a Quranic verse saying that people who basically say anything that is against Islam or Islamic rule are waging war against Allah, and the punishment according to the Quran should be death or crucifixion or cutting the hands of feet, or exile or something like that. So basically, it's very dangerous when the Islamic Republic says somebody has accused of muharabeh, because it means that execution is on the list. So all of these young men here are, by the way, the reason why they say kids, I know they're young men, they're not kids, but in Persian language we say kids as an endearing way to say guys, like it's
Yeah, like, hey
basically a way
guys.
to
Yeah, hey guys, hey
guys.
girls. So
Yeah, so
it translates to that. So.
yeah. So that's why we call them
لازمه که
Yeah, go
این
on.
موضوع هم بگین که اینا هنوز بدون اثبات و حکمشون بیشتر از 1000 روز زندانی کشیدن، یعنی هنوز بدون هیچ خیلی از این مدت توی انفرادی بودن، خیلی شکنجه‌هایی شدن، خیلی ها تو بایکوت خبری بودن، نه خانواده ها نه کسی ازشون خبر داشته. و از همه مهمتر اینه که سازوکار دادگاه انقلاب این شکلیه که برای شما چند تا حکم موازی درست میکنه که اگر تو یه دونش مثلا رد شدی بتونن با یکی دیگهش اعدامت بکنن. الان به عنوان مثال محاربه کنار پرونده قتل هست که مثلا اگر قتل ثابت نشد بتونن با محاربه اقدام بکنن.
All right. So Potipto is saying that, by the way, these people haven't even had their charges proved yet, but they're holding them for more than 1,000 days. Like, even under the Islamic Republic's ridiculous standards, they still haven't even been proved of any of their accusations. But they have been in solitary confinement. They have been tortured, and they also give multiple charges so that even if one of them is rejected, they could still execute you with some of the remaining ones. They just keep you in prison so that. This is my addition right now. The Islamic Republic just keeps these people in prison. So if at any time they need to execute some people to send a message to people outside, they just have them in their back pocket for executions. That's why they just keep them there, even without proving any of their charges. Anyways, I need to go now, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, all right. And I'll be back soon, guys. So Potipto and Goldie will be here. I'm going to go into my discussion group and I'll be right back after I finish that. I'm just going to put the link to the discussion group in the chat if you guys want to come and talk about the most recent news, and also especially regarding the negotiations and Netanyahu's visit to Washington, and predictions or what's going to happen next, or whether the Islamic Republic is going to find a way to survive or not, or any relevant questions about geopolitics in the Middle East and Islam as a whole. I'm going to be there in the discussion groups for you guys to come and ask me questions over there, and the link is in the chat, and it's also pinned on as the comment on my channel. All right, guys, Potipto, Goldie, I'll see you guys soon. And I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. See you guys very soon.
به پیش آرمین، به پیش.
به پیش. There you go. به پیش.
See you guys.
Yeah, see you in a bit. So, guys, what we're going to do is we are going to play King Reza Pahlavi's interview with Glenn Beck from today. So here's like a short clip, and then we're going to watch the full thing because I haven't seen this. Potipto, have you seen this yet?
نه متاسفانه الان لذت میبرم که شما ببینم.
Okay, thank you. So Potipto says he hasn't seen it yet. He looks forward to watching it here with all of us. Maybe Chan have to pisha to. So Glenn Beck, he's a very famous American radio show host, and a few weeks ago he actually changed his profile picture to the Lion and Sun in support. So, very nice guy. Armikoye has a huge following. No, he didn't do this today. He did this like a few weeks ago. I've done 2 interviews with him already, actually. So, Potipto, the reason that Glenn Beck is speaking with King Reza Pahlavi is because after my second radio interview with him, where I was speaking about King Reza Pahlavi, his producers reached out and were like, "We would love to get King Reza Pahlavi on the show and speak with him." So then I forwarded their contact info to the King's team. So there you go. That's why, guys, that's why it's so important. It's so important for all of us. Like anyone who's doing media interviews, you have to speak about the king, right? Because you speak about him, you explain it, you talk about the plan, and then of course those same people will then want to hear from the king himself, right? So that's one of the best ways that we can help, right? One of the best ways we can help is to be a voice. All right, let's watch this interview now. This is a clip, and then we'll go to the full thing.
So we have the Trump administration going into talks in Oman. Is there some sort of nuclear deal or anything that, I mean, I'm having a hard time with the 37,000 dead and then negotiating with people we know we can't trust. Is there any kind of deal that could come out of there that would be satisfying to you or to the Iranian people?
Glenn, your instincts are absolutely right. And I think beyond the moral issue that it implies, you should also remember that there's something that you simply cannot change in the sense of having a different DNA for the regime. This regime from the very beginning, in its DNA, in its behavior and comportment, its entire ideological basis of exporting this radical interpretation that has been hostile to the United States, that has been hostile to countries like Israel, that has been basically anti-West, anti-democracy. From the get-go, that was in their DNA. They never negotiated with the intentions to actually come back to the fold. The only technique that they have used, or tactic rather, that they have used was to gain time and buy time. This is yet another example of the regime trying to buy time, to ride out the Trump administration, hoping that the next administration will not be as resolute for it. That's a game they've been playing for years, and I think the world should say enough already. 47 years later, enough have been given as a chance for this regime to go clean. The best investment that world leaders, President Trump and American citizens can have is to invest on the people of Iran and not on a regime that is dying as a result of mismanagement and corruption. It's been totally, lost its legitimacy, particularly in the aftermath of this genocide. This is a golden opportunity that faces the entire world. How a different Iran would be able to be impactful in changing the entire circumstances the world over, starting with our own region. This regime has fallen way short of that. It does not represent the Iranian people. Negotiating with this regime is another slap in the face of the Iranian people. I don't think Iranians should have died in vain. They deserve better. And I think President Trump is someone who is a man of his word, is a peacemaker, and he understands that the best way to achieve peace is not to rely on a regime that will betray you yet again, but a nation that stands ready to step in and say, we are your friends, we are your partners for a different future.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I hear you saying is you're not going to be satisfied, neither would the people be satisfied with just a nuclear deal.
Ooh, this is going to be good. Potipto, what are your initial thoughts before we watch the full thing?
بهترین قسمتش همینه که شاهزاده اشاره میکنه، یعنی در واقع زبان مردم دنیا باید به این شکل باشه که بدونن آقا آینده براشون کدوم سمته. اگر سرمایه گذاری کنی سمت مردم ایران، طبیعتا برات خیلی بهتر برمیگرده تا بری کنار کسایی قرار بگیری که در حال حاضر هیچ چیزی براشون پوشیده نیست، هیچ گناهی ازشون پوشیده نیست.
Sorry. Okay. ببخشید بهترین جاش کجا بود؟ I totally forgot I was supposed to Google Translate. I'm so sorry.
بهترین سیاست شاهزاده رو همین قسمتی میدونم که در واقع با مردم جهان از زبان سرمایه گذاری صحبت میکنه. حالا این چه سرمایه گذاری احساسی، چه مالی، چه هر چیزی باشه، آینده‌ای که ما داریم در موردش صحبت میکنیم توش قطعاً خونخواره جمهوری اسلامی وجود نداره و مردم جمهوری اسلامی بالاخره پس میگیرن. مردم ایران بالاخره ایران از جمهوری اسلامی پس میگیرن. پس خیلی اشاره هوشمندانه این شاهزاده میکنه به اینکه شما امروز با بودنتون کنار مردم ایران دارین سرمایه گذاری میکنید.
So Potipto's Patib's initial thoughts about this is he really appreciates the messaging from the king, where he said, where the king is saying to like non-Iranians, he's like, by standing with the Iranian people, you're investing not just in the future of Iran, but you're investing in your own future, right? Because you're investing in peace and security and stability, and the economy. So Patibto really likes that, and it's true. It's 100% true, right? All right, let me continue here. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I logged in. Continue. All right. All right, here we go.
Hi, Glenn. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? It's an honor to meet you, sir, and have an opportunity to talk to you.
Wait, before we begin, everyone put a G. Everyone put a G in the chat for Glenn. Glenn Beck appreciation stream. There we go. Oh, you know what? Already, I know this is going to be a good interview because Glenn Beck just literally started right off the bat. He's like, it's an honor to speak with you. Oh, that's so kind. Oh, we love Glenn Beck. We love Glenn. Okay.
Hi, Glenn. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? It's an honor to meet you, sir, and have an opportunity to talk to you.
Well, indeed. Hopefully next time we'll be in person.
Yes. Hopefully it will be in Iran, a free Iran.
Indeed.
Tell me, we were watching with bated breath. It felt a little like when the Berlin Wall fell, as we were watching the uprising in the streets, and then it just stopped and they started rounding people up. Do you have any idea of a real number of the number of people that were killed and the number of people that have been arrested for protesting?
As far as the death toll is concerned, Glenn, we had received reports of approximately 36,500 people in the first 2 days. The numbers might be more because the full tally has yet to be assessed as a result of the information blackout. There are continued arrests taking place of medical practitioners, doctors, nurses. Sometimes they go into hospitals and finish off the wounded on their hospital beds. Many people have been jailed. God knows what's going to happen to them.
Sorry, I just want to point something out. And I'm interrupting the king, but Patibto, did you notice under his name they put leader of the Iranian Democratic Opposition?
Vale.
Guys, that's a huge victory. That's a win for us, right? Like, we have been fighting for this. Like, we have been fighting to tell the world who our leader is. And so to see something like this, right? Like, this is incredible. This is like Glenn is doing God's work here. Like, it's just so grateful to Glenn Beck for this. Oh my gosh. Like, you guys have no idea how surreal it is to see something like that, right? Because we have been wanting the world to pay attention to our leader for a very long time, and so this is the effort. This is the result of all of our efforts, right? Not just the Iranians, but you guys as well, right? Like, you guys being here with us and spreading the word and communicating all of this, right? So this is we could not have done this without your support. So just wanted to add that. Wow.
Of medical practitioners, doctors, nurses.
I'm going to go back to
the death toll is concerned, Glenn, we had received reports of approximately 36,500 people in the first 2 days. The numbers might be more because the full tally has yet to be assessed as a result of the information blackout. There are continued arrests taking place of medical practitioners, doctors, nurses. Sometimes they go into hospitals and finish off the wounded on their hospital beds. Many people have been jailed. God knows what's going to happen to them. Unfortunately, I don't think that the level of violence has diminished by the regime, and a lot of it has happened in complete blackout. But as far as the initial 2 days casualties are concerned, it's over 36,000 people, unfortunately.
So what happened? Why did the regime act this way? Donald Trump is pretty clear on things. Now we have an armada coming that way. What do you think their strategy is?
Regimes that are on the border of total collapse take desperate measures as a last resort to somehow cling on to power, even at the expense of losing total legitimacy in such an act of brutality and genocide. But it's not the first time we've seen this happen. Unfortunately, this time it's the Iranian people who are its victim. And frankly, I think this is a moment in time where any element that will be like a rescue mission, it's a humanitarian intervention that is needed to protect more lives from being killed innocently. This is what's at stake right now. And I think President Trump clearly indicated that this is not going to fly. It's not acceptable by any standards, and that the Iranian people can count on his intervention and support as he promised. And everybody is anticipating anxiously for this action to take place sooner rather than later.
You said at one point that you would consider even bringing some of the people from the IRGC in, and you don't want to purge, you kind of want reconciliation, but how would you do that with people who have just rounded 37,000 people up and killed them?
Glenn, one of the most important elements post-regime collapse is to have a successful transition. And in order not to repeat a bad example of regime change, as we saw it happen in Iraq in post-Saddam Hussein de-Baathification, my objective has always been to incorporate as many people as possible post-regime to be part of the solution and survive regime change, provided, of course, that they are not criminally implicated and have blood of the people on their hands, because in that case, they will have to face justice, as we saw at the end of the Second World War with the Nuremberg trials. And we do have a whole host of legal experts that are examining various scenarios of transitional justice or truth and reconciliation, as we saw in South Africa, to make sure that we can address both the legal aspects of people seeking justice as a result of this murder, but at the same time to provide an opportunity of an exit strategy for those who want to join with the people. As a matter of fact, we specifically have offered a process of defection as part of our national campaign, where elements that want to detach themselves from the regime and join with the people can message us, and they have. Over 160,000 people so far have applied for that. Many of them are members of the military, of the IRGC, of the police force, and of course the civil bureaucracy as well. All of this to say that we intend not only to put an end to this regime, but to fill the void in a very smooth and stable transition. And clearly, it is important to make sure that the people who have the guns in their hands are there this time to protect the land and the people, as opposed to be an instrument of repression against the people. And the remaining pockets of resistance will be minimalized in terms of them having a possibility to, distract us from the main goal that we have.
So there are people that say, the youth in Iran do not remember you. I mean, if you look like me or you remember it. I remember your family leaving. But how do you plan on reaching those who may not be for a return of your family or a reign like this? I mean, do you have enough support on the ground through all age groups to be able to pull this off?
Well, Glenn, we live in an era of social media, and I think anyone who knows that the Gen Z of the world today connects to each other via Instagram, via TikTok, and via so many other platforms that were unavailable 50 years ago. They have a different means of communicating and getting their information from inside and the outside world. And it's the Iranian Gen Z that is leading this fight, and millions of them in the streets chanted my name, chanted my family names, said Reza Pahlavi and the return of the Pahlavi to Iran. All of this demonstrate that are clearly identifying themselves in terms of the person leading them to that change in myself. They recognize this role in me, and I've been responding to their call. And as a result of my call to action, millions of them were mobilized inside Iran and went to the streets in every province of Iran, in the 31 provinces of Iran and over 500 cities in Iran. They were out there chanting my name and responding to my call to action. And so did the diaspora outside in terms of organizing massive demonstrations in support of the Iranian people in the four corners of the world, from Australia to Canada to the United States and in Europe. All of this showing that they see in me the person uniquely qualified and in position to play that role for them, to be an agent of change, to be a bridge to a destination that hopefully will be a secular democratic system to replace this religious dictatorship.
So I just want to point out, guys, this is why the rallies are so important, right? So if you're wondering why, we Iranians are doing all these historic rallies around the world and why we're also encouraging all of you to join us on February 14, it's because these rallies, right? It's not just about going out and doing it, but those rallies give legitimacy to King Reza Pahlavi to then give these sorts of answers, right? So, he can say, well, yes, like, so for example, like when the MEK come or other people come and want to attack him, King Reza Pahlavi can say, okay, if that's the case, why is it that we're having massive rallies in the four corners of the earth, right? Where hundreds of thousands of people are showing up and demonstrating, right? So that's why we're saying, if you're able to join us at our rallies on Saturday, it's not just about showing up. You are literally helping the cause because you are making our rallies bigger. You're showing support, and that makes our job much easier as well in terms of freeing Iran. And I will go to all the rallies as well after this interview.
So, new constitution, new system, new elections. How does it look in your head?
Look, the principle that binds us all together as Iranian secular democrats, irrespective of our political differences in terms of the final form that such a democracy could take. It could be a republic, it could be a constitutional monarchy. The whole point is to allow for a process whereby through the ballot box and the majority decision, the Iranians are capable to define and decide for themselves what the future will be. Now, the four core principles that have been part of my condition to form a coalition of the like-minded people. Number one is Iran's territorial integrity, which is very important to any nationalist Iranian. Number two is the clear separation of religion from state, which is a prerequisite to democratic order. Individual liberties and equality of all citizens under the law. And finally, the right for the Iranian people to determine their own political future by means of the ballot box. For that, the transitional government is tasked with not only running the country's affairs in the meantime, but organizing elections to a constitutional assembly, which is where the final debate will take shape as to exactly what form Iranians could opt for as a future secular democratic system. And based on that, through several phases, people will be able to ratify the constitutional project, ratify the constitution, adopt the next system, and then we will have the elections of the first new parliament and the first new government of that future democracy, at which point the transitional government will turn over control and power to the elected representative of this new government. That's the process that I see as of this moment until then. So first we have to bring this regime to its knees and force it to collapse. Immediately transition to a transition phase, and we have a very comprehensive plan for that has been prepared for me by a number of experts, economists, jurists, specialists. The first 100 days of exactly how we're going to manage that, stabilize the economy, make sure we have a smooth transition. And all of this is not just in our interest, but I think the world looking in as to how this will be filled with. We have a very detailed, comprehensive plan, which is part of my presentation, not just to the Iranian citizens, but also at the international level. So various decision makers and governments can exactly understand the mechanics that we propose as how we're going to achieve that.
So we have the Trump administration going into talks in Oman. is there some sort of nuclear deal or anything that, I mean, I'm having a hard time with the 37,000 dead, and then negotiating with people we know we can't trust. Is there any kind of deal that could come out of there that would be satisfying to you or to the Iranian people?
Glenn, your instincts are absolutely right. And I think beyond the moral issue that it implies, you should also remember that there's something that you simply cannot change in the sense of having a different DNA for the regime. This regime from the very beginning, in its DNA, in its behavior and comportment, its entire ideological basis of exporting this radical interpretation that has been hostile to the United States, that has been hostile to countries like Israel, that has been basically anti-West, anti-democracy. From the get-go, that was in their DNA. They never negotiated with the intentions to actually come back to the fold. The only technique that they have used, or tactic rather, that they have used was to gain time and buy time. This is yet another example of the regime trying to buy time, to ride out the Trump administration, hoping that the next administration will not be as resolute for it. That's a game they've been playing for years, and I think the world should say enough already. 47 years later, enough have been given as a chance for this regime to go clean. The best investment that world leaders, President Trump and American citizens can have is to invest on the people of Iran and not on a regime that is dying as a result of mismanagement and corruption. It's been totally, lost its legitimacy, particularly in the aftermath of this genocide. This is a golden opportunity that faces the entire world. How a different Iran would be able to be impactful in changing the entire circumstances the world over, starting with our own region. This regime has fallen way short of that. It does not represent the Iranian people. Negotiating with this regime is another slap in the face of the Iranian people. I don't think Iranians should have died in vain. They deserve better. And I think President Trump is someone who is a man of his word, is a peacemaker, and you understand that the best way to achieve peace is not to rely on a regime that will betray you yet again, but a nation that stands ready to step in and say, we are your friends, we are your partners for a different future.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I hear you saying is you're not going to be satisfied, neither would the people be satisfied with just a nuclear deal. Do you have conversation? Do you have, I mean, it's been almost a total blackout on the ground. Do you still have contact with people? Is this just, have they just left the streets waiting for another reason to get out on the streets? Are they waiting for backup? What is the mood there? Do you know?
Yes, the mood is very, very, a lot of anger, a lot of continued fight and resistance. Iranians are using every opportunity to continue showing their resolve and determination to fight this regime to the very end. You see it in cemeteries where people gather over their loved ones and in defiance of the regime, celebrate their life rather than fall into somber tears. They dance and they chant. The university centers, you hear people as chanting slogans. There are people at nighttime chanting their slogans. We might have to be forced to retrieval as being physically on the streets, not to be massacred yet again, which is how important it is that this military intervention could to equal the playing field for unarmed citizens, and they will be back on the streets the minute this happens. So I have no doubt that the Iranian people, there's too much blood between us and this regime for us to quit. We have only one choice, and to continue on fighting. We simply hope that the free world, particularly the United States of America, under the leadership of President Trump, understand that what's at stake is beyond just regional peace. It's beyond just a question of putting an end to the terror that this regime has spread. Humanity can benefit from that. And this is a case in time where ultimately that has to be the final triumph for the betterment of our planet. And the Iranian people have always been on the right side of history as peacemakers and not warmongers. Why don't you create a partnership with the peacemakers for once, after trying to deal with warmongers who from the very beginning were chanting death to America or death to Israel, as opposed to a nation. And I'd like to remind your audience, Glenn, that the only country after 9/11, when many of your allies in the region had celebrations on their streets of the 9/11 terrorist attack, the only country where you had candlelight vigils in sympathy to the victims of 9/11 were no other than the Iranian people inside Iran, not just outside, inside Iran. Remember that. That's what's at stake, and President Trump should recognize that as well. This is a big decision.
I started the interview with, this feels like the Berlin Wall, or has felt like the moment the Berlin Wall fell. And our government could only do so much on that. It has to come from the people. I believe airstrikes will come. Whether that's enough for the people, I don't know. Do they know the Armada is coming? Are they aware of what America is doing? And would an airstrike, would that be enough for them? Because we cannot topple the regime. It has to come from the people.
Of course.
Will this be enough?
It will be an equalizer in the sense that you are taking by means that we don't have, because we are not armed against this regime that is using military rifles to shoot people to death on the streets of Iran, including 5-year-olds. We don't have any way to equalize the playing fields out of our own means. Only a foreign military intervention that can neutralize the apparatus of repression in Iran, namely IRGC and anything associated with the instrument of repression, can equalize the playing field so people in Iran have a fair chance to do it. You have never heard any Iranian, myself included, calling for boots on the ground by a foreign military. We are the boots on the ground. It's the people on the streets. But we are defenseless and unarmed. That's where you can help us to at least give the people a chance for the final uprising for a victory. We'll do the rest ourselves. We'll bring the pressure from within. We'll have labor strikes. We'll do whatever it takes to finally force this regime to collapse. But the world can help us too. One of them is exactly this targeted strike that the U.S. can help with, because you're the only country in the world capable of doing that, number one. Number two, the world can also further help us by crippling the regime's means of having income to pay for its war machine, to pay the salaries of these mercenaries that bring from the outside to repress people, and so on and so forth. These are all elements that can expedite the process. But we're not saying that a foreign country should do the revolution for us. We're doing it, but we need your help. And there are many instances in history that we have seen that successful ultimate struggles were won because those people fighting for their respective freedoms were not alone. And at some point, there was some tacit help from the outside world, standing on the right side of history. This is what the Iranian people are expecting right now. They have gone on the streets with the promise that there will be an intervention. And I hope that President Trump will, in fact, carry out on his promise. I understand that he needed to prove to the world that every attempt was made to resolve the matter diplomatically, but I don't think that this regime is even close to the minimum expectation that the U.S. has, whether it's the nuclear program or the ballistic program or anything else. So I think that is going to be, again, the reason I'm telling you Oman is just another attempt by the regime to buy time. Let's not fall for those old tricks again. This is the time to take decisive action.
I don't think Donald Trump will. Prince Pahlavi, I thank you so much. I have profound respect for the Iranian and the Persian people and your culture and your history. It is one of the most beautiful cultures in the Middle East. Very peaceful, very, very smart, and mean it sincerely, sir. I hope someday we can meet in a free Iran. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. And by the way, thank you for using the Iranian flag and Lion of the Sun logo on your bio. I appreciate that personally. And I think many Iranians do that too.
God bless. Thank you.
Oh, I love how at the end he smiled. Our king was so serious, but at the end he smiled. Guys, look at that. Honestly, like when he smiles, it's just like, just that smile is priceless, guys.
I don't think Donald Trump will. Prince Pahlavi, I thank you so much. I have profound respect for the Iranian and the Persian people and your culture and your history.
We love Glenn Beck.
It is one of the most beautiful cultures in the Middle East. Very peaceful, very, very smart, and mean it sincerely, sir. I hope someday we can meet in a free Iran. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. And by the way, thank you for using the Iranian flag and line of the sun logo on your bio. I appreciate that personally. And I
Yes,
think many
sir.
Iranians do that too.
God bless. Thank you.
Oh,
Iranians do that too.
right. All right. Petito, let's go to you. What are your initial thoughts?
مهمترین چیزی که در رابطش فکر میکنم اینه که راهکاری که شاهزاده ارائه میده و داده همیشه تنها راهکاریه که برای گذر از جمهوری اسلامی نجات ایران وجود داره. مثلا غیر از این چیزایی که شاهزاده داره در موردش صحبت میکنه، حالا برنامه 100 روزه، گذر مسالمت آمیز، نمیدونم جلوگیری از خلأ قدرت، اینا کلا روی کاغذ از هر کسی که بپرسی این راه‌ها رو میخواد به شما نشون بده. این که تا الان کسی در مورد این راهکارها صحبت نکرده یک مورده. این که وقتی شاهزاده در موردش صحبت کرد و در مقابلش کل حالا ارتجاع سرخ و سیاه متحد شدن هم یه نکته دیگه است که تایید میکنه چقدر تاثیرگذاره. اما مهمترین مسئله برای من اینه که در حال حاضر این راهکار فقط با کنار شاهزاده قرار گرفتن ممکنه. مردم که تمام پیام خودشون رو رسوندن، در واقع جامعه بین‌الملل هم در حال حاضر یه دو دستگی توش به وجود اومده. یه عده تردید دارن، یه عده مصممن. و خب میبینین که اونایی که طرفدار منطق و واقعیت و در واقع صلح و دوستی هستن خیلی راحت خطشون رو دارن جدا میکنن. مسئله اصلی این نیستش که در واقع این اتفاق میفته یا نه. مسئله اصلی اینه که چه کسایی میان کنار ما قرار میگیرن که این اتفاق سریعتر بیفته، که هم در واقع خون و خونریزی و کشتار و هر چیزی که در سایه جمهوری اسلامی هست بر سر مردم ایران و منطقه زودتر از بین بره و در کنارش هم اون صلح و صفا و آزادی که توی ایران و منطقه به وجود میاد و در کنار دوستایی که توی این مسیر همراهش بودن رو با هم جشن بگیریم. و یادتون باشه مردم ایران در واقع اصلا ایران با تاریخ گره خورده. مردم ایران نمیتونین از تاریخ جدا بکنین و همین باعث شده که مردم ایران همیشه یادشون باشه که در طول تاریخ کیا دوستشون بودن و کیا دشمنانشون بودن.
Okay. I'm going to translate what Petito said here. Guys, for the record, we're claiming Glenn back. So when Iran is free, we're gonna take Glenn back to Iran, and he's gonna love it so much that he's never gonna want to return. So Glenn, guys, moving forward, Glenn Beck is Iranian. I'm just saying, we're claiming him. We're claiming Glenn back. Okay. So here's what Petito said.
English translation, clear, structured, and neutral in tone. Open quote. The most important thing, in my view, is that the roadmap the Prince presents is the only practical path for transitioning away from the Islamic Republic and stabilizing Iran. The elements he discusses, a structured transition plan, preventing chaos, avoiding a power vacuum, are concepts that on paper, anyone concerned with stability would recognize as necessary. The fact that few others have clearly articulated such a framework is notable, and the strong reactions it provoked from various ideological factions also suggests how impactful the proposal is perceived to be. For me, the key point is that this approach depends on collective alignment behind that leadership. The Iranian people have already expressed their message. The international community appears divided, some cautious, some decisive. But ultimately, the real question is not whether change will happen. The real question is who will stand alongside this movement to ensure that change happens more quickly and with less bloodshed, so that violence and instability end sooner and peace, stability, and freedom can take root. And remember, Iran's identity is deeply tied to its long historical memory. Iranians do not easily separate themselves from their history. That is why people remember who stood with them and who did not during decisive moments. Close quote.
Very, very true. Please continue if I have any other thoughts. And then whenever you're done sharing your thoughts on the interview, I'll go to the rally posters.
در این مورد که صحبتی ندارم، ولی خب اگر وقتی داشتیم میخواستم بگم که این راهپیمایی 22 بهمن از داخل حکومت هم چجوری به نظر اومد، چه تاثیرایی روشون داشت.
Okay, absolutely. Okay. 100% این کار رو انجام میکنیم. So, I'm going to share the updated rally information with you guys for February 14. And then when that's done, Potipto wants to give his input on 22 Bahman, that's the Jihadi 4th of July, which is held on February 11th. So he wants to give his perspective and input on how Jihadi 4th of July looked from inside of the regime and what sort of effects it had. So, all right, here we go, guys. We're going to go to the... So, guys, as you know, the website is tinyurl.com/Iran rally. Okay? So, tinyurl.com/Iran rally. It's listed in the ticker there down below. When you go, you're going to see all of the rally posters here. So, these are the 6 asks of the international community to support the Iranian people, protect Iranians by weakening the regime's, here we go, repression apparatus, especially the IRGC and its leadership. Number 2, impose maximum economic pressure by freezing regime assets and shutting down its shadow oil fleet. Number 3, guarantee internet access in Iran by expanding Starlink and blocking regime shutdowns. Number 4, expel regime diplomats, prosecute officials for crimes against humanity, and prescribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Number 5, secure the immediate unconditional release of all political prisoners. Number 6, prepare for a democratic transition and recognize a legitimate transitional government. Okay, so these are the 6 core asks of the Iranian community. Then we have the main poster, Global Day of Action, Solidarity with the Lion and Sun Revolution in Iran, Toronto, Munich, LA, plus cities around the world. Now, of course, the goal is to get to one of these 3 cities. Vancouver is city number 4. Vancouver was added just recently. So we have Toronto, Munich, Los Angeles, and Vancouver. The idea is to, gather here so that we can show a very, very big demonstration, a big crowd, right? So for example, this coming weekend, there's not going to be a rally in Montreal. There's not going to be a rally in Windsor or anywhere else because everyone's going to be coming to Toronto. Now, of course, Canada is very big, so there are other cities doing it, because of course not everyone has an opportunity to travel or can. So that's why, other cities are having it as well. But the 3 main cities, and that's why, guys, when you go to the drive, you'll see that before I get to all the other cities, I have the main cities at the top, right? So I have LA, Munich, Toronto, and Vancouver. And, it says main rally here, right? Main rally. So, you can try your best to make it to one of these main rallies. And then if you can't make it to one of these main rallies, this is all the cities that I have. So let's just go through this really quickly. So main rally number 1 is LA at 200 North Spring Street. There you go, Los Angeles City Hall, that's where it is. And then we have the one in Munich. The one in Munich is at Theresienwiese 80336 München at 1 p.m. And then, of course, Toronto, Yonge and Steeles Avenue. Yonge and Steeles, that's basically where Centerpoint Mall is. So I have a feeling that the people who are running that mall are going to be panicking, going, what the heck is going on? Yeah, Yonge and Steeles is pretty much Center Point Mall. I will be in Toronto, so maybe I'll see some of you, maybe not. I don't know. I'm going to be in Toronto, but I'm going to be incognito. And then, of course, Vancouver is having one as well. I'm still waiting for the poster for Vancouver, but what I have been told is that the Vancouver main rally is going to be held in Pool Plaza, which is the Winter Olympic 2010 torch place, as it was used for the January 25 gathering. February 11, that's today. This is already done. So there were 2 rallies today, one in Frankfurt, one in Lisbon. Okay, so these are done. So let me actually move these into my archive folder. Guys, see, I'm also trying to like keep things organized here. So let me move that into archive. Move. All right, okay. So those are gone. So now after the Vancouver, we go into Adelaide. So if you can't make it to one of the 4 main cities, so again, 4 main cities, it is LA, Munich, Toronto, and Vancouver. If you can't make it there, these are all of the other, oh, thank you, Texas. These are all the other cities. So Adelaide, Australia, right? So if you're in Adelaide, Australia, there's a detail. Athens, Greece, Saturday, February 14th. Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia starts at 1:30 at Centennial Park. Then you have Auckland, New Zealand. Now this is a combined poster here. So it's got like 7 different places, but because I wanted to make sure people are able to find their cities, it's a duplicate. So, you know, Adelaide, and then you're going to see a bunch of other cities there as well, but that's fine because at least this way, if people are looking specifically for their city, they're going to find it. So just bear with me with the duplications. Okay, so Auckland, New Zealand. And this is all on February 14th. And then you have Belfast, Northern Ireland, again, February 14th. That's Belfast City Hall. Then you have Boise, Idaho. Guys, even like Iranians in Idaho are organizing this. So you have no excuse not to join us if you can. So Boise, Idaho, February 14th. And then you have Boston, Massachusetts. So Boston, Massachusetts as well is having one. Brisbane, Australia. That's also happening February 14th. That's a second poster for the same thing. It's 5 p.m. Radcliffe Place. Sorry, Redcliffe Place. Then you have Calgary, Alberta, February 14th, 2 p.m. at the Harry Hayes Building. Then you have Chicago, Illinois, again, February 14th at 1 p.m. So if you're in Chicago or close to there, where is it? It's a Congress Plaza Street. I see the bean here, so I don't know. Is Congress Plaza Street like where the giant Chicago bean is? I don't know. And it's Christchurch, New Zealand. So that's at the Bridge of Remembrance City Center. Dallas, Texas. Location JFK Memorial Plaza. And then you have Denver, Colorado. This is kind of cool. Like I actually really like this poster. Like, look, it's guys. So you know who this is? This is the grandfather of the current Shah. He's the one in the video that's like beating the mullah, right? The one where we trolled Armin for a little bit. We pranked him and we made him salute. Reza Shah, beating the mullah. So there you go. That's him. So there you go. This is happening. Denver. So, I mean, it could have been, the poster could have had a bit more English, but that's fine because you can still figure it out. And I have the name anyway. So Denver, Colorado, February 14, Colorado State Capitol. Edmonton, Canada, again, February 14. So Dr. Wilbert McIntyre Park. There's Iranians everywhere. Yeah, we're everywhere. We are everywhere. Yeah, and guys, if you don't need to have an Iranian flag. You literally don't. Like, show up with an American flag, because I'm going to share some footage with you from our rallies from last week. Like, there's American flags everywhere, right? In every single country, even in, like, you know, Canada, UK, like all the countries around the world, at all these rallies, like, you'll see the American flag there, right? All right, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Helsinki. This is a new one. So I got this one this morning. So Iranians in Helsinki, Finland are organizing a demonstration as well. February 14 from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. at this address. We'll make Armin read it at some point. And then there's Houston, Texas, Waterwall Park. And then Jacksonville, Florida. So there's the info for Jacksonville, Florida, 2 to 4 p.m., 500 West Adams Street. Lisbon, Portugal. So Lisbon, Portugal is having an event as well, February 14 from 3 till 6 at Praça Duque de Saldanha. London, UK, Saturday, February 14, 12 noon to 4 p.m. with live broadcast at the Prime Minister's residence. So people who are in London, UK area, that's where you can go. Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, February 14 from 1 to 3 p.m. Then you have, okay, this is the bus information. So if you are in Milan or Lugano, this is the bus information to go to the Munich rally. So Milan and Lugano, bus information. Okay. Madrid, Spain is having a rally as well. Again, Melbourne, Australia. So this is the combined poster, but I have it separately for each city so people can search for their city. So there's Melbourne, Australia. And then this is Mexico City, Mexico. So I've been asked to promote the one in Mexico City because the regime is very strong there. And it's only like 6 or 7 Iranians who show up. So anyone in Mexico City, if you're able to join Iranians, that would be amazing. Again, bus information. So Milan and Lugano to Munich. Nashville, Tennessee, Saturday, February 14 as well. Nicosia, Cyprus. So if you're in Cyprus, the rally is happening Nicosia outside of the presidential palace. Orlando, Florida is also having one from 1 to 3 p.m. Norway, Oslo, Norway is also having one. So there you go. That's Oslo, Norway, February 14. PI Charlottetown. Guys, Charlottetown is having a demonstration as well. And they've sent this to me to share it. So for all of our Canadian friends and allies, if you are in PEI, if you are in Charlottetown, please go. Please go. It would mean a lot to them. Perth, Australia. So there you go. That's February 14 as well. Porto, Portugal. So we have 2 cities in Portugal now that are doing this. Lisbon, which is the main city, capital city. Porto is the second largest city. So there you go. Porto is having one as well on February 14. Salt Lake City, Utah. This is also a new one. Some of you, I think, were asking about Utah yesterday. So here you go. I got this email today. Washington Square, Salt Lake City, Utah, Saturday, February 14, 1 p.m. For the person who's asking anything in Holland, no, because people are going to Munich. So the idea here is to go to one of the 4 main rallies, which is Toronto, Los Angeles, Munich, and Vancouver. So pretty much everyone in Europe is going to Munich. But, there are some people who can't travel for one reason or another. So, they're organizing sister demonstrations in their own cities. But this is what I have. So bus trip. Oh, this is bus trip information. So if you are in San Francisco or San Jose, where is it? San Francisco or San Jose, and you want to get to the Los Angeles demonstration, this is the bus info here. So you can just search for that. And then Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. So Saskatoon, Saskatchewan is, organizing one as well. Seattle, Washington. Seattle in Washington is having one as well, February 14. Or why that close? Oh yeah, okay, so there's 2. So the first one in Seattle is happening from 12 to 2 p.m. And then the other one is from 2 to 4 p.m. So there's the info for Seattle, back to back. And then Sydney, Australia as well. There you go. Tampa, Florida. That's the info for Tampa, Florida. Wellington, New Zealand. There you go. And then this is the bus information. So if you're in Windsor and you would like to get to Toronto, which city in Germany? It's Munich. I've already said that. I'll share it again. There's nothing in Montreal because everyone in Montreal is going to Toronto. There's nothing happening in Montreal. Everyone in Montreal is going to Toronto. Because Toronto's the main hub. So, all right, this is the bus information for people who are in Windsor and would like to go to Toronto. And then Sofia, Bulgaria. So Bulgaria, they were supposed to have a demonstration on the 14th, but there's like this big event happening on the 14th. So Sofia, Bulgaria moved their event to the 15th just because they can't do it on the 14th. But there you go. That's pretty much it. There's Sofia, Bulgaria, and then there's the explanation for why they moved it to the 15th. And then this is just like the combined poster. So guys, this is all the info that I have. Again, the URL is tinyurl.com/Iran rally. I can check my inbox again. Nothing new, just I get really nice emails from Iranians. They're like, thank you for all you do. Oh, thank you so much. I'm happy to do it. So yeah, I'm getting a lot of thank you emails. I'm getting a lot of thank you emails from organizers who are, you know, because once they send the posters to me, like I put it on the website and I advertise it here in English for you guys, I guess they see that. So they're all like sending me emails and saying thank you. So okay, there you go. So that's the list of all the posters. And again, guys, so the idea here is you want to get to one of the main locations if you can, because that's where the main party's going to be. Toronto, Munich, LA, of course, Vancouver as well has been added. So there you go. There you go. It's this Valentine's Day. So guys, do you want to be my Valentine? If you do, see you there. See you there. All right. So Patipto, what do you think about this?
در چه مورد پرسا؟
I don't know. What are your thoughts? What's your message to let's say non-Iranians? What's your message to non-Iranians who are thinking about wait, let me fix this. Who are thinking about, whether or not they should attend?
ببین خیلی احساس من و حالا تمام کسایی که میشناسم خیلی نزدیک به همون 8 و 9 ژانویه است. یعنی همونجوری که ما خودمون تو ایران همش اینجوری بودیم که چه اتفاقی 8 میفته، آیا مردم بیرون میان، آیا حرف شاهزاده رو زمین نمیمونه، آیا این شانس از دست ما میره یا نه، حالا فرای تمام اتفاقایی که افتاد. امروز هم در خارج از کشور ما همین حس داریم. 14 فوریه رو میبینیم که خب خیلی ازش استقبال شده، ولی تا لحظه‌ای که همه رو کنار هم توی خیابون نبینیم خیالمون راحت نمیشه. ولی خب چشم هممون، دل هممون به موضوع روشنه و از همه مهمتر، خیلی 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 مهم اینه که یه آدمی یه گوشه دنیا نشسته تو عافیت خودش، سوشال سکیوریتی نامبرش رو داره، نمیدونم برنامه زندگی خودش رو داره، بهداشت روانی خودش رو داره، ولی داره از همه اینا میگذره و دغدغه‌منده برای مردم ایران. این مهمترین خبریه که توی این روزا برای ما هست و توی 14 فوریه باقی جهانیان هم متوجهش خواهند شد.
I'm just gonna wait for this to translate. And then I also have a video that I want to share to follow up with what Patipto is saying here. Where's this?
English translation, clear, structured, and natural. Open quote, honestly, the feeling I have, and the feeling of almost everyone I know, is very similar to what we felt around January 8th and 9th. Back then, inside Iran, we kept asking ourselves, what will happen on the 8th? Will people come out? Will the prince's call be answered? Will this moment slip away from us? Beyond everything that eventually happened, today we feel something similar abroad. We see that February 14th has been widely welcomed, but until we actually see everyone together in the streets, we won't feel fully at ease. Still, our eyes and our hearts are hopeful. And most importantly, this matters deeply to us. There are people sitting somewhere in the world, living their own lives, with their own security, stability, social security numbers, personal plans, and mental peace. Yet they choose to step beyond all of that and care about the people of Iran. That is the most meaningful news for us these days. And on February 14th, the rest of the world will understand it as well. Close quote.
That was very impactful, Potipto. Thank you for that. I want to share a message. I saw this video on Instagram, and I just wanted to share this with you. Well, with you, Potipto, but with all of our non-Iranian friends and followers, and even the Iranians here. Like, guys, I think this video also will show how important these rallies are and how important it is for us, especially those of us who are outside, to attend.
من از دیروز سالا دارم این ویدیوهای تظاهرات رو نگاه میکنم و گریه میکنم. دمتون گرم تو این هوای سرد، واقعا دمتون گرم. مرسی که رفتید، مرسی که اینجوری این همه آدم، این همه جمعیت، دمتون گرم. واقعا از طرف همه مردم ایران ازتون تشکر میکنم. یه امید دوباره تو جون ما. واقعا امروز که با بچه ها حرف میزنم همهشون انگار یه جون تازه گرفتن. واقعا هممون ناامید شده بودیم ولی دوباره انگار امید اومد تو دلمون. دمتون گرم، مرسی ازتون بچه‌ها.
Wow. Okay. I forgot to translate that. Okay. Let me. So this is an Iranian woman. I'll summarize it really quickly, and then I'll play it one more time, and then I'll share the translation from ChatGPT. So she's basically like she's inside of occupied Iran, and she's just saying like she's so incredibly moved at seeing the number of Iranians who went out in like the cold, and they demonstrated, and they were a voice for people in Iran. And ever since like she's seen those videos, she can't stop crying because she feels like she's not alone. She feels like she's being heard, and so she's very, very grateful. She's very grateful to people who showed up. So, okay, let me play it one more time, and I'll do I'll translate it on ChatGPT so I can share specifically exactly what she says.
سلام بچه‌ها، خوبید؟ من از دیروز سالا دارم این ویدیوهای تظاهرات رو نگاه میکنم و گریه میکنم. دمتون گرم تو این هوای سرد، واقعا دمتون گرم. مرسی که رفتید، مرسی که اینجوری این همه آدم، این همه جمعیت، دمتون گرم. واقعا از طرف همه مردم ایران ازتون تشکر میکنم. یه امید دوباره تو جون ما. واقعا امروز که با بچه ها حرف میزنم همهشون انگار یه جون تازه گرفتن. واقعا هممون ناامید شده بودیم ولی دوباره انگار امید اومد تو دلمون. دمتون گرم، مرسی ازتون بچه‌ها.
Wow. Oh man, that makes me emotional. Oh, sorry guys. Okay. So she says, so she's like, hi everyone, are you doing well? And then she's like, this is very kind of like I'm feeling overwhelmed. From yesterday until now, I've been watching all
ویدیوهای تظاهرات رو نگاه میکنم.
So from yesterday until now, I've been watching all of these videos of, the demonstrations outside of Iran.
و گریه میکنم.
And I've been crying. So she's like, I just, I'm feeling very overwhelmed. From yesterday, in the last 24 hours, I've been, watching the videos, and I've been, sorry, is there like a troll in here asking for my location? That's weird. All right. If people are asking for my location, just block them or ban them. Sorry. Anyway, so she's saying, so I've been watching all these videos, and I've been crying because I'm so overwhelmed. And then she says, thank you. In this cold weather. She's like, thank you, like in this cold weather. And then she pauses and she's like, honestly, just thank you. Thank you that you went. Merci که رفتید. Thank you that you went.
مرسی که اینجوری این همه آدمی.
She's like, thank you that so many people, this huge population. She's like, she's like, thank you for all these people. Thank you for the population. Thank you. Like, she's just overwhelmed. واقعا is just like, honestly. She's like, on behalf of every single Iranian inside of Iran, we thank you. We thank you for going. She's like, it's almost as if you've given us a new hope. She's like, it's almost as if like she's saying, like, these videos, seeing this it makes the video unavailable. I mean, I don't know, it could be a copyright strike, maybe. I have no idea. Because of the music. Okay, let me just. All right. I can get rid of the audio, I guess, but she says, basically, she's like, okay, let me go back here. She's like, when I was speaking with my friends today, it's as if these videos gave us a new hope. And like these videos gave us a new hope as well. And she's like, we were all left feeling very hopeless. But she's like, but it's as if now that we saw this footage, now that we saw these videos, we have, like, our hope has been renewed. So she's like, merci azatun bacheha, thank you guys. Remember, Armin was saying we use bacheha, even though bache means kid, but like when we use it in this context, it's like thank you guys. Thank you for being there. So yeah, so basically this video is she's just saying, thank you all for going out. We had felt so hopeless, but seeing all of you going out in this cold weather, seeing all of you standing and being our voice, it's as if like you've given us a new hope in our hearts. I can't stop crying from joy and gratitude. And she's like, that's all I want to say. And she's like, on behalf of everyone in Iran, thank you for doing this. Thank you so much. So I'll play that again. And guys, this is why we're encouraging everyone to go to a rally, because there's a Persian saying, and I'll say it in Persian and then I'll translate it. So it goes, قطره قطره جمع گردد وانگهی دریا شود, which means, drop by drop they gather until suddenly it's an ocean. And that's exactly what you're seeing with these rallies here, right? So you might think that you're one individual and one person might not make a difference, but one person here, one person there, one person there, one person there, and then when everyone gathers together, when all of these single drops of rain gather together, it turns into an ocean, right? So never think that just because you're one person, that one person won't make a difference. One person will make all the difference. One person will make all the difference because every single one of you, right? You might be individual raindrops, but together we're an ocean. And that's what we're showing the world right now. We're showing the true size and support of not just Iranians, but people who support us. All right.
سلام بچه ها خوبید. من از این سالا دارم این ویدیوهای تظاهرات رو نگاه میکنم و گریه میکنم. دمتون گرم تو این هوای سرد، واقعا دمتون گرم. مرسی که رفتید، مرسی که اینجوری این همه آدم، این همه جمعیت، دمتون گرم. واقعا از طرف همه مردم ایران ازتون تشکر میکنم. یه امید دوباره تو جون ما. واقعا امروز که با بچه ها حرف میزنم همهشون انگار یه جون تازه گرفتن. واقعا هممون ناامید شده بودیم ولی دوباره انگار امید اومد تو دلمون. دمتون گرم، مرسی ازتون بچه ها.
Okay. So there we go. Okay, guys, I need to take like a 15-20 minute break because I've been live streaming nonstop for almost 4 hours. So I need to take about 15 minutes for a quick break. While I do that, I'm just going to play King Reza Pahlavi's interview from yesterday with Hugh because it was a very, very good interview, and it was very important. And then when I come back, we're going to go to Petito's analysis of what is happening inside of what's happening inside. Just give me one moment here. Sorry. Right. Okay. Let me just play a quick song while I get the video ready. Okay.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتم سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شهنگاه، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا. بگذار هر دم ببرند برکا دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران جگر راحت قانون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد، پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از هر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردم بیایی داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Morning glory and evening grace, America. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Welcome to the program. I hope you enjoyed the Super Bowl yesterday, but we are on the cusp of big events, whether it's this week or this month or next month. It's a very important time, and I'm honored to have with me Prince Reza Pahlavi. He's the Crown Prince of Iran. He is also the voice and face of the Iranian opposition in exile. Prince Pahlavi, welcome. Thank you for joining me. I want to start with a very direct question. To your understanding, how many of your fellow countrymen were murdered by the regime on January 8th to 9? I've heard a lot of different numbers.
First of all, thank you for having me on your program. The number varied between 36,500 to about 40,000. That's the last estimate that we've had. It could be higher than that because there's still ongoing arrests happening. They are killing people in hospitals. They are finishing them off on their wounded beds. They are arresting doctors or anybody rendering assistance to the victims. Who knows how much the total numbers will be, but the most conservative figure so far has been over 36,000 people, unfortunately.
I'm going to start using that number, Prince. Thank you. What do you hope to see President Trump order our military in the America to do right now?
Look, when you are fighting an occupying force that has taken a whole country hostage, and people are on the streets unarmed as civilians, demanding liberation from this tyranny and hoping for freedom. And at the time that they're being shot on the streets by military machine guns and basically war instruments, this is no longer a fair fight. This is a genocide in the making. And the only thing that will equalize the playing field for these brave Iranians who are fighting for their own liberation is to have an assistance that is needed help at this time to neutralize elements that the regime has used against its own citizenry to brutalize them the way they have. And this means targeting the regime's top apparatus of repression, which is, of course, the IRGC and many other elements that are associated with that repression. And only a military intervention at this point could level the playing field. This is the reason why the Iranian people have been anxiously awaiting the action that the president has promised he will do in support of the Iranian people, that help will arrive. Just hang in there, and they have. And they hope that this president will stay true to his word, as he has always demonstrated, and that he's no Barack Obama, and he believes in what he says and is a man of peace, and ultimately will help the Iranian people get rid of this regime who has been devastating not only to Iran and Iranians, but has been a source of chaos and instability since its inception, and most dramatically, the most hostile regime against America, as opposed to a country that was always with America, and certainly not at all on the same wavelength as this regime.
Prince, I saw over the weekend the regime ran an AI video demonstrating how they were going to destroy the Lincoln and other associated ships in the in the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Force. What risk do you think the United States runs to its forces and its allies in the regions if it does strike in that way against the regime?
Well, first of all, we saw how the Iranian attempted to respond to the Israeli attack by targeting Israel with missiles and drones, and I don't think that was quite a successful campaign if you look at the actual result of that. If this is the might of the Iranian forces, and if they're hit before they have a chance to strike, I very much doubt that unless the AI projected messages, they actually have a capacity to do that. And if so, there's no other military in this world that can neutralize that than the American military, with the help of some of its allies. So I think that's just basically saber rattling as a desperate regime that is on its last leg, and once again wants to create doubt as to whether or not they need to be intervened against. What's in the balance right now is not just, as I said, the liberty for the Iranian people, but it's to put a complete end to a regime that has only raised havoc in the region. And the best way to do that is to make sure that this time you don't just wound the beast, but go for the full kill. By that, I mean you cannot leave it with the possibility of retaliation. Clearly, this deployment is not a simple target practice. It clearly is much more in-depth and much more comprehensive than everything I've seen before outside of a full World War level type of deployment. This is serious.
I agree with that. What do you say, Prince, to the so-called restrainers? They're really neo-isolationists in the United States. They say there's no upside for America in freeing the Iranian people and going to war with Iran.
Well, look, if America had not gone to war in the Second World War, what would have been the outcome of the Nazis' victory, of Hitler getting his hand on the atom bomb? Who knows what history would be looking like right now? And again, Americans have to realize that this is a regime that has been the root cause of instability in the region, has been the biggest enemy of America and its allies, versus a nation that has proven time again that it doesn't have any hostility versus its neighbors. Most of them are allies of the United States. Unlike this regime who calls for the disappearance of an entire nation from the face of the earth, I mean by that Israel, of course, that the Iranians have not only a friendly attitude towards our neighbors, but particularly with Israel, because I think the two nations on this planet that can claim that they have a biblical relationship happen to be the people of Iran and the people of Israel. And that goes back to the time of Cyrus the Great, 25 centuries ago, before America even existed as a country. But what does it mean to America? What it means to America is not only not having to yet again have to police the whole region, but to rely on partners that are on the same boat with you, that share the same values of freedom and democracy and human rights, that want to be partner in that future, and they will bring that element of stability. So you no longer have to have your troops deployed in faraway lands or have American taxpayers fund the bill of having to sustain long-term campaigns. That's what's in the balance for America. A country that will be on your side as the best partners. It's good for regional peace, it's good for world peace, and it's good for business and economic opportunities. Iran is a country that would represent in the first 15 years at least $1 trillion worth of revenue to the US economy by means of American investment in Iran. There are hundreds of
I agree with all that,
that
Prince.
are willing to invest in that. And that's I'm telling you, at the end of the day, that's what the net benefit to America with a regime change in Iran, as opposed to the continuation of this regime that not only deprives you from that market, but has been a constant threat to America directly.
I agree with all that, Prince. You are the most prominent and voice and face for the Iranian opposition. In fact, you may be the only one of which I am aware, and I'm pretty aware of the news. Right before I talked to you, I talked to Professor Dan Shiftan from Haifa University. He's been basically the Kissinger of Israel for 40 years. And I said, I'm going to talk to the Prince. What would you ask him? And the same thing I'm going to ask you. Who else would help you lead a transition? Are there other people in a position to step up in the aftermath of a regime collapse in Iran to lead the country back to what it was prior to a dawn of freedom again?
All the Iranian democratic secular forces that believe in these four core principles have a place under this tent. The four core principles that is the basis of our coalition is, number one, Iran's territorial integrity. Number two is a clear separation of religion from government as a prerequisite to democracy. The importance of individual liberties and equality of all citizens under the law. And finally, the right for the Iranian people to determine their own future by means of free election and the ballot box, which is a process that the interim transitional government will have to play. They have called for me to lead this movement, as witnessed within Iran and across the world. I'm humbled by that trust and confidence they have in me. And I've always intended to play this role, except that today there's no question that they have chosen me to lead this movement, and that's why I have stepped in. But I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing it with the broadest possible coalition of democratically minded Iranians who may vote differently at the very end for the final outcome, but they believe that this is the only process that will take us to where we need to be. And in that, we have the broadest coalition ever of Iranian democratic forces within Iran and, of course, within the international community and Iranian expats.
Do you think, in the way that the Air Force generals met with Khomeini 47 years ago, do you think there are members of the regular Iranian armed forces who would help you establish and your allies establish a monopoly of force in Iran so that there wasn't a civil war?
Well, look, when I started this campaign about a year ago, and we started a special process whereby people who want to defect from the regime have a secure means to communicate their intentions to us. We started this about 6 months ago. To this day, we had over 160,000 people who have applied. Many of them are members of the security forces, the military forces, the civil bureaucracy that have reached out to us, that are willing to play a role in making sure that we can usher in that transition. In other words, they want to be part of the solution. And what I'd like to take this opportunity to stress that unlike a scenario that wasn't quite well handled in terms of regime change, example, Iraq and de-Baathification, our position is very clear. For all those people who are not directly responsible for the massacre of their own citizenry or have the blood of the people on their hand, they can survive regime change and have a place in the future. The people who will have rendered justice for their crimes will be judged like we had at the end of the Second World War and the Nuremberg trials, for instance. But many of them have not been directly associated with that violence or criminally involved, and they can have a place in the future. When you're part of the solution, you are an element that will, in fact, reduce the risks of instability or chaos. To the contrary, it will help facilitate a more smooth transition. So there's a sense of national reconciliation and amnesty at play as well. But those who will have to face justice will face justice. There's no question about that. The Iranian people need to have their day in court against these criminal people. But at the same time, they understand that we need to make sure that we can have a successful transition. And every Iranian that I know that are believing in that freedom know the responsibility that we all bear together to push that agenda forward and minimize all the risk, minimize the casualties, maximize success by guaranteeing the most stable possible transition.
Well, let me focus in on that, Prince, because I've been thinking since the massacre, how in the world would you ever prevent a round of reprisals? After France was liberated, the resistance did quite a lot of blowback at those who cooperated with the Nazis. After you've murdered 35,000 people, how in the world would you keep the families of the victims from seeking rough justice or vigilante justice?
Again, but when people have faith in the fact that justice will be served, when people have faith that this time the institutions that we are creating, or this time have faith in the leaders in their government or institutions, that changes the dynamics of whether or not you believe in your system or you don't believe in your system. I think vigilantism usually occurs when there's total lack of trust and an abandonment of any hope for civility or if you will, a more moderate approach as opposed to extreme measures. All of that is at play. I don't know on the psychological level how one handles that. I think a lot of it has to do with hope for a better future and the fact that we already paid too much of a price to continue building our nation on bloodshed and retaliation and revendication. I think that sense of national relief in terms of everybody's now in an opportunity to mend the woods and heal together is more important than seeking revenge, because an eye for an eye only makes the world go blind eventually.
47 years ago, Prince, I watched the revolution on a couch in the old Western White House with Richard Nixon and Ray Price every night. And former President Nixon, I was a writer on his staff just out of college. He could not believe that Iran was falling because it was so pro-American. And he was, of course, a great friend of your father's. After 47 years of nonstop anti-U.S., great Satan, anti-Israel, little Satan rhetoric and propaganda, and after the devastation of the Iran-Iraq war, is there ever returning Iran to a pro-U.S. resting face, to being an ally?
No doubt. Listen, you remember 9/11 and how many people on your so-called allied countries in the Middle East were dancing in the streets in celebration after that attack? The only country where people held candlelight vigil in sympathy to the victims of 9/11 were no other than the Iranian people in Iran. In Iran, not just outside of Iran, in Iran. That was then. And the same people who today march in rallies in protest against the regime, you will see that in all our demonstrations, from Australia to Canada to the US to Europe, there is alongside the Iranian national flag, either an Israeli flag or an American flag or whatever the host country in which they live flag. That's the Iran that we know. That's the Iran that we are, not this regime that always called for death to America or death to Israel. And I think many Americans know that. Many Americans know a fellow Iranian that was either a schoolmate of his or is a colleague of theirs or work in a company, vice versa. They know that Iranians, unlike this regime, are peace-loving people, are with that culture and civilization, want to be friends with whoever respects them and respect their sovereignty. And America has always been a great friend to Iran and should be. That's the way it should be. And I don't think that it will be by miracle that this will recur. It's just that this regime has been an aberration. This regime has been the product of two extreme forces that were clearly against the West, the Marxists and the Islamists that ganged together, brought this regime into power. And from the very beginning, we saw the hostility towards the West and the US in particular. A liberated Iran that doesn't buy into the extreme radical ideology of totalitarian Marxists or Islamists, unlike them, are committed to freedom, are committed to human rights. And guess what? America has been a beacon of hope and opportunities. Many Iranians came all the way to the United States to to find refuge or find a better life. And most of them, once Iran is freed, would like to go back to their country to bring back these very same values that are taken for granted here in the United States by many Americans, but that the Iranians are starving and dying for having in our own country. And what better partner can we have than America to help us not only liberate ourselves and bring about all the aspects of liberty that we deserve, but also what good partners we could be in the future and the rebuilding of Iran. As President Trump has said, MAGA, we say MIGA, make Iran great again, and together with America, we'll make both countries great again.
I have two final questions, Prince. Have you noticed from your various sources of information that there are fissures within the regime, maybe between the IRGC and the regular armed forces? Do you see that?
Well, this is nothing new. Remember that the IRGC was created as a parallel military or militia to contain the military that the regime, the revolutionary regime of Khomeini, could never trust. That started right in the early 80s. And as a result, it became more and more of a parasitic mafia that took control of many aspects of Iran's economy. And basically, they're in full control of most the aspects of the nation. The military, on the other hand, considers itself much more of a professional army and a national army. So the divide between the IRGC and the military was there from the very get-go. In fact, the IRGC doesn't even have the name Iran in its title, which is kind of bizarre.
Islamic
To be a
Revolution.
militia that doesn't even have the name of a country in its name. So that is an aberration that will need to be disappearing from as an organization. They can be reincorporated into the military or go to the private sector. We won't have a parallel militia. So obviously the military will be a professional army in charge of protecting our territories, and the rest of them could be distributed into various aspects of either private sector or other aspect of either military institutions or like a national guard of some form. Anyway, there are plans for that as well. Now, even within the IRGC, mind you, there are some who want to defect, there are some who want to abandon ship, there are some who are disillusioned, there are some who maybe thought at some point that this was a sacred cause to fight for, but guess what? Many of them have their children on the streets that are being shot at. They also are paying the price for having been associated with this regime. And as I said, those who haven't been criminally involved can abandon ship, can join with the people. This is their last chance to do so. And at some point, they will have to be accountable for having helped preserve this regime rather than to come to the rescue of their own citizenry. The choice is theirs to make. But I think this is the outcome that we hope to push for and minimize the last pockets of resistance there is out there, and hopefully not through vigilantism, but to proper planning and make sure that they don't even think that they have a chance of resisting and creating some distractions in the path. It won't be easy, but it can be done.
A last question, Prince. You mentioned Persia is very old. It's 25 centuries old. Cyrus the Great and others. It's been an empire forever, and it defeated the Parthians. It goes way back. But Islam is very old in Iran as well, and there are these enormous centers of learning for Islam within Iran. After a iteration to democracy, what will be the position of those traditional Muslim studies and Islamic scholars and mullahs? Will they have their freedoms recognized and protected as well?
Well, freedom of religion should be one of the guarantees of a constitution that is based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And therefore, when we say we want to have a secular alternative, that doesn't mean that we have anti-religious thoughts. But as much as religions have to have their right place in society, what about the right of atheists? What about the right of the LGBTQ community? What about human rights in general? I think a future constitution that will be guaranteeing those rights, among them includes freedom of religion. Now, to this point, let me also remind your distinguished audience that is listening to this program that we have many clerics in Iran that never believed in this velayat-e-faqih, which was Khomeini's version of establishing an ideologically based regime that is so radical and treats everybody in an inferior way and has been discriminating against other faiths and other religions, that have spoken against this regime and also believe in a secular alternative. In fact, one of the most prominent religious clerics that we have in Iran, who is a Sunni cleric leader in Baluchistan. His name is Molavi Abdulhamid. He's been calling for a secular government in the future because he recognizes, among many other clerics, that it is in the best interest of the faith itself not to be in any shape or form directly involved in politics. In fact, being directly involved in politics has weakened the faith and have weakened our religious establishment. They'll be the first one to tell you that. So therefore, they realize that they'll have their place in society like in any other free secular country where nobody is questioning the fact that people have a right to practice their faith, as long as we have a separation of church from state as a prerequisite to democracy, which is another thing that has been proven in almost every democracy we see around the planet today.
Prince, you've been very generous with your time. Thank you for it, and good luck and prayers for the success of your movement so that there is, in fact, an iteration and evolution of the regime there. Thank you very much.
Okay, I am back. All right, Potipto, you wanted to speak a little bit about your thoughts of what's going on. So the floor is yours. ما در اختیار شما هستیم. بفرمایید.
پس بزن بریم. ببین این راهپیمایی 22 بهمنی که من امروز دیدم و از همه مهمتر خود حکومت و سردمداراش دیدن، پیام مهمی برای حکومت داشت و چیزی که نمیتونن انکارش کنن. حالا درسته پروپاگاندا هست، AI هست، نمیدونم هزار تا چیز دیگه هست که بیان این رو بزرگ جلوه بدن، ولی مسئله واقعیت اینه که نمیشه پنهانش کرد. یعنی واقعیت رو نمیتونن از درون خود حکومت عوض بکنن و اون واقعیت هم اینه که برای خود افرادی که توی حکومت هستن ثابت شده که حکومت دیگه مشروعیتی نداره. اگر مثلا با انتخابات 3% و رئیس جمهور 3% و اینجور چیزا فهمیدن که چیزی به نام دموکراسی توی حکومت وجود نداره و همش یه تشریفاته، امروز هم با راهپیمایی 22 بهمنشون متوجه شدن که جمهوری اسلامی بین خودشون هم مشروعیتی نداره. حالا اینو بگیم تا بعد در ادامه صحبت هم بگیم.
Okay. It's just translating.
English translation, clear, structured and neutral in tone. Open quote. The February 11th rally I saw today, and more importantly, the reaction I saw from the government and its leadership, carried an important message, one that they cannot deny. Yes, there is propaganda. Yes, there may be AI manipulation or exaggeration. There are always attempts to amplify or stage things, but the underlying reality cannot be hidden. They cannot change the internal reality within the system itself. And that reality is this. Even for individuals inside the government, it has become evident that the regime no longer holds true legitimacy. If previous elections with near total official turnout claims and presidents elected with minimal real support already showed that democracy within the system is largely ceremonial, then today's February 11th rally revealed something else. That even within its own ranks, the Islamic Republic struggles with legitimacy. Let's start with that point and then we can continue the discussion. Close quote.
Okay. بفرمایید.
حالا در ادامه باید به این موضوع برسیم که جمهوری اسلامی یک رژیم به شدت ایدئولوژیکیه، یک کالت به شدت ایدئولوژیکیه که اگر بخوای نابودش بکنی باید ایدئولوژی رو ازش بگیری. و مهمترین جایی که ایدئولوژی نظام خودش رو نشون میده دقیقاً راهپیمایی 22 بهمنه که میشه جشن در واقع میشه تمدید میثاق اون کسایی که ایدئولوژی رو دارن با خود حکومت. و اتفاق دومینو افکتی که رخ میده اینه که اولا از بعد از 8 و 9 ژانویه و اون کشتار بیرحمانه مردم هم من به چشم دیدم، هم منابع خبری که داشتم بهم گفتن که در داخل حکومت هم دو دستگی بسیار شدیدی به وجود اومده، چون خون انسان‌های بیگناه یه حرفه، خون مسلمون هم باز بین خودشون یه حرفه. یعنی هیچ جوره نمیتونستن بین خودشون انکار بکنن که آقا ما تعداد زیادی انسان‌های مسلمون رو کشتیم و همین موضوع باعث دو دستگی و ترک خیلی بزرگی توی رسته‌های اصلی نظام شده و از بالا تا پایین و برعکس، یعنی از پایین به بالای نظام این سوال به وجود اومده که آیا این حکومت مشروعیتی داره یا نه. باز تاکید میکنم این صحبتایی که دارم میکنم در مورد افراد داخل نظامن، ما مردم که مسیرمون جدا و همین ترک و همین دو دستگی نظام رو بیشتر از همیشه میبره توی نقطه ضعف قرار میده و به سمت اون قبرستون خودش هدایت میکنه. از یه جایی به بعد که ما اون نقطه رو رد کردیم، از یه جایی به بعد آدم‌هایی که درون نظام هستن متوجه این میشن که نظام از هم فرو پاشیده و متوجه میشن که رهبرشون خامنه‌ای آدمیه که فقط یک آدم خودخواهه و فقط حاضر همه چیز رو فدا بکنه تا به هدف خودش برسه. پس آدمای اطرافش بسته به آگاهی خودشون راهشون رو از خامنه‌ای جدا میکنن تا جزئی از اون همه چیز نباشن، جزئی از اون چیزایی نباشن که فدا بکنن. و این خبر مهمترین خبری بود که امروز تو 22 بهمن به صورت قطعی به نظام رسید. هرچند که اومدن برنامه‌شون رو برگزار کردن، هرچند که الان احساس پیروزی رو گرفتن که آقا آمریکا حمله نکرد، ما تظاهرات سرکوب کردیم و اینجور حرفا، ولی واقعیتی که از هر سیلی محکمتر به گوش خودشون و نظام میخوره اینه که نظام بین خودی‌ها از هم پاشیده، بین کسایی که به این ایدئولوژی باور داشتن از هم پاشیده. ایدئولوژی جمهوری اسلامی چی بود؟ به سادگی این بود که ما بیایم در واقع به عنوان یک سری آدم مسلمون شیعه با همدیگه اتحاد داشته باشیم و با کسایی که مقابل ما هستن، یعنی در واقع مسلمانای شیعه رو میکشن، بجنگیم. این میشه به صورت خلاصه. ولی الان نظام به جایی رسیده که بیشترین آمار کشته شدن شیعه‌ها آفیشالی به نام خامنه‌ای ثبت شده. این چیزیه که دیگه نمیشه انکارش کرد و این نقطه بدون بازگشت نظامه و این از همه مهمتره برای ما توی این روز به خصوص توی 22 بهمن.
Okay. I'm just waiting, guys. Okay.
English translation, clear, structured, and neutral in tone. Open quote. Moving forward, we have to address something fundamental. The Islamic Republic is a deeply ideological regime, almost cult-like in its structure, and if you want to dismantle such a system, you have to strip away its ideology. The place where that ideology is most visibly reaffirmed each year is the February 11th rally. It functions as a symbolic renewal of allegiance, a ritual reaffirmation of ideological loyalty between the state and its core supporters. But something else has been happening beneath the surface. After the events of January 8th and 9th and the subsequent crackdown, there were reports and even personal observations suggesting deep internal divisions within the system. The killing of innocent people is one matter, but when those killed are members of the same religious community the regime claims to represent, it creates an internal moral fracture. This reportedly led to significant divisions within the system, from top to bottom and bottom to top. A serious question emerged within parts of the establishment. Does this government still have legitimacy? I want to emphasize, this analysis refers to individuals inside the system. The people outside the system have already charted their own path. These fractures weaken the regime more than external pressure alone. There comes a point in any ideological system where insiders begin to recognize collapse from within. When that realization spreads, that leadership is driven more by self-preservation than principle, Some within the system begin distancing themselves to avoid being tied to its final outcomes. Even if public events are staged and official narratives claim success, we held the rally, no external attack happened, everything is under control. The deeper impact may be internal. The core issue becomes whether the ideology itself still binds its believers. Historically, the regime framed its identity around religious unity and ideological solidarity. But when large numbers of people from the very community it claims to protect are harmed under its authority, that contradiction becomes difficult to ignore. Whether one agrees or disagrees with this interpretation, the broader point being made is that internal legitimacy crises often represent turning points for highly ideological systems. And that, in this view, is why this particular February 11th carried significance beyond the surface narrative. Close quote.
بفرم.
این اصل مطلب بود دیگه به صورت کلی. نظام از درون پاشیده بود تا قبل از 22 بهمن. همه جا شایعه‌هاش می اومد، ولی توی کف خیابون هم به ما هم به خودشون دوباره ثابت شد که از اون لشکر از اون لشکر در واقع بی انتهاشون فقط یه سری آدم بی‌نامونشون بینشون مونده.
So that's pretty much the summary. I'm just going to share Potipto's final thoughts, and then I want to go to some of the videos and footage from today. I know we shared some with you earlier, some of the funnier ones, but there's some other things as well.
English translation. Open quote. This was coming from within. It had already been fractured before February 11th. The rumors were circulating everywhere. But on the ground, in the streets, it was proven again, to us and to them, that from that so-called endless, nameless army they always speak about, only a small, faceless group actually showed up. Close quote.
Very well said. Very, very well said. Okay, so I want to start here, and then, Potipto, feel free to jump in at any point in time with, your thoughts on what I'm speaking about as well. So this is like some images coming out here, right? Like, guys, this is literally child abuse. Like the way that they're like these, like normal Iranians, we don't do this to our children, right? So these are like basically the cult, right? These are the Shia Muslim culty people who all support the Islamic regime. Very similar to how like the Palestinians, right? They dress up their kids in like military outfits or like terrorist uniforms. Like I don't know what sort of normal sane person would do this to their children, but this is and Potipto was talking about how it's like a cult-like ideology. You see it right here. So, as part of Jihadi 4th of July Day, they basically had this whole setup where apparently all these American generals have pretty much been exterminated by the regime, and they're taking pictures with it as if it's like, I don't know, some sort of like propaganda piece. But what's actually really funny about this is, let me see if I can find it here. It's where's a picture of here we go. So the reason that the Islamic regime did this is because they're trying to counter this. This is a very real image, okay? So this is a real image of all of the Islamic regime terrorists that the IDF exterminated during the 12-day conflict, right? So this is a very real image, right? All these Islamic regime commanders, had, right? So all these people were assassinated. And then so the Islamic regime on their anniversary, right? On their anniversary of the revolution or whatever, they're basically trying to do the same thing here. So this is like part of their weird like Shia Muslim cult thing. So literally child abuse. And then here's another one. So again, now it's like a young girl, right, who's like standing by all of these like coffins. And look, she's got a balloon in her hand. But look, she's also like totally covered up, right? So she's dressed very differently than how like normal Iranians dress their children. Because again, this is like very cult-like. And the other thing I want to point out is that so part of the reason that in Islam, women cover. Oh, guys, this is the chador, by the way. So remember, you guys were asking like what the chador is. Remember, I was like saying it's like a black blanket that you just like wrap around yourself. This is like this is like the black blanket that I don't own one of these like garbage bags, but that's like the black sheet. But anyways, like what I want to point out is that the whole point of this is to like make your body shapeless because like as a woman, apparently in Islam, if people can see the shape, if men can see the shape of your body, they will be aroused and then they will want to rape you, right? And it's basically the woman's fault. So what's really messed up about these weird cult people, what's really messed up about them like dressing their young daughters like this is they're basically they're basically admitting that if they don't force their prepubescent daughters to cover up like this, then this prepubescent girl will arouse the men that are there. So by dressing up this girl like this, they're pretty much admitting that the men in their cult are attracted to minors. So there you go. There's a little bit of context about the hijab. So yeah, that's why I always find it incredibly like sick and disgusting when I see like adults forcing their children, like forcing young girls to wear hijab. I'm like, okay, so why are you forcing your daughter to cover up? Is it because you view like what you think other people in your cult are sexually attracted to children, right? Anyways, there's just some weirdness there. Okay, so this was this one I showed you guys earlier. This is one of the live feeds where Muslim science where you have the live feed. Apparently, and guys, so this word is zinde. So zinde means live. So this is zinde Khorram Abad. So apparently this is a live feed in Khorram Abad. And then here, this is a live feed in Qazvin. So apparently the Muslim scholars have somehow like they've managed to figure out, they've cracked the code for the space-time continuum, and that's why you have like the exact same thing happening in two cities at one time. Oh yeah, so this is like a pretty good angle, right? So this was like this is not AI generated, so this is like just the crowd. And apparently so it's a very short clip because what happened is one of the cameras turned on by mistake. And then when the camera turned on by mistake, it showed the actual crowd as opposed to the AI generated video, right? So there you go. That's like the actual crowd there. And then, okay, so here's another, so this was a city, so this is in the city of Mashhad. Mashhad has a population of about 3.5 million people, okay? So 3.5 million people in this city, and this here, right, this is pretty much the crowd, which to me it looks like, I don't know, maybe I would say like 2,000 people at most, maybe. So I mean, just like to put that in perspective, think about like the 4th of July and like how packed the streets are, right? It could be air pollution. I think it's probably just maybe like a foggy misty winter day. پوتیپ تو مشهد آلودگی هوا هست یا این فکر کنی آلودگی هوایی یا این فقط ابره؟ Potipto? Okay, Potipto is busy, I think. I think it's probably just like winter weather. So, but yeah, like as you can see, the population, right? The population is not very big. And so there was one Iranian who wanted me to share this message with you. So what he says is, Dear Golsa, in most major cities with populations over 1 million, you know, not even 10,000 people participate. And in Tehran, it was just a portion of the IRGC and Basij families. Since January 8, with the regime's crimes, there has been a very significant dropout. So, and then I just added some commentary. Seems like the Muslim Nazis' annual Allahu Akbar Jihad Day was a flop, just like I told you it would be. Most of these savages in the streets are from Iraq or Afghanistan anyway. Iranians are all Allahu Akbar out. And here's an observation from inside Iran. So this person writes, average age over 50, average IQ under 80, a bunch of bad genes, not a single healthy tooth in their mouths, right? So, like, guys, these are basically the people coming out to support, Jihadi Independence Day. This is Jihadi Independence Day. As you can see, they're literally all like old, like inbred. Like these are pretty much the people that were participating in the Islamic coup d'etat back in 1979. And here they are once again celebrating Allahu Akbar Jihad Day. So pretty much just old people. But these people also would not hesitate to shoot you, right? Oh yeah, and then so apparently here's a video. So during their Allahu Akbar Jihad Day, what they like to do, of course, is they like to yell, death to America, death to Israel. So I wrote here, their entire 7th century inbred Muslim Nazi identity is literally built around a cult of hating the USA and Israel. These are the same Muslim Nazis who murder unarmed Iranians while yelling Allahu Akbar. Bunch of inbred savages. So here you go, guys.
اینجا بدان پیام روح خداست امان فساد قرن ما آمریکاست.
Patipta, are you there? Do you know what he's saying? Or should I wait for Armin to translate? Basically, like something Fisad Amrika, which means like, I don't know, the place of like corruption is the United States. I don't know, some Durka, Jihad, Allahu Akbar thing. So now they go to like their America, right? Like death to America. So guys, what these Muslims like to do on their Allahu Akbar Jihad Independence Day is they love to chant death to America, death to Israel, right? It's a thing for these people. So why am I sharing this with you? Because you guys need to understand their mentality, right? Like these people will never, ever negotiate with you guys. These people will never settle, right? Like right now, right? When President Trump is preparing to strike them, these like inbred savages are still out in the streets and they're still yelling death to America, death to Israel, right? Like their entire identity like revolves around like destroying America and destroying Israel. Like so like that's why like you cannot negotiate with them, right? You can't negotiate with inbred savages from the 7th century. You just can't. Oh, this is something that I wanted Armin to translate. So I'll wait for him to come back because this was kind of funny. But like, okay, you know what? Actually, why don't I just use like the AI translation here? So let me play this once. And then I'll use the AI, the ChatGPT to translate.
الله اکبر. عرض کنم که حاج قاسم عزیز رو هم دوستان میخوام پخش کنن صدای حاج قاسم. الله اکبر گفتنه حاج قاسم عزیز شهید سلیمانی نازنین یکی دونه. چقدر جاش تنگه، جاش عرض کنم که خالیه الان بین ما. انشالله یه لحظه خودتو بذار بگو اگر شهید سلیمانی بود فردا کجا بود؟ اگر بود کجا بود؟ ها تو هر مأموریتی اگه بود سوریه بونه در مقابله با داعش و فلان خودش میرسوند 22 بهمن تو خیابون آزادی تهران. هر جا هستیم یا علی. الله اکبر.
Okay, let me just translate that. While that's translating, I know someone in the chat is asking about petition E7153. I mean, yeah, you can definitely sign it. I mean, it's good. It's it's a pretty decent petition. So yeah, absolutely. I would encourage people to sign that and spread that. I mean, that's fine. That's not the main petition we're waiting for. So the petition that I've submitted is 7152. It's basically approved. It's just waiting to be published. So basically they're just, I guess, translating the text into French or something. So the main petition that's calling for the government of Canada to recognize King Reza Pahlavi as the leader of the transitional government, that one hasn't been published yet. When that's published, I'll let you guys know. But 7153, it's not bad either. Like, I mean, it won't harm you to share that around and sign it and spread the word, right? So yeah, definitely, like, if you want to share that, you can, but just don't confuse it with the main one. Like, that's not the one that people are waiting for. So someone's yelling my name. Goldie, what is it? David. What's going on? All right. So what this guy is basically saying here is he's saying, I want to play the voice of Haj Qasim and his Allahu Akbar, right? So Haj Qasim is referring to Qasim Soleimani, right? Remember when President Trump exterminated Qasim Soleimani, like the 7th century savage that he was? So Qasim Soleimani was really important to these people. He was basically like the Khamenei's right-hand person. And so even to this day, like the jihadis, they still talk about him. So what this guy is saying is like, oh, dear martyr Haj Qasim Soleimani, we miss you. Your place is empty. We wish you were here. Oh, and then guys, here's his voice where he's saying Allahu Akbar. So and then they're like, where do you think he would have been? Where do you think he would have been today on Allahu Akbar Jihad Day? And then he's like, he would have been out in the streets celebrating Allahu Akbar Jihad Day with all of you guys, right? So even to this day, they're still crying over the fact that President Trump exterminated Qasim Soleimani like the terrorist that he was, right?
عرض کنم که حاج قاسم عزیز رو هم دوستان پخش کنن صدای حاج قاسم الله اکبر گفتنای حاج قاسم.
الله Akbar گفتنای حاج قاسم, which means, oh, let me play for you when Qasim Soleimani says Allahu Akbar, because he can't say it because President Trump exterminated him, right?
عزیز شهید سلیمانی نازنین یکی دونه.
And then یکی دونه is like, oh, we miss him so much. He was so good, right?
جاش عرض کنم که خالیه الان.
Oh, and his place is empty. Yeah, his place is empty because Trump exterminated him like the terrorist he was.
بین ما انشالله. یه لحظه خودتو بذار بگو اگر شهید سلیمانی بود فردا کجا بود؟
And he's like, if martyr Soleimani was here, where do you think he would be? Yes, I'm keeping an eye on Tusi. Thank you guys. I'm keeping an eye on Tusi. We'll definitely go to Tusi when he goes live, 100%. But yeah, there you go. So Islamic regime are still crying over oh man, okay, I'll play the Jihadi Pilates video again. This is Jihadi Pilates part 2. So this is how the Islamic regime, I guess, I mean, I don't know. This is how the Islamic regime plans to counter the American military. So Americans, be very, very afraid right now. Be very afraid, okay? Like when President Trump sees this, like just guys, like call it off, just like nix the whole thing. It's over, it's done. You cannot beat the 60-year-old twerking man. And by the way, while he's twerking, the people around him are like basically like the guy on the loudspeaker is saying something like oh, you know, like we no deals with shaitan because that's against the Quran.
نمی‌کنیم اعتماد به آمریکای شیاد.
Look at this, guys.
به آمریکای شیاد. شیطان خیانت است به قرآن. سازشگری با شیطان. سازشگری با شیطان خیانت است به قرآن. سازشگری با شیطان. ملت ما پیرو.
Let me improve the video very quickly. Let me improve the video for you guys. All right. There you go. So that's the weird jihadi twerking man. Don't ask me, please guys, do not ask me why the Islamic regime, this is not AI, this is real. Do not ask me why the Islamic regime is so insistent on twerking like this, but don't ask me. I do not know. Not my ideology. No idea what's going on there. Oh, and of course, so we played this again. So guys, like Muslim scholars, like they've also not only have they cracked the code when it comes to the space-time continuum, they've also figured out how to bring people back from the dead, because during today's Allahu Akbar Jihad anniversary, Allahu Akbar Jihad Day, they played live footage that included someone named, what was his name again? I don't know. His name was Amir Ali Haji Zadeh. Amir Ali Haji Zadeh is actually one of these people. So Amir Ali Haji Zadeh was exterminated by Israel, by the IDF. First of all, thank you Israel, thank you IDF for doing that. So Amir Ali Haji Zadeh was exterminated by the IDF, like the terrorist that he is, back in the summer. Okay, so back in June of 2025. So he's, in one of these like cardboard boxes. I don't know which one. Doesn't matter. They're all terrorists anyway. But the Islamic regime and their Muslim scholars have cracked the code, not just for the space-time continuum, but also when it comes to resurrecting the dead. Because in today's live feed, they actually had footage of Haji Zadeh. So somehow he's alive. That's him. That's him right there. So yeah, whoever was sharing this footage really messed up, right? They made a big mistake because they're using footage from people that are supposed to be dead, right? People that we know are dead. And somehow Muslim science brought him back to life. And so he's participating in today's Allahu Akbar Jihad Day. Again, just goes to show you how insane how insane these people are. Right. Okay. And then, okay, so we went over that. Okay, so I just wanted to like share like this. Like, so again, right? Like this is how these people are spending Allahu Akbar Jihad Day. So they're holding like this, like, I guess that's supposed to be President Trump, but that's just so weird. Oh no, wait, is that I can't honestly, I guess I can't tell. Is this Netanyahu or Trump? I think it's supposed to be President Trump.
President Shrunk حساب میشه.
President Trunk. Jeez. And then, they have their sign that says Magbat America, down with the United States. So there you go, guys. Be very, very scared. Be very scared because yeah, Allahu Akbar Jihad Day. This is what they like to do. They're like, guys, they're so focused on you guys. Like these Muslim Nazis are they're like obsessed with you. They're obsessed with you, right? I don't know. Okay, so here's actually a very interesting thing. This is what I was talking about earlier. So Mashhad is Iran's second largest city with a population of about 3.5 million. This is all the regime could gather on their big Islamic Revolution anniversary day, right? So this is the crowd. This is the image that I shared with you. This is the heat map. Okay, so according to the heat map, the crowd is approximately 485 people. So in a city of 3.5 million, they were only able to muster, I don't know, maybe 500 people, which is really bad, right? Really, really bad. Welcome, Armin.
Yay! Hi, I missed you.
Aw, how was your discussion group?
It was good. It was good. Very good questions. Very good questions. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, very geopolitical. A lot about what happens after the Islamic Republic falls.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So we have about 20 minutes before Tutsi goes live.
Okay.
So I'll leave it up to you if there's any posts or information or anything you'd like to share. The floor is yours.
Okay, so let's look.
Oh, ببخشید یه پوتیپتو؟
No,
ببخشید
Patipto, go ahead.
همین عکس آخری که از مشهد گذاشتین نکته جالبی داره اینه که این خیابون مشهد در این خیابون روبروی حرم امام رضا است. فکر می‌کنم میشه خیابون امام رضا اگه اشتباه نکنم. بعد حالا عکس و اینا رو هم که گذاشتن عرض خیابون و طول خیابون یکی از خیابون‌های مثلا متوسط حساب میشه. ولی اون حالا یه لینک براتون فرستادم توی سوپر چت و عکسای دیگه و فیلمای دیگه‌ای که از اعتراضای مردم تو مشهد اومده بود توی خیابون وکیل آباده که وکیل آباد میشه 2 برابر این از عرض حداقل و چیزی حدود 10 برابر این از طول. حالا اگر لینک رو باز کنیم می‌بینیم مردم زیر در واقع تهدید گلوله اون خیابون رو پر کردن. اینجا به زور کیک و ساندیس تعدادشون انقدر شده. این مقایسه خیلی خوب میشه کرد از مردم و طرفدارای نظام.
Okay, so Patipto is saying, this street here, this is like Imam Reza Street. This would be considered like a medium-sized road. Okay, medium-sized road, and about 500 people maybe. Based on the heat map, the Islamic regime could only really bring around like 500 people for this demonstration, if even that, and that was like by force. And, they basically like brought them out by bribing them with like food and juice, right? So sundis is a type of juice. It's like a brand of juice. So we call these people sundis-khor because basically we know that they come out because of the free food that's offered. So Patipto's like, compare that with this other street from Mashhad. This is a different street. It's Vakil Abad Street. So that one is Imam Reza Street. Okay, so this is about a medium-sized street, whereas Vakil Abad is like a very, very large street. It's huge. And so he's saying just compare the size of the crowd here, right? Where this is like a huge street and it's packed. You're seeing like tens of thousands, if not like hundreds of thousands of Iranians who were protesting against the Islamic regime back on January 8, right? So this is footage from the Iranian freedom fighters, right? In Mashhad, in the same city. And, he's like, and you can see like this, the roads here, like this road is basically twice the size of the other one. So, this is the protesters, and then this is the Islamic regime. So, Like you can't like they can't even like fill up the road. And as you can see, the road is much smaller. It's like half the size of the other one, right? So that's a very, very good comparison, Petito. Thank you. Again, there you go. Wow. And you can see it's like both sides, and it's like super packed, right? It's super packed. Whereas this is the best the regime could do for their annual Allahu Akbar Jihad Day. Okay. All right, Armin.
Oh, okay. I just was sent a video from Sohail that you guys might want to see. Let me
Yes.
actually. I haven't watched this myself, but it looks like it's something. It looks like it's something that needs to be shared. So, I just received this, by the way. So let's listen to this.
من از آشویتس شب انتقال، من از قتلگاه جوونی میام، من از آخر یادگار امام، من از اول سرنگونی میام، تو آرامش عصر پاییزمی، تو مهمونی خشخش برگ ها، جلومون بلندای صبح سپید، عقب تلخی یادها مرگ ها، چمن در چمن سبزی چشمات، تنت پیچ و تاب درخت انار، دلم بغض ابر کبود خزون، نگاهی بهم کن بهارو بیار. نسیم نفسهات رو صورتم، تو صبحی که تو خلوتت پا شدم، تو هر غرفه خاطرم عطر تو، من از یاد گرمت شکوفا شدم، من از یاد گرمت شکوفا شدم، تنت شرجیه روشن شهرمون، لبت شهد شیرین خرمای من، تو روزای سرد خزون اوین، شب گرم موهات یلدای من، شب گرم موهات یلدای من.
Was that okay to share?
Of course, absolutely. It's always important to share things like that.
Okay. I got a message from inside Iran right now asking me to share this. So this is saying, let me translate this. Saying, folks, this news has now been confirmed. The death sentence for Saleh Mohammadi has come down. Would that this young promising, I don't know, wrestler from Salve, having done anything wrong, be his voice as much as you can. So we just got the death sentence from Saleh Mohammadi. Saleh Mohammadi, guys, is just received his death sentence. So they're about to execute him. So they're saying, say his name, bring attention to him. Let me actually see the original. رفقا الان این خبر تایید شد. حکم اعدام صالح محمدی اومده بدون که بدون now I understand what they're saying. بدون اینکه این کشتیگیر جوون آینده دار اهل شاهسون ساوه کاری کرده. So apparently he hasn't done anything, but they're about to execute him. He's saying as much as you can be his voice. So this is apparently urgent because his death sentence was just announced. So just wanted to share that with you guys. Israel Hayom is reporting that Iran, the Islamic Republic, is secretly executing thousands. So we already knew that, but now that it's being confirmed by Israel Hayom, that gives us a lot more ammunition, because it's now like a media outlet that a lot of people trust. So as we're speaking right now, the Islamic Republic is executing thousands of people. What else do I have? So this guy was in the middle of the regime protests, and he went and wrote Javid Shah right in the middle of them. Okay, Javid Shah, like while they were doing their pro-regime, like he didn't do it secretly or behind the scene. He just went into the crowd and he wrote Javid Shah, Javid Iran and Javid Shah on their banner while he was in the middle. This is a guy, like, guys,
During the live? I love that.
Yeah, he just went in there and wrote that and then left. This guy was, I don't know, did you share this? Like,
no.
Okay, so this guy is Abbas Asadi. He was a Basiji thug who killed numerous protesters in Babel during the recent uprising, and apparently the locals managed to find him. They got their hands on him and stabbed him over 50 times until he was sent to his rightful place, it says here. So this man was part of the people who killed the Iranian people, and apparently they found him, and now he dead. This is a message from inside Iran, written on the walls inside Iran. Repost this. And they wrote on the wall, to us Iranians outside. So this is a message from Iranians inside Iran to Iranians outside of Iran on a wall saying Munich, Toronto, Los Angeles, Cheshma Umid ma be shomast, Javid Shah, and this is Bahman, right? Like, is that 404 20 Bahman. So this is from 2 days ago. So it says Munich, Toronto, LA, our hope is on you, like basically telling us Iranians outside of Iran that all our hopes are on you. Long live the king. So see, guys, the Iranians inside Iran are telling the Iranians outside of Iran to please go into the protests on February 14th. Please show up. They're asking you to make sure you show up because we are their voice. So this was a message that I want to share with you guys. So guys, remember the pictures that we had during the Master Revolution of the girls showing their hair? Because that time it was the way to protest against the regime was to show hair, right? But now we are evolving to more than just hair. So look at these. So now schoolgirls in Iran are posting pictures like this. So they're posting the lion and sun and putting it in front of so they're showing their hair, but they're also putting the lion and sun flag, basically supporting the lion and sun revolution. And if you could look at the writings, they're also pro Pahlavi. So this is the evolution of our revolution from Zan Zandagi Azadi to Pahlavi, because not only they're drawing the lion and sun flag, they're also saying in akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde. So yeah, this is a completely Pahlavi revolution, and schoolgirls in Iran are also confirming that.
Can I add something? Add something to that with the hijab? Thank you. So there's another photo that I just want to share because it kind of ties into what you were talking about. So this was from the annual Allahu Akbar Jihad Day rally today, and it wasn't just that Pakistani terrorist woman who was walking around without hijab. The regime was also planting Iranian women who are supposedly walking around without hijab and they're free or whatever. But someone actually took screenshots, right? So you can tell that this person's a plant. And that this isn't actually real, and this isn't actually how these people think and behave. No, they're not MEK. This is in Iran. This is in occupied Iran. So the yellow is for Hezbollah or some other terrorist flag. But guys, look at the expressions, right? So the Islamic regime, they put out this footage because they want you to think that, oh, look, everything in Iran is normal and you know, like women can walk around without hijab or whatever. So she's a plant, she's an Islamic regime plant, but look at the look of disgust from the other women, right? Because they're like, what the hell is she doing without hijab, right? So like, here's one woman, here's like another one, right?
What the hell?
And then look at this one, right? And then look at this one. Like everyone's just, you know, upset, right? And then look at this one here. So,
yeah.
Right? So this is another way to counter the propaganda, right? So, and then what's really funny is like this person wrote here, they were like, you know, if the Islamic Republic gets the chance to preserve the regime, they'll drag some woman out in a bikini with a Ya Hussein headband in front of the cameras during the march just to fool the rest of the world into thinking Iranian women are free, right? So again, this is propaganda that the regime uses, and then a lot of people who support the regime, they're gonna like take this and be like, oh, there's no hijab issue, like Iranians are lying, right? But as you can tell, we know that this is a plant. I mean, first of all, we Iranians, we know it's a plant, we know it's fake. But the reason they're doing this is because they want to fool the rest of the world. But you can see that like the other regime women, they're not impressed. They're like, what that, like, because they all know, like, we all know this is illegal, right? And anyone else would be arrested, but the regime is doing this on purpose, right? So, and look, like this one, oh my gosh, I just like this one's even like holding a Hezbollah sign.
Yeah,
look at that, like just the face of evil right there. I mean, this woman's a terrorist too, right? Like she's a terrorist too. She probably normally dresses like all the other women, but because the regime is trying to put out like propaganda to say like oh, you know, like everything is fine and you know women are free, so that's why she's dressed like this. And then you can see like the other women are pretty much giving it away with their looks of disgust.
Oh, that's by the way, that's the color of the Hezbollah flag, but it's the logo of the IRGC logo. So it's a mix. They use the same coloring as the Hezbollah logo, but they put the IRGC logo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're all terrorists to me. I can't tell the difference, but thank you for clarifying. No, that's helpful.
Right.
That's good to know.
So let me actually show the video because the video is funny as well. Look at this.
I haven't seen the video.
Yes, one of them. Look at this. Wait, this is probably copyrighted, huh? Or should I just play it with the music or no?
It might be copyrighted. So here, let me put the circus music.
Okay, but the circus. It's only 26 seconds, but yeah.
That's fine.
That was perfect.
Like, do you guys see how like disgusted they are? Like, they're like, what are you doing? Like, oh my gosh.
What is this?
Like, I can just be like, hijab to rayat bakun.
Yeah, they say like, oh my God, you're gonna be tempting our young boys, our young pure boys, or my husband. You're gonna be tempting my husband. Usually, that's what they say.
Yeah.
They by the way, their ideology is that if a man, okay, gets tempted by this, it's her fault, right? So if her husband all of a sudden attacks this woman, they say like, my husband had no choice because that's what men are supposed to do if they see something like this, and it was her fault for tempting my husband by wearing like this. That is genuinely, like, I'm not exaggerating, that is their mindset. So if something happens to you, it's your fault if you're dressed up like this. That's what they think. So by the way, I haven't seen this. What the hell is this?
I don't know. This is like a weird jihadi clown. Look, all right.
What? Oh, let me add the audio. Oh my God, go away here.
I don't know what this is. Honestly, I was looking at this and I was like, maybe Armin can explain this.
I haven't even watched this. This guy is wearing like the flag and holding Qasem Soleimani, and he has like a teddy bear with the Islamic Republic flag on it. Weird.
از قیمت گوشت مرغ خبر دارین اومد؟ برام مهم نیست. گوشت مرغ نمیخورم، نون پنیر میخورم. مهم نیست.
So he's saying, this is so weird. He's saying, like, you're here, but are you aware of prices of chicken meat? He says, I don't care about prices of chicken meat. I eat cheese and bread. So it's basically saying I don't care that because it's like, aren't you upset with the Islamic Republic that the prices are increasing? Chicken meat is increasing. He says, I don't have an issue. I'll just eat cheese and bread. Yeah, go on, Goldie. You want to say something? Well,
yeah, so I was gonna say, so basically the regime is like they're trying to portray this image of like people being so loyal that they don't even care, right? Because I've seen other interviews as well, and I shared other, like I think I've watched them. I don't think I've shared them. I don't know yet, but like for example, there's one woman and she's like, "Oh, of course, the economy is bad. There's been a global recession since COVID, right? So they're trying to blame the failed economy on COVID or whatever."
Neil Bunny in the chat is saying, that's my nightmare tonight secured.
Why? We have someone who's saying this is a St. Patrick's Day outfit, apparently.
But they don't hold Qasim, so they might picture while doing that.
That's true.
All right, let's continue with this BS. This is bizarre.
من مملکتمو مفت نمیفروشم. میخواد گرون بشه به من چه مربوط؟
What did I sell?
مهم نیست. من مملکتمو مفت نمیفروشم.
Like, I'm not going to sell my country like for such a cheap price.
میخواد گرون بشه به من چه؟
So I don't care if everything becomes expensive. I don't care. Let it get more expensive.
من مملکتمو حفظ کنم.
Like it has nothing to do with me. I should be saving my country even if things get expensive.
دست اجنبی ندم.
I shouldn't let the hands of the foreigners to get to my country.
نظرتون نبود امروز میموندین خونه میخوابیدین استراحت میکردین.
And he's saying, what isn't it your opinion that you should have stayed home today and you should just rested and took a nap instead of coming here? So why did you come?
میخوابیدم من اصلا دیشب نخوابیدم که خوابم نبره.
Like, what do you mean sleep? I made sure I didn't even sleep last night at all to make sure that I don't fall asleep. I don't stay asleep and I show up here. So he's saying I didn't even sleep last night just so that I can make sure I don't miss. Like, what are you saying? I have been awake all night just to make sure I'm here. Okay. So this is them trying to show enthusiasm for the riots, for the fake protests. One other video I wanted to share with you guys, because guys, I have an actual video from Khamenei endorsing mosque burning. Did you know, Goldie? Khamenei is endorsing mosque burning.
2C starting though, in less than 30 seconds. So
so we don't have time for this then.
Are you able to stick around after?
I will for sure. I will do for this.
Okay, yeah, we would love for you to stick around just because oh wait, all right.
Interesting.
Oh.
United States as the Pentagon have now Welcome back to 2C TV, ladies and gentlemen. We have some breaking news coming from the Middle East, and actually the United States as the Pentagon have now ordered the second aircraft carrier George H.W. Bush, USS George H.W. Bush, to move towards Iran, as the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have now said that we take this as this is war, as the IRGC are now preparing their troops to potentially hit the state of Israel. And in the middle of all this, we are expecting the second round of negotiations to happen next week, by the way. So over the next few days, things are going to be quite tense. Of course, the super carrier is going to take about a week and a half to 12 days to get to the Middle East. But of course, both the US and Israelis have enough troops if things escalate between now and then. We're going to give you guys all the updates in this live stream. A massive, massive announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Based on popular demand, I have finally surrendered to your requests. Our team have done it again. You can go on 2cstore.tv to get access to your latest very own Iran collection merch. Yes, you can get all these lovely t-shirts. You got the Sun and Lion flag, you got the Final Battle t-shirts, and the Lion Rises. Of course, you can also get them in, I believe, hats and mugs and other things. The link is in the description, or just go on tocstore.tv. Get your own very merch. The revolution is here, and this is the final battle. All right, let's talk about what's going on in the Middle East as we await some information from the Department of War on the latest of the mobilization info. So, Pentagon have now ordered their second aircraft carrier strike group, USS George H.W. Bush, to be deployed to the Middle East. Now, the US forces obviously are preparing for the possible direct conflict with the Islamic Republic, while technically speaking, the diplomats are talking and talking. Now, first things first, this super carrier has been wrapping up their training drills at just off the coast of Virginia. But one thing is, if they accelerate the timeline, we might potentially see them get there in about 10 days' time. But it's not really just about this aircraft carrier. It's about what could happen before, potentially speaking. Now, there's again a lot of rumors on social media that there is definitely going to be an attack tonight. There is no guarantee there's going to be an attack tonight, but you never know. As of now, for the next few days and few weeks, any day something could escalate, mostly because the Islamic Republic are now on standby to launch a preemptive attack. Now, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu met earlier in the White House, and the message is quite clear, that both the United States and Israel are united against the IRGC on all talking points, whether it's the ballistic missiles, the nuclear, and being prepared for potential conflict. The ballistic missiles remains the red line, which is very difficult for the Islamic Republic to even accept. They're not going to accept any deal that includes the ballistic missiles on the table. So you're not going to have a deal. There are speculations coming from DC that the scenario that we might potentially see is that the Israeli Defense Forces will carry out the first wave of attacks. Now, before the Americans go in, because some of the rhetoric coming from Washington is that we are ready, but Israel might have to do what Israel has to do. So they keep repeating the same thing, that, well, yeah, while we have our own problems with the IRGC, Israel have their own problems as well. If they're going to do something, they're going to do something. And the Israelis, apparently, according to the Israeli government, Netanyahu presented the latest data leaked from Iran about the defense capabilities as well as the missile capabilities of the IRGC. This is to basically create urgency for both America and Israel, that we can't just leave these guys alone another few weeks, another few months, and they can just increase the arsenal. We have this from the Department of War saying American air power, second to none. A U.S. Army artillery regiment train relentlessly to ensure readiness and boost lethality. Now, we have seen a number of these type of social media posts by the Department of War over the last few days, and it seemed to be sending a very subtle but direct signal that basically don't F around with the Americans. Someone said, is there any news on the biological chemical WMDs in Iran? No. Now, going to the situation with inside the country, something fascinating happened earlier today. Well, today was the 47th anniversary of the Islamic occupation paramilitary coup. Now, as you guys know, on this channel, every now and then we debunk fake news and false information and rumors that happen on social media or mainstream media. Today, we are debunking yet another fake news.
At Cal Tire, we help you save big with free rotations. Our price match guarantee.
Yesterday, on this channel, The presenter of this channel, this guy, did the fake news. I got my dates wrong. So every day is the same at this point. We were talking about today, which is the 22nd of Bahman in terms of the Persian calendar. It's the official anniversary of the Islamic Republic. But I got my dates wrong. I thought that's the date when Khomeini arrived in Iran. Well, before that, basically, when the Shah left Iran. And no, that was wrong. That was technically, well, 10, 12 days ago. 10 days ago. So that was fake news. Got my dates wrong. I apologize. Now let's talk about the protests. The nighttime protests in Iran continue as well. People continue to obviously write Javid Shah or Long Live the King on the walls. But today we had the anniversary, right? Something funny happened. The Islamic Republic of Iran, that has the support of about 5% of the population. Now, we have about 90-ish million people in Iran, so you should expect about 3 to 4 to 5 million people to support the Islamic Republic. You should be able to bring out a few million people if you are doing a massive anniversary of your revolution. Well, that didn't actually happen. I'm going to expose what happened in Iran today because the Islamic Republic State TV decided to say that about 35 million people came out on the streets to celebrate. 35 million people. Okay, this is from Mashhad, which is the second largest city in Iran with a population of about 3.5 million people. And this is also the holy Shia headquarters for Khamenei, who's from there. But this is all they could bring out. Now, you look at the analysis, the crowd is about 485 people because it's all spread around. But that's not the only thing. The Iranian state media started to show multiple screens from different protests in different cities, right? But there's that woman holding the poster. She somehow happens to be in 2 different cities at the same time. She's in Qazvin, bottom left, and she's also in Khorramabad, which is obviously the upper right-hand side of the screen. Now, if that wasn't embarrassing enough, the IRGC aerospace commander, General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, who was killed during the 12-day war, the Israeli Defense Forces eliminated him. They had a funeral and everything else. Well, somehow today, the footage from the Islamic Republic state media of the celebrations, here's the IRGC commander. Wait. That's the guy. Look. The guy right in the middle, and then the kids are going towards him. That's the commander who died 6-7 months ago. Oh, because they are using last year's footage. They started using old videos to claim that this is happening now. Even back then, the crowd wasn't even that big anymore. But the best way to expose this is actually from one of our Iranian sources inside the country that basically is going to show you the screen on TV of the main square of his town. And then he's going to show you from out of his window what's actually happening.
بچه اینجایی که میبینید میدون امام ساریه خب پخشش هم زده زنده.
So that's the Sari square. I'm going to translate. So that's live footage apparently. He's going to show you from the window. This is the funniest thing ever. That's wait. That's it. It's going to zoom in.
جالبه نه؟ اینجا چند نفرن اینجا کلا انقدر. همون جایی که تصویر شده ببینید.
Wait, let's show you the beginning, the TV screen. That's what they showed, right? Massive crowd. And he just filmed from his window. There's hardly anybody there. As I said, they've been claiming that they had about 26 to 30 million people that showed up at the rally. Well, look at the footage. This is filmed by the Iranians. Look at that. They're walking around the loop. Like a bunch of ants. Oh, that's so sad. That's like 50 people over there. It's one person with a megaphone. Allah. It's so good. But all this is all they had to show up, to start chanting, death to America, death to Israel. Watch this. It's so embarrassing. Wow. That's it. That's all they have. Now, but after getting caught, it gets better. It gets much better. After getting caught, they decided, because they realized they keep doing whoopsies. They're broadcasting the wrong footage and people are getting caught, right? They start using AI. You've seen what they've been doing over the last few weeks, right? With all the AI videos from their military. Hasn't been the best work, right? Apart from the last one. That was actually pretty good. The last AI video when they destroyed Tel Aviv. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. That was good. That was good. Well done. Well made. But they decided to go back to ChatGPT and make fake videos of a crowd. This is all they could come up with. They broadcast this. The problem with this video, firstly, they could have done better in terms of a bigger crowd, but I think they didn't want to make it too obvious. People paid attention to the detail of this crowd. It's on the loop, but not properly loop, because there's a couple of people who just appear and reappear and reappear. So at the 6-second mark, you can see the finger, that guy with the white shirt and some sort of gray suit, and then 17, seconds, that guy's gone back somehow. And there was a kid who didn't have anything in her hand, and then she just brought a flag out of nowhere. She's going to be the best future magician of Iran. So it's all kicking off. It's all great. Everything is fine in Iran. There is no emergency and there is no desperation. Absolutely embarrassing level of crowd. Let's go to the next one. Not bad. Someone, can you guys on my behalf, I'll give you permission to respond to this guy at Java5178, so I don't have to bother. He says, no one cares about Iran. Stop reporting on the crap that gets everyone down. Here is an idea. Report on positive news. Wait. If people don't care about Iran, why does this get them down? If they don't care, it's not going to get them down. Guys, deal with this absolute nutter. Anyway, there is also the role of the Western media. Jokes aside, the Islamic Republic have created a number of propaganda mouthpieces for themselves. CNN, BBC News, and a couple of others, of course. Al Jazeera already in their pockets anyway. BBC News were invited to go to Tehran to report a very impartial and objective news report from the anniversary of the Islamic Republic. The bunch of their supporters turning up, right? This is what the BBC, this is how the BBC, funded by the British taxpayer, reported from Iran.
This is what the government wants to see on its streets. People coming out here in Tehran and in cities and towns across this country to show their support for the Islamic Republic and the revolution, now 47 years old. It's a public holiday today, and here in Tehran, it feels like a family festival. Iranians waving.
Did she actually say, it feels like a family festival? It's like Glastonbury, right?
Now 47 years old. It's a public holiday today, and here in Tehran, it feels like a family festival. Iranians waving their flags and chanting slogans in support. This is the government's political reply to the unprecedented protests which swept the streets here in the capital and across Iran and were put down with unprecedented force. Today was the country's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who addressed the main rally, accusing people described as the enemies of the revolution, including Britain and the United States. He said, we're trying to bring down the revolution. He also accused them of instigating unrest.
Why are you repeating their propaganda?
But he also apologized to Iranians for their economic suffering and said the government was listening. As Iran marks these 47 years, it now faces its biggest challenge since its revolution of 1979.
She just became the propaganda parrot. She literally just said what they wanted her to say. She didn't say, they are claiming, by the way, they are lying, but they are claiming this or they're claiming that. She just said it as a matter of fact that obviously the government, the Iranians are out. Family festival, the Iranians, not the IRGC, they're out. And also their government apologized to the Iranian nation for economic incompetence, mismanagement. Everything's going to be fine. The government has apologized. What? What are you talking about? You think that's bad? Bushra Sheikh. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are familiar with Bushra, or at least if you're familiar with this channel, Bushra Sheikh, or as I call her, Big Bush, presumably. She is a UK Pakistani who is a far-left activist and an Islamist media commentator. She was funded, paid by the Islamic Republic to go to Tehran today, and because she is protected, she's allowed to not wear a headscarf, a hijab. Let's go to the report by Bushra Sheikh, or Big Bush.
Hi everyone, I'm Bushra Sheikh in Tehran Square at the moment, where you can see hundreds, thousands, millions of people here today coming together to support their nation, Islamic Republic of Iran. I have seen it for myself. I will be reporting all day for you guys. There's a lot of noise here at the moment, but I think it's important for the public to really understand what is happening inside of Iran right now. It's a coming together of people, and I think it's one of the most amazing things to see, coming together and saying no to America.
So hang on. So I need to put, there's like 20 people behind her. That's what she's going to show you, the whole crowd.
Saying no to Israel, and this is what they have to do, show support in solidarity with one another. I'm here myself reporting for you guys in Tehran, Iran.
And then at the end of the night, I'm not getting there. Anyway, that was Big Bush reporting from Tehran. So let's see what we have. We have a big super chat from Edgar saying, you have made learning actual news easier. I no longer have to watch 5 different things. You cover everything I want to know. Thank you. I will be one of the first clients at your pub in Iran. Oh, thank you so much. Also, big news. This Saturday, we will be in München. We'll be in Munich. A massive global rally for Iran. The Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi will be there, and everybody else. So we're going to be there, TCTV, reporting live. Not as good as Bushra reporting live, as you can see right now with her face and the little microphone. She's obviously better. She's very good at reporting. But I'm trying my best to learn from Big Bush. But we will be there, and of course you can watch the full coverage of the Munich rally live on 2CTV. Caroline, can you please do a shout out to my beautiful Iranian friend Adi and his family from London, who are beautiful people, and we Australians fully support the Iranian people against the IRGC Javid Shah. Thank you very much. Big shout out to Adi, and also all beautiful Iranians, not the ugly ones, just the beautiful ones. If you're ugly, you're IRGC. It goes hand in hand. The ugly ones are always IRGC. So beautiful ones, they believe in freedom. To see if Iranians make a hard metal music utensils and masses from their houses, it will make IRGC even more paranoid. No, they're just going to shoot at all the houses and all the windows to kill them. Super sticker here from Martin. Paul says, how are people doing for food and water, medicine, cash? Well, obviously, there are shortages, but everything's expensive, a massive inflation. It's difficult, but they've been practicing for this. They've been warming up for about 47 years with economic crisis every single day. So this has just accelerated a little bit, but it's difficult, but they are resilient people. I'm going to buy all the Quran from Iran for cheap and sell them as high-quality originals to the UK. BBC will advertise me. Genius idea, by the way. Quran is in high demand in the UK. Not in Iran, obviously, but yeah, in the UK, it's one of the most popular books, as you guys know. World Israel News stated a presenter, instead of shouting death to America, shouted death to Khomeini. Yes, actually, I was going to show you that, but I thought, hang on, let me see if I can find it. I thought it might not be relevant, but it is kind of funny if I could find that video. During I think they was making a speech on the Iranian state TV, and accidentally said death to Khomeini. Oh yeah, I found it. This is the funniest thing I've seen. The thing is, yeah, I'm gonna have to translate this because I don't have time to put subtitles on the actual footage. Also, this way we could get rid of Bushra Sheikh's face, because that face is not appetizing. Where is it? There we go. Let's get ready for this. This is the funniest thing. It's fine. It's only a few seconds. You can hear the word Khomeini, but I will translate it at the end. It's worth it. Trust me. Watch this. Whoa. There we go.
مردم آهاد مردم کارمندان آهاد مردم تفاهدی مردم دو رو آتکن یکی نشان بده الله اکبر مرگ بر خامنه ای و مرگ بر
Said everybody's here, the workers, ordinary people, they're here to chant Allahu Akbar and death to Khomeini. Yeah, one job, and you're now dead. See? You're dead. Dead man walking. Ivan says, what crack is she smoking? Oh, the BBC woman. Opium. The IRGC love opium. Met the Shah at the White House in 77. Since 79, I wanted to get these guys 32 years US Army, 6 years combat, wounded 20 times. Wow. And now over 70, and I wish I was on this operation. Old and sitting on the bench sucks for an old warrior. It's fun. You can enjoy it. So just get some popcorn, watch it live on 2C TV when the operation begins. Also, 20 times. Are you sure you're not RoboCop or the Terminator? Because they seem to be invincible. Well done, and thank you for your service. What happened to the girl in the famous picture of her setting picture of Khomeini and then lighting a cigarette with the picture? Was she arrested? Was she executed? Wow. What actually happened to her is that she became our symbol on our latest merch. The 2CTV merch, the Iran collection is now out. You can get the Final Battle t-shirts or the Iranian flag or the Lion Risers. You can also get them in hats and mugs and hoodies and everything else. Just go on 2cstore.tv. To answer that question, she's okay because that girl, the actual famous picture, she was actually living in, I want to say either Canada or France. Same thing. Canada or France, same thing. Yeah, she was actually Iranian, but abroad. So that photo you see, obviously in the middle, that girl who actually did the first symbolic smoking cigarettes, she wasn't actually in Iran, so she's okay. But obviously a lot of people started doing the same thing after her. But yes, you can now get your very own 2CTV Iran collection merch by going on 2cstore.tv. The link is also in the description. Get our limited Iran collection offer. What happened? Oh, that's the same thing. I'm just repeating. Big one again from Edgar saying, as a journalist, your job is not to cheer up your viewers, to tell the facts, to tell the truth. And you're doing that. I don't know what's there to be cheery about right now. It's a sad time, but soon we will celebrate, all of us. Javid Shah. There's an H missing, but it's okay. I'll forgive you on behalf of the king. Yes, I agree. But that's why I have to try my best to at least make it less doom and gloomy, because everybody's a little bit depressed. But the world is full of negative news. And that is, unfortunately, the nature of news. If I start a live report saying, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today's report. The sky is sunny. Everybody's walking home from work happy with extra money in their pockets. Thank you so much for watching on Maya 2C and We Are the Media. You're going to be like, what? That would be great. But that is not happening. That's not what's happening in real world. Unfortunately, we are currently going through a bit of turbulence across the world.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here, see it here, and see it here, so you stand out. Even when they're way back here. Get 20% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.
I like my face. Anyway. World. Unfortunately, we are currently going through a bit of turbulence across the world, not just Iran. We have problems in the UK, we have problems in Canada, we have problems everywhere. So yeah, that's why I have to make it slightly less dark. I like my face. Anyway, Carrie, oh God, anti-Semites are back. Candace, Tucker, talking points at Trump's Religious Liberty Commission. She was fired from the council, but she will get publicity. Yeah, nothing to do with this, of course, but yes, it's a good point. Why don't you report on good stuff? Excuse me, this is great. Positive, beautiful news. Beautiful. Also, notice who opposed this change is ugly as hell. Who opposes this change? Change or channel? Both. Yes, actually, this news update, hang on, I just realized, what was that guy talking about? That idiot who was ranting earlier saying, oh, Maya, why are you talking about negative things, blah, blah, blah. Hang on, first, we have Nick in the live chat saying, Tusi, your hair is almost as bad as Bushra's book.
We'll stop there, because the getting a little bit spicy in his super chat. Armin, are you here? Would you like to go over that Khamenei video? Oh, Armin might be on a break.
Coming. Let me just put it on the shirt.
What? Did I hear that? پاتیچو من درست شنیدم؟
آره بنده خدا خب بالاخره پرایوسی لازم داره. فکر کن چای کافی چیزی ریخته رو تیشرتش یا هر چی بالاخره.
Okay. Maybe we should have stuck with the Bushra comment. Yeah, that's a good question. What about your pants? Do you have to put on your pants too, Armin?
کسی هم مگه پشت دوربین شلوار میپوشه بالا تن است؟
Oh, Petito's saying who wears pants when they're on camera. It's all from the top up anyway. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
All right, wait, what's up? What are you guys laughing about?
I don't know, because you said coming, I just have to put on a shirt.
Yeah?
So people want to know now. People in chat want to know, did you also have to put on pants, or do you not wear pants? Or were you taking
I just changed to changed to a tank top from a t-shirt. I don't go around like without anything on. I just have a tank top.
too
Yeah.
funny. All right. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
That was
like,
just that I was just not expecting that. I was just,
Okay. I just had to make sure I don't disappoint Goldie. Like Goldie's like, "Where's Armin?" I was
No,
like,
no, that's fine. You
"Coming."
can, that's fine. No, that I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, let's go to the video that you wanted to share, the Khamenei video.
Oh yeah, so we got the Goldie. Like, you know how many people were telling you that? Oh my God, Goldie is a terrorist. She's like endorsing mosque burning. Okay, but guys, we have permission from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei himself.
Oh wow!
So let's watch. Yes, look at this. It's actually apparently mosque burning is an Islamic tradition. Okay, so let's listen to this. By Muhammad himself. It's Sunnah.
در قضیه مسجد زرار پیغمبر رفت سراغشون، مسجدی رو که ساخته بودن ویران کرد، سوزاند، فرمود که این مسجد نیست، اینجا محل توطئه است علیه مردم.
So he's giving us a story from Muhammad, saying that Muhammad went to a place where people had a mosque. He destroyed their mosques. He burned their mosque. Muhammad, the prophet, right? Saying that this mosque is not a mosque. It's a place for conspiracy against the people. And that's why Muhammad burned down the mosque, saying this mosque is a center of conspiracy against the people. So according to Khamenei, so guys, if you don't know, in Islam, when Muhammad does something, it's sunnah, meaning that it is the way. It's what you're supposed to do. So according to Khamenei, it is Islamic to burn a mosque that is being used as a center to conspire against the people.
Sorry, Armin, a lot of people in the chat are asking if this is Khamenei. Yes, this is Khamenei. This is when he was younger. Guys, Khamenei did not come out of his mother's womb looking like a 80-year-old demon, right? He was younger at some point. So yeah. He looks younger in the video because the video is not recent. It's an older video. Yeah.
Right.
It's an older video. So
yeah.
He did not come out of his mother's womb looking like the 80-year-old demon. So.
People are immediately saying, "You sure about that?"
Some people are saying he was born with the beard. Yeah.
Oh, actually, Goldie.
Yeah.
They say something similar about him, and Patipto confirmed this for me. So like people don't know that I'm not making this up. They say Ali Khamenei, his family says that the second he was born, the second he came out of his mother's womb, he said, "Ya Ali." He said "Ya Ali" right when he came out of his mother's womb. And
فیلمش هست فکر می‌کنم ماماش فیلم کسی از ماماش یه کسی از این کسایی که بوده اونجا گفته که
yeah, there's a video of the person who was there saying this, and people are like, guys, even before me saying it, Iranians in the chat were writing like they knew what I was going to say. People in the chat in the Persian, they wrote "Ya Ali," somebody because they knew what I was going to say. This is a common belief among supporters of the regime that this miracle did happen when Khamenei was born. And also that's why they named him Ali, because they're like, "Oh my God, he said Ya Ali. Let's name him Ali." Yeah. So wait,
stupid.
we went. Yeah. Did you show people this? Right, you did, right?
No, we haven't spoken about Ball yet.
Oh my God, that was like the highlight, one of the greatest highlights of the Islamic Republic's protest.
I know, that's why I was waiting for you.
Yeah, they had a statue of Baal and they burned it. So guys, guess in the chat why. If you haven't heard me explain this already, guess like why would they do that? Like what the hell? while we watch this video, let me explain why they burned Baal. So this started with Raifipur. Remember the Kung Fu Panda guy that I talked to you guys about earlier, right? So
do you want to give an example of who he is? Like, do you have a video or something?
Oh, right.
Because everyone's like, I don't think people in the English live stream know who the Kung Fu Panda guy is. So you might have to explain.
So Raifipur is the source of 80% of the conspiracy theories that comes out from Iran. So he's such a conspiracy theorist, this guy, right? That whenever we want to make fun of somebody for being conspiratorial, we tell them, like, what is this with this Raifipur nonsense you're talking about, right? So if somebody just believes like the craziest crap about, I don't know, Jewish aliens poisoning your water or something, whatever, any like the crazy, or like, I don't know, Jews controlling Hollywood. And by the way, but the reason why I say Kung Fu Panda guy, because he genuinely, and I'm not exaggerating, this man I genuinely believes that Kung Fu Panda is a Zionist conspiracy. Like it's a Zionist, has Zionist messaging in it to control the world, right? And I actually, on the Persian channel, I covered that on my Persian channel. So that's why I say that. Yes, Iranian Alex Jones. He's Iranian. He's Iran's Alex Jones. Worse than that. Worse than that. So I have a show on my Persian channel going over his explanations for why the symbols in Kung Fu Panda and the messages. And I kid you not, guys. Kung Fu Panda is a way to prepare the rest of the world to prepare for the coming of the Mahdi, the Shia Mahdi, and how to make sure that the world, when the Mahdi comes, you actually oppose him. Like I said, according to Raifipur, Kung Fu Panda is a brainwashing mechanism, so that when the Mahdi comes, you don't accept him and you oppose him. And he goes through the symbolism and all the characters in the cartoon, who's who represents what person. It's crazy, right? So one conspiracy theory that this man started is the Jews don't worship God, according to this man. The Jews were like, God sent Moses to the Jews to try to convince them to worship God. But apparently Jews being Jews, they didn't listen to the prophet of God, and they secretly keep worshiping Baal. They pretend like they worship God, but the fake God that Moses tried to convince them to not worship, they continued secretly worshiping him. And that's why, apparently, according to him, they're so evil. They're so evil because they didn't listen to Moses. And all these years, they've been worshiping Baal. And this is why Zionists are evil, according to him. So all of the great evils in the world comes from Baal. And the fact that this Zionism, who's trying to dominate the world, is trying to serve this God instead of the true God, Allah, which they think also. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but Muslims think that Moses was Muslim, Jesus was Muslim, Adam was Muslim, Prophet Noah was Muslim, Abraham was Muslim. So they don't think Islam started with Muhammad. They think Islam got to its final form with Muhammad, but Islam started with Prophet Adam. So this God is the fake God that the Jews worship, and that's why it represents Zionism. And that's why they're. By the way, guys, Jews in the chat, according to them, you should be very offended by this right now, because apparently this is the real God that you worship. So let me know if you're offended that Baal is being burned.
Armin, isn't Allah Baal? Like, my understanding is that Allah is actually like the moon god Baal.
A lot of people say that, but
That's what I think anyway. So the way that I look at this, it, like to me and to like many Iranians, we see this as basically like the, you know, these like savages are literally like burning their own god, because that looks like Allah, and they're like, you know, sacrificing the, you know, children, like the, you know, all like the 90, like literally 90,000 Iranians have been murdered in the last month, and these people are burning a statue of their demon god, and they're yelling Allahu Akbar.
That's too cool to be Allah. Okay, that thing is too cool to be Allah. Allah actually looks a lot more deformed. If you read the Quran, Allah is supposed to have two right hands and not a left hand, and two of his legs are connected or something. Like if you read the Quran, Allah looks really deformed.
Ooh.
That thing is too cool to be Allah, in my opinion. It's too
And you know what's
metal to
really
be
weird
Allah.
is like this video is going viral around the world, and like Muslims around the world are like celebrating. They're like, "Oh, this is amazing. This is so cool." Like, and I'm like, "Ugh." And there's like people in like Canada, people in the United States who are like looking at this and they're cheering this on, and I'm like, ugh. Like, not only are these people in Iran, but they've been like imported into your countries too.
Let me,
do you have a
let me
picture of
actually
Allah?
show you. I have a picture of actually what Allah is supposed to look
Well,
like.
all right, let's see.
According to the Quran.
حالا من یه چیزی بگم، یه موضوع اضافه بکنم.
What is that?
That's Allah.
That's not a PG. That's not PG.
It is. That's a snake, Goldie. That's a snake. Okay. So right. So apparently it has two right hands. Both hands are on the right, according to the Quran.
Just
He has one shin only, which this picture doesn't actually make it right. He has 2 feet, but I think he has only 2 left feet. I don't know. He has one. He's supposed to have. Okay, he has eyes, but he has 2 right hands. I know that to be right. He has only 2. Both of his hands are right hands.
Why is there a
That's
snake
Allah.
between his legs? What's
To make it PG-13. They're trying to cover his thing. So this is actually an attempt to. Yeah. Okay. To cover him up.
You know what? Allah is a demon god. That definitely looks like a demon. I don't know what the heck.
I think
that is.
that's too insulting to demons, in my opinion, to call demons Allah demonic.
Wow.
Right.
Hatib Tobashi, you wanted to add something. Go ahead.
ببین میخواستم بگم که حالا در کانتکست صحبت شما هم هست، ولی میخواستم بگم که هر مسلمونی که حالا یه بارم قرآن رو خونده باشه و همون به دید مسلمونی خودش باور داشته باشه، اولین چیزی که از کلا مسلمونی میدونه اینه که میگه وحده لا شریک له، یعنی خدا یکیه و شریکی نداره. یا مثلا میگه که مثلا معجزه فقط متعلق به حضرت محمد و بعد از حضرت محمد دیگه معجزه‌ای وجود نداشت. یعنی اینا دیگه فکتاییه که تو خود قرآن و دین اسلام هست. ولی ما میبینیم که مثلا آقای امام خامنه‌ای در بعد ورودش معجزه داشته، یا همین الان صحبت میکنه میگه من مثلا با خدا در ارتباطم، یا مثلا حکم خدا به من صادر میشه. میخوام بگم که طبق همون فکتای مسلمون ها، یعنی چیزی که خودشون دارن بهش میگن، اینا عملا مشرک حساب میشن، چون دارن برای خدا شریک قائل میشن و در کنارش هم با توجه به کارا و چیزایی که میکنن تبدیل میشن به آنتی کرایست. یعنی حتی تو خود قرآن، و الان که وقتشون نیست حوصله‌اش، ولی آرمین حتما میره بررسی میکنه، خود قرآن سوره بقره آیه 5 اگه واز بکنی دقیقاً شرایط الان امروز خامنه‌ای رو نوشته. یعنی خیلی در رابطه با اون بلی که نشون دادی، خیلی مثلا سناریوی منطقیه که اینا در واقع آنتی کرایست باشن تا مثلا حالا مسلمون و شیعه و این رو حرف.
But Patipto, everything you're saying is going to make Sunni Muslims happy, so we don't want to give like this is basically Sunni Muslims. They were like, yes, Shia Muslims are everything according to the Quran. Shia Muslims are infidels. You know what I mean? So we don't want to give
در هر صورت که واقعا باید خوشحال باشن که حداقل هم کیش خامنه‌ای نیستن. در هر صورت اینو باید قبول بکنیم. ولی واقعیت اینه که اگر واقعا مثلا بخوای یه روزی رو در رو قرار بگیری باشون، خیلی راحت با 2 تا حرکت میتونی اینا رو ببری تو سمت خود شیطان. یعنی واقعا اللهی که مثلا خامنه‌ای بهش باور داره کاملا تمام نشونه آنتی کرایست داره.
Yes. So Patipta is pointing out that if you actually read the Quran properly, these people are considered mushrik. They associate partners with Allah, but even based on Quranic standards, these people would be the Antichrist if you actually read the Quran properly. But again, if I don't want to say that because that's giving too much credit to the Quran, as if the Quran itself has the right position. Oh yeah, let's just read that. I didn't know you were recording, Goldie. That's why I was translating.
No, you can translate too. I just put it up there for the screen, but you go ahead.
No, that's honestly better. Like when Patipta speaks, I'm not going to be able to remember everything he says, so that's going to be better.
Because I was actually having issues with this. The first translation that it gave me, it said, I'll frame it in a way that avoids labeling or attacking people based on religion. So then I was like, no, translate it accurately. It's for research purposes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so apparently ChatGPT thinks that Potipto is being Islamophobic.
Here is your direct and accurate translation, preserving your wording and intent as closely as possible. Open quote. I wanted to say that in the context of what you were discussing, I also wanted to point this out. Any Muslim who has read the Quran even once and truly believes in being Muslim knows that the first foundational principle is Wahdahu la sharika lah. God is one and has no partner. Another core belief is that miracles belonged to Prophet Muhammad, and after him, there are no more miracles. That is a fact stated in the Quran and within Islam itself. But we see, for example, that Mr. Imam Khamenei, from the beginning of his leadership, has spoken as if he possesses miracles, or says that he is in direct communication with God, or that God's rulings are issued to him. I'm saying that according to the very facts Muslims themselves refer to, this would technically amount to shirk, associating partners with God, because it implies assigning a partner or intermediary to God. And alongside the actions and behaviors we see, this would make them resemble an antichrist figure more than Muslims or Shiites. Even within the Quran, although now is not the time to go into detail, but Armin can research it. If you go back and open Surah, verse 5, it describes conditions that align closely with what we see today. Based on that framework, it becomes a logical scenario to argue that they resemble an antichrist figure rather than true Muslim or Shiite leadership. Close quote. If you'd like, I can also provide a strictly academic theological breakdown,
No.
a comparative religion framing, or a citation-based Quranic analysis. Let me know the format you need for research.
Nothing.
But I just want to make sure that we say this, that even if they are not true Islam is also vile and disgusting, to be fair, right? Yes.
This is just basically like infighting, inbreeding, infighting.
Yeah.
Like we don't care. We don't care if they're infighting. It's all terrible.
I have an urgent message that I need to share. 18-year-old Shervin Bagherian is at imminent risk of execution. He has been sentenced to death on fabricated murder charges after a sham trial. We must be his voice before it's too late. So, guys, another name to pay attention to: Shervin Bagherian, 18-year-old at imminent risk of execution.
Man, that's really tough. That's really tough. Let me make a quick post about that before I forget. Oh my gosh, he's just like a young kid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is his picture. Shervin Bagherian. Guys, I'm gonna retweet these. Please help us share this. So now we have two names: Saleh Mohammadi as imminent risk of execution, and Shervin Bagherian. So this is Shervin Bagherian on the left and Saleh Mohammadi on the right. Yeah, Saleh Mohammadi is this one on the left and Shervin Bagherian on the right. They're both at risk of execution.
Oh my God.
What the hell? Look at him.
He's so young. Like, what did he do? Why? Here, I have a video of him. Wait, what's
از
this?
شروین یه دونه ویدیو اعتراف هم هست که همون روز اول نشونش دادن، بهش گفتن میخواین آره دقیقا فکر کنم همینه.
چند تا بچه یتیم کردی؟
Is that a forced conviction, Goldie? We might want to share it if it's a forced conviction.
اعتراف اجباری.
Why should
It's a
we
forced
share it?
confession. Yeah, because forced confessions are not supposed to be shared because it's basically regime propaganda and doesn't reflect. I don't know. I heard that it's a rule that we should follow.
I don't know. I personally I share the forced confession because I want people to see what the regime does to people, right? But like I always explain that it's forced confession, right? So if I was just gonna if I was just gonna share it and then not add anything to it, like of course that would be propaganda. But I mean, this is a good learning opportunity for people to see that they literally give they force people to make confessions, right? So this is his force. This is how they force Iranians to admit to crimes they haven't committed, just so that they can then murder them.
چه حکمی به شما دادن؟ چه حکم شما محاربه است.
خب میشه بگید محاربه چیه لطفا؟ من نمیدونم چیه بابا.
اعدام.
تو رو خدا اعدام داد. آقا من غلط کردم. گول خوردم. تو رو خدا آقا.
با غلط کردن تو چیزی درست میشه؟
به خدا من اونجا بیکار بودم. من جامعه به خدا خطری ندارم. آقا من غلط کردم. گول خوردم.
چند تا بچه
Let me share that link with you so you can translate it.
I don't know if I can.
All right, Armin, it's okay. You don't have to. I'll do it later. Okay, so basically, guys, so what happens it's okay, no, Armin, you don't have to. It's fine.
No, it's okay. I can do it.
Listen, I know it's hard. You don't have to. You don't have to.
No, I do.
These things are difficult.
Don't
worry, you know what? I actually cried earlier today when you were gone. So I cried today on camera as well. So
it's okay. No, I'm okay.
چند تا بچه رو یتیم کردی؟ الان میدونین؟
They're saying, how many children did you turn into an orphan?
یتیم کردی؟ الان میدونین چه حکمی به شما دادن؟
Like, do you know what have you been charged with?
حکم شما محاربه است. خب میشه بگید
like that you're muharabe, and he says, what does that mean? He doesn't even know what muharabe means. Muharabe means that you waged war against Allah. Like, can you please tell me what does that mean?
حکم شما محاربه است. خب میشه بگید محاربه چیه لطفا؟ من نمیدونم چیه بابا.
Like, I don't know what that is, sir. I don't know what that is, sir.
اعدام.
تو رو خدا.
And the guy says it has, you would be like, it has execution. This is like a crime that you would be executed for. And he's saying, for God, and as soon as he hears execution, he says, please, for God's sake. He's saying, please, sir, for God's sake, it has execution. You know, like he's saying, please forgive me. I made a mistake. And like by saying by saying forgive me, nothing will be fixed. Like I had nothing to do. It was just like late Friday, and I had nothing to do. That's why I showed up in the protest. And like there's no danger in it.
People asking how the video came out. The regime does this, guys. These are forced confession videos. So the regime has been doing this for 47 years. They will they force Iranians to confess to crimes they haven't committed, and then they will claim that they're muharebe, which is basically, you know, crimes against Allah, and then they execute them. So this is, and then the regime just puts out these videos because they're literally sick, demonic, evil people. And no, like you can see, like he's a young kid. This is him. He's like a what, 18, 17, 18, sentenced to death for waging war against Allah. Allah is their evil demon god. Meanwhile, Armin, the United Nations congratulated the Islamic regime on the 47th anniversary of their revolution. Did you know that?
What? What?
Yeah.
Is this real?
Yep. Like to satisfy.
Are you kidding me?
این گراز هم باید ببین، این گرازو باید یه سیخ بکنیم از یه طرفش که از اون طرفش بیاد بیرون.
What the... Can I swear? Oh my God. No, it's okay. Guys, abolish the United Nations. Seriously. Like, what is the purpose of these? I can't swear.
I said, this is vile and disgusting. This is the equivalent of congratulating the Nazis on the anniversary of them taking over Germany. Shame on the UN, defund the UN. Yeah, like Americans, like guys, if President Trump pulls out of the UN, it's over. It's done because 30% of the UN is funded by the United States.
I promise you that we Iranians will, as much as we hated the United Nations before, this is something else. I promise you that we will never forgive the United Nations for this. We will never forget the UN for this. I promise you that we will remember this forever. And I promise you that we will last and the UN won't.
You know that Iran was actually, I think, like one of the first like founding members of the UN as well. Iran was involved from the beginning under the Shah.
You have made yourself irrelevant. I already consider them irrelevant, given that they have. By the way, Goldie, did you know the United Nations has more declarations against Israel than all the other countries combined? Like, they have more declarations against Israel than Russia, North Korea, the Islamic Republic, and the CCP combined. Why is the United States funding them while they are just an anti-Israeli institution? Israel is the main ally of the United States. You're funding an organization that is, its main job is to attack Israel. Why are American taxpayers funding this?
Sick. Absolutely sick. Absolutely sick and disgusting. Jeez. Okay. Armin, before you go, let's go over the list of rallies. And then I'll
sometimes sometimes I get a bit weak, but thank you for helping us.
You listen, it's okay. Like, guys, this isn't Armin, this is not weakness. This is emotion. This is human empathy. Like, you're showing your humanity, and there's absolutely nothing weak about that. If anything, you're demonstrating to people that you are a human being, and you know, you have empathy and you show emotion and you're normal. So if anything, I would be like more worried or more concerned if, like, you know, you saw that and you didn't react to it, like it had no impact on you, right? Do you want me to show you the video that made me cry today?
Oh, okay.
It's like it's not a bad video. It's like a
Yeah, no.
it's a happy. It's sort of it is a happy video, but it made me emotional.
No, okay.
I think it's this one.
خوبی من از این سالا دارم این ویدیوهای تظاهرات رو نگاه میکنم و گریه میکنم. دمتون گرم تو این هوای سرد، واقعا دمتون گرم. مرسی که رفتید، مرسی که اینجوری این همه آدم، این همه جمعیت، دمتون گرم. واقعا از طرف همه مردم ایران ازتون تشکر میکنم. یه امید دوباره تو جون ما. واقعا امروز که با بچه ها حرف میزنم همشون انگار یه جون تازه گرفتن. واقعا هممون ناامید شده بودیم ولی دوباره انگار امید اومد تو دلمون. دمتون گرم، مرسی ازتون بچه ها.
یه چیزی بگم، اگر الان من مادرم بیارم پشت تلفن در واقع همین رو میگه. یعنی من خودم عین همین کوتو از مادرم شنیدم که نسبت به شما چه حسی داره بابت راهپیمایی خارج.
So Petito is saying, if he was to let's say bring his mom to the show to share her thoughts, she would be saying the exact same thing as this woman. In fact, this is pretty much like a verbatim quote for what Petito's mom and many others feel about it. Armin, did you want to translate that video for everyone?
Yes. We also got a big super chat saying that somebody made a new song for us, which I'm going to try to find.
Yeah.
Saying, Armin, check out the revolutionary song I've made. You guys will love it. I think I uploaded it on my YouTube channel. So I'll try to find it. Okay. So I will try to find it after I translate this video. Okay. And thank you so much for the support. And we'll that's the link. What's the link? Where's the link?
I'll find it, Armin. Tempest Prime 2. I'll find it and I'll put it in the private chat there.
Fantastic. Thank you. By the way, guys, look at the size of the size of the crowd and realize that these crowd sizes are made by the Iranian diaspora outside of Iran. And we managed to make bigger crowds than the Islamic Republic with all of its resources inside Iran, where more Iranians are, right? It's amazing achievement that the crowd sizes for Iranians outside of Iran against the Islamic Republic is bigger than crowd sizes of the Islamic Republic to support the Islamic Republic inside Iran, with all of the resources and all of the threats that they have and all the other tricks that they have to try to increase the crowd sizes. They cannot yet achieve these crowd sizes. So just compare them. That's actually a major accomplishment. So let's translate this. Let me bring this down here. Okay, so he's saying, hi guys, are you okay?
من از این سالا دارم این ویدیوهای تظاهرات رو نگاه میکنم.
So from yesterday till now, I'm watching the videos of all of these protests.
و گریه میکنم. دمتون.
And I cry. Amazing job. Good job everybody with these protests.
تو این هوای سرد، واقعا دمتون گرم.
In this cold weather, really, really good job, everyone.
مرسی که رفتید.
Thank you that you went. Thank you that you went. Thank you that you participated.
مرسی که اینجوری این همه آدم، این همه جمعیت، دمتون.
Thank you that you managed to bring this large of a crowd. So many people. Really good job.
واقعا از طرف همه مردم ایران ازتون تشکر میکنم.
I thank you on behalf of all the people of Iran.
یه امید دوباره تو جون ما.
You guys gave us a renewed hope. You guys like renewed our hope.
امروز که با بچه ها حرف میزنم همشون انگار یه جون تازه گرفتن.
So like today when I was talking to the guys, they were all saying that it seemed like you guys gave us a new life with all of these protests.
واقعا هممون ناامید شده بودیم ولی دوباره
Like really we were all losing hope, but you gave us hope again.
امید اومد تو دلمون. دمتون گرم.
Like you injected our hearts with new hope.
مرسی ازتون بچه‌ها.
Good job. Thank you guys. Good job. Goldie, do you know if this is a message from where is she? Does it say? Where does this come from, this message? Inside or outside of Iran?
Yeah, it's from inside Iran. I found it on Instagram, so I downloaded it.
It's from inside.
Yeah, it's from inside. It's from inside, and the video is posted on Instagram. So, and that's the Toronto rally. So,
wow.
Thank
you for sharing that.
Oh, you were very welcome. I hope that made you feel better, but just to like ruin your mood again.
Oh no.
Oh, look, the Islamic regime has been elected as vice chair to the UN Commission for Social Development, whose priority theme will be promoting democracy, gender equality, and ensuring tolerance and non-violence.
No. Come on, no. Is this real? This can't be real.
This is real. This is real.
And this is recent.
This just happened 5 hours ago.
The Islamic regime in Iran has just been elected as vice chair on the UN Commission for Social Development, whose priority theme will be promoting democracy, gender equality, and ensuring tolerance and nonviolence. Chair saying, I hear no objection.
Yeah, here I can play the video if you want.
Yeah.
May you take it that the commission wishes to elect by acclamation.
Right, the volume's low. Let me increase the volume.
May you take it that the commission wishes to elect by acclamation Mr. Abbas Tajik of the Islamic Republic of Iran and Mr. Shahriar Khajiev of Azerbaijan as vice chairs of the 65th session of the Commission for Social Development. I hear no objection. It is so decided. On behalf of the Commission, I would like to congratulate the elected members of the Bureau.
They're a joke. Like they're completely a joke. What is the
I don't even know. I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to this. Defund the UN. Get rid of it. UN is corrupt. Like at this point, like this is a joke. This is a joke.
Guys, whenever they say Israel or United States has violated international law, remember that when they say international law, they're talking about the UN. So you could tell them to F off. If this is what their standards are like.
I agree. All right. So why don't we go to, because it's getting to the time where both of us kind of have to head out. Why don't you go
You want me to play the song?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes. Play the song. Play the song. I sent it to you.
Yep. So thank you, Ashkan Pazoki. I'm going to subscribe.
I haven't listened to the song yet, but I've added it to the Iran Revolution live playlist as well.
Well, it better be good then, Ashkan.
It better be good.
It better be good because we have it. I love the imagery, by the way. Like that, well done with the background image. Okay, so let's watch this.
Echoes of a golden land from Cyrus roaring fields of gold. With Zoroaster's flame burned bold, the lion stood our banner high 1,000 years before the crescent in the sky. Before the musicians cry at dawn, before for the foreign faith was drawn. We shaped the stars with art and sword, a sovereign land by pride restored. Close, remember, hear the wind through ancient ruins cry. Remember who we are, not shadows passing by. We rise again, oh Persia, hear the people's plea. Your heart beats loud, we will not bow the knee. From desert sands to Caspian seas, we rise for our liberty. If darkness spreads its fearful wing, we stand as one, let freedom ring. They came with holy robes and laws, turned silver tongues to iron claws. A gilded faith in tyranny dressed, took breath from hearts and beat from chest. But see the roses bloom with flame, our daughters chant a daring name. No more the veil, no more the chain, the fire of life flows through their veins. The world at the edge, different, false, silent, under night. The dream of every free soul takes flight. Stand up, for one is many. Rise up against every tyranny. For if the lion sleeps in dust, the world will fade in iron rust. But we are thunder, we are stone, and we will claim our rightful throne. The dawn unbound. The dawn unbound. Oh Persia, hear the people's plea. Your heart beats loud, we will not bow the knee. From ancient roots to future sea, we rise and break the dream. No force can bind the human will, for hope lives on forever still. Javid Shah.
Wow. That was amazing. I liked it. I loved it. Let me actually share the link with you guys. You guys in the chat. What do you think, Goldie? I really liked it.
That was beautiful.
Oh.
پیام
Guys,
شبانه توی اکس و من توی چت گذاشتم.
آره دیدم، همین الان میارمش بالا.
Guys.
That was beautiful.
Guys, I'm gonna put the link one more time in the chat. Please go support it.
We have a new message from the Empress of Iran.
Yes.
So, oh wait, let me remove that. Sorry. So she just posted this message. This is our beautiful Empress, Farah Pahlavi. We love her. She's the Empress, wife of Shahanshah Aryamer. So she just posted this. In memory of the martyrs of the 1404 protests in Iran. So 1404, that's 2026. In every moment of these difficult days, the sorrow of the mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and friends of the victims and the wounded of recent events in Iran has been with me. From the bottom of my heart and with all my being, I consider myself a partner in their grief and suffering, and I wish swift recovery and a return to the embrace of their families for all the injured. I will never forget that thousands of the children of this land are still languishing in prisons, enduring pain and injustice day after day. The thought of them is constantly with me. Though I am far from the homeland and far from you, I take pride in every freedom-loving Iranian who stands with courage and hope for a bright future. I firmly believe that light will triumph over darkness and that our Iran will one day, not far from now, reach freedom, peace, and dignity. Farah Pahlavi. And then یاد جانباختگان اعتراضات 1405 ایران. So this is, in memory of the martyrs of the Iranian Revolution. And at the bottom it says over 50,000 Iranians have been murdered. Over 50,000. I mean, the numbers are probably closer to 90,000, but I mean, just even 50,000 is one person is horrifying. But the fact that, over 50, the Islamic regime, these savage Muslim Nazis have murdered over 50,000 Iranians in 1 month, and the murders are still continuing. The executions are still going on. All right. Potito, thank you for letting us know about that. It was very, very important to share her message. So let me just repost this really quickly.
Thank you, Potito.
You're welcome.
All right. We need a little bit of a pick-me-up before we go to the rallies, because we're gonna end off soon, guys. We're gonna end very soon. Armin's just gonna read the rally list really, really quickly. You don't have to give the addresses or anything like that.
Okay.
But why don't we just do a quick, very, very quick pick-me-up here? So just to, refresh the mood, here. So let's go to, that's all the craziness.
Oh my God, this is the best. This is never gonna get old.
America. There you go.
America.
Okay.
Oh my
All right,
God.
Armin, why don't we go to the rallies? So I've updated the rallies. So we have all the cities. Of course, the four main ones are Toronto, Montreal, LA, and Vancouver. But we have the sister cities if you can't make it to the other ones. So
I'm not going to say the dates anymore because they're all February 14th Saturday. So guys, it's all February 14th Saturday. We're just going to mention the cities and just look for the address, and that's what we're going to do. Okay. So the main cities are Munich, Toronto, and Los Angeles. So by the way, Munich, guys, in Persian we say Munich. So but it's Munich. So, and these are the main cities. So if you could make it to one of these cities, go there. But there are other cities as well if you can't make it. So let's go through them. So the LA one is at 1 p.m. So from 1 to 4 p.m. And you can see the address there, right at the top. And then this is the Persian version of the same poster that we already saw. This one you're still waiting to be informed. So let me just go to the posters. Oh, this is a new one. This
You can
is
find the name is at the top. When you go to the top, yeah.
Up there. Yeah, of course.
I have all the
This
names
is
there, so it makes it easy.
Adelaide. Am I pronouncing this correctly? Adelaide? Yeah. Adelaide, Australia. Right? So this is going to be at 3:30 p.m. And the address is Harketas Televizione. Oh, here, the address in English is over here. Where is it?
You don't even need to read the address if you can't find it.
Yeah.
There's the info
Yeah,
there.
you guys could see
The
it.
city
You can see
name,
it on
yeah.
the screen. Yeah.
We'll just go
Athens, and there's the address. And then we have Atlanta. And guys, if you need to look at the address, you could just pause. Starts at 1:30. So just pause to find the address. I'm just going to go through the cities. We have Auckland, New Zealand. Oh no, we have 7 cities here actually. We have Australia and New Zealand. This one covers, let me zoom in on all of this because you might not be able to see it.
Well, what I've done, Armin, for this is that it's the same poster for every single one. So that way, when people search for their city, the same poster will come up. So you can just read the city name. And then as we get to the other ones, because this one's like duplication. So Auckland, New Zealand,
Auckland, New Zealand, Belfast, Northern Ireland, and then we have Idaho, but we remember it was not Boise, is Boise. Okay, Boise, Idaho, and then we have Boston, Massachusetts. We have Brisbane. Did we get this right? Brisbane,
no,
or was that wrong?
Brisbane. I would say Brisbane, but it's Brisbane.
Brisbane, Australia. And then again, this is another one from Brisbane, Australia. And then we have Calgary. Yay! Calgary. So guys, let me actually zoom in because you might not be able to see. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So again, well, this is already for the main cities. This is Chicago. Oh, Chicago, Illinois, Chicago. And then we have Christchurch, New Zealand. Then we have Dallas, Texas. And then we have Denver, Colorado. We have Edmonton, yay. Fort Lauderdale. This used to be a tongue twister for me, but it's not anymore. I'm proud of myself. Helsinki, Finland. Houston, Texas. We have Jacksonville, Florida. Just zoom in a little bit so you can see the address there. We have Lisbon, Portugal. And then we have London. London has made us very proud. And then we have, where is this? Kentucky. Where is this?
Louisville.
How do you huh?
Louisville,
Kentucky. And this is a bus. This is bus information from Lugano to Munich. Bus information if you need to go from Lugano to Munich. And then we have Madrid, Spain. Maybe I should zoom a little bit so you can see the information here. If you
it's pronounced Louisville. Guys, the Americans are correcting us. It's not Louisville, it's Louisville.
Oh, okay, Louisville, sorry.
Louisville.
Okay.
Thank you for correcting our Canadian accent.
Thank you. Melbourne, Australia. And let me zoom in in case you need to see the address for that one. And then Mexico City, Mexico. Really happy to be also present in Mexico. Good job, Iranians in Mexico. So this is Mexico City, Mexico, with the letter that we already read last time. Just going to go through the cities. This is the same poster, but this now we're going to highlight Milan. This is also Milan to Munich. If you need to go to Munich from Milan, this is the bus information. And Nashville, this is the information. Let's zoom in a little bit so you guys have the address. And Newcastle, and there's the information there. Whoa. Oh, it's in Persian. Where's the address? I don't see the address. Oh, here. Oh, it's white. Okay, Newcastle Haymarket. Okay. So there we go. And then we have Cyprus. I forgot how to pronounce this.
I think it's
Nicosia.
Yeah, Nicosia.
Nicosia, Cyprus. And yep, there's the address. Orlando, Florida. And you have the address there. And then Oslo, Norway. And you have the information right here. Can't even read that though. Prince Edward Islands. Charlottetown, Prince Edward Islands. Very proud. Yay. And there's the address. Perth, Australia. Let me zoom in on Perth so you can see the address and the time. Porto in Portugal. And there's the information. Salt Lake City, Utah. There's the information for Salt Lake City. San Francisco. Oh, this is bus information, I think. Yeah, this is bus information to go from San Fran to LA. And there's all the information there. Oh, you get a discount if you're a student. Oh, this same poster for San Jose to LA as well. This is basically the Bay Area to LA, and there's the information there. And Saskatoon, here's the information for that. Seattle, Washington, there's the information for that. Oh, this is Seattle again.
Did
they manage to merge? Oh, there's back to back. Oh, so guys, look, the time is not merged. There's different times. So this is noon to 2 p.m. and this is 2 to 4 p.m. Good job making sure that you're not dividing people by making it back to back. Good job. No overlap. Sydney, Australia. Let's zoom in on Sydney so you guys can see Sydney's information. North Hyde Park. Tampa, let's zoom in on Tampa so you can see the information for Tampa. And then Wellington, New Zealand. Let's zoom in on Wellington so you can see that. And then, oh, this is bus information from Windsor to Toronto. And it's all in Persian, unfortunately. $60 bus ride. Just email them, guys, for information here. This is their email. Oh my god, is it Yahoo? Oh my god, people still use Yahoo? Okay.
I guess.
Wow. Okay. Sofia, Bulgaria.
This is happening on the 15th, though.
Oh, this is the 15th. Okay, this is new.
Yeah.
This is I haven't seen this one. Okay, 15 Sunday, February 15th, and from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. in Bulgaria. And here's the address. Thank you, Bulgaria. This is the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the next one, this is the explanation for why they have to do the 15th as opposed to the 14th. So apparently the 14th is like some sort of nationalist day in Bulgaria. So everything is booked from morning to evening.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. So guys, sorry, we didn't do it on the 14th. We have a
That's
good
okay.
reason.
The fact that you guys are doing it anyway, we appreciate and support you.
Yes. Oh, this
all
is
the
for
combined-
all of us.
Yeah.
All of them combined. 7 cities: Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Perth, Auckland, Wellington, and Christchurch. Oh, that was the last one.
Yep.
We did it.
There you go. So I'm keeping an eye on the email as well, and if any more posters come in, I'll update that and add them in tomorrow. So
thank you, Goldie. This is the most important thing anybody could do right now to support Iran. And Goldie, I think, Goldie, you have done more than
thank you.
Everyone except Prince Reza Pahlavi when it comes to bringing attention to these protests and gathering people. I think it's first number one, Prince Reza Pahlavi, number two, Goldie Ghamari.
Oh
when
gosh,
it comes
I
to
don't
the
know.
level
I don't
of-
know about that. I think there are people.
I will challenge you. There's not a single other person that could challenge Goldie for the number two position when it comes to bringing attention to these.
You for sure, and Mahir Tusi as well. You know what? I would say a lot of people have worked really hard. I mean, the organizers of the rallies as well, right? Like they've also been working night and day. So we're basically just their voice and stuff. Actually, Armin, before you go, I want to share something with you. So there's actually, guys, there's a new prop. There's a new prop in my background, and no one's noticed it yet.
Oh, let me see.
Do you notice anything different about what's behind me?
We have a tea set. There's some books. There's a map there. We have the flags. Home Iran. Was that there? We have the Farvahar. What am I missing, guys? Help me out. Home is the home with the Iran. Was that there before?
No.
That's new. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Look at that.
Oh, and it includes our sea. It's not just the land, but guys, this is an accurate map because it also has our sea.
So this was a gift. This was a gift from someone and her family. I got this yesterday, and she gave this to me, and just so sweet. And she just basically she gave me the biggest hug, and she's like, "Thank you for everything you're doing." So I was really honored. So I was like, I'm gonna proudly put this.
That's
on.
Gorgeous. I love it. It's so wholesome. But it could have said Iran, but it already says Iran with the map. And saying home, I think it makes it so much more wholesome. I love it. It's beautiful. It makes it feel so.
There you go. So that was just a very nice gift that I got. And they didn't have to do that, but واقعا منو شرمنده کردن. دستم درد نکنه. بازگذارات حمایتتون. So
it's so interesting, guys, because Goldie hasn't been in Iran for a very long time, right? But when we talk about Iran, she still feels she still associates that with home, right? Oh,
still home. And I mean, listen, I love Canada. I love Canada. So grateful to Canada. I'm a proud Canadian. But there's just something about, I don't know, there's just something about Iran. Just, I don't know how to describe it. So, all right. Armin, thank you so much for everything you're doing. Petito, any final thoughts or let me have a final message for everyone before we wrap up for the evening? Thank you so much for being here with us, by the way.
My final message is always Javid Shah, Payande Iran. Long live the king.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. Payande Iran, guys. Javid Shah. Oh, wait.
Amazrel Khai. Javid Shah, Payande. Amazrel Khai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran.
I will get that right one of these days. Thank you, everyone. See you guys tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما تاریخ ما تفسیر گر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته هشتم سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر
خیز و باماش و هنگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ ها در لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بحر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی بابا شرافت می همی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق